Hello and welcome to this SQL course by Intellipaat. Before we jump in, let me quickly tell you why we are even talking about SQL in the first place. See, we live in a time where every click, every order, and every swipe, even your late evening metro ride generates data somewhere. When you tap a metro card at a gate, the system instantly checks your balance, validates your entry, record the station, and update the database before we even take your first step inside. That single tap triggers multiple SQL operations and keep the entire metro system running smoothly. SQL or structured query language is a simple language for interacting with databases. You ask question through queries and give you the exact data you need. If you want to become a data analyst, backend developer, ML engineer, or you want simply to write clean, faster queries in your next interview, SQL is a skill you cannot escape in 2025 and beyond. It stays relevant no matter how many new tools or trends come and go. In this free SQL course, we are starting from absolute zero. We will understand what databases really are, how table works, why DBMS, RDBMS matters. We will write queries together, solve real job problems, and even tackle interview questions. So whether you are a student, a working professional, or preparing for your next job, this video is your simple beginner-friendly guide to master SQL. So without a further ado, let's get started.
What is SQL? SQL is a database programming language for retrieving and managing data in relational databases. SQL is an acronym for Structured Query Language. The Relational Database Management System (RDBMS) standard language is SQL. SQL is the standard database language used by all relational database management systems such as MySQL, MS Access, Oracle, Sybase, Informis, Postgres, and SQL Server. They also use a variety of dialects like TSQL is used by MS SQL Server, PLSQL is used by Oracle, JetSQL is used by MS Access. This query language was adopted by as an ANSI standard in 1986 and an ISO standard in 1987. It is the most important query language to learn if you want to work in the field of data science. SQL is used by big companies like Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn to store data in the backend. So now let's see what is the significance of SQL. A computer programming language is a set of explicit instructions for accomplishing specific operations on computers or equipment. We can use precise algorithms to control the behavior and output of a computer using a programming language. SQL is one such programming language used by the computer. This helps computer and machines to process vast amounts of complicated data more efficiently and effectively. That is why SQL is beneficial to business, particularly in the development of system database management services. So let's see what are the different applications of SQL. As previously said, SQL is one of the most extensively used database query languages. Some of the applications are: the users can gain access to data stored in relational database management systems using SQL. Users can use SQL to describe the data. SQL also allows users to define and manipulate the data in a database. It allows SQL modules, libraries, and pre-compilers to be embedded within other languages. The users can have the ability to build and delete database and tables. It also allows users to build database views, stored procedures, and functions. Permissions for tables, methods, and views can be set by the users with SQL. So let's see what are the salary expectancy of SQL enthusiasts. From startups to established companies, the job market looks good for SQL enthusiasts and it is expected to grow exponentially in the coming years. SQL programmers or developers have good opportunities in all the geographies. Also, after obtaining a certification in SQL, the average salary hike expected is around 40 to 50%. So that's all about SQL.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a SQL Developer and SQL DBA Masters program. Through this course, you will gain complete expertise in SQL Server, relational database functionalities, writing advanced SQL query, managing and securing databases, automating SQL Server, and much more. All from the top 1% of industry experts around the world. With this training, thousands of professionals have already made successful career transition into high-paying SQL developer and database administrator role. You can even check out their success story and testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this program can take your careers to new height. So click the course page link given in the description and take your first step toward building a strong career in SQL development and database administration.
So before we get into the actual concept, let me take you through a quick story, something that you can easily relate with. So meet this guy on the screen here who has recently settled a general store in his locality. Everything is going way smooth. Like why? Because he was satisfied with his old school approach of maintaining a register, obviously the traditional one, with all the records of orders, transactions, stocks, everything written over registers manually with pen and paper. But as the time passes over years, the register started getting piled up. And now this man is frustrated by cleaning and going with all the messy and complex records that he has made manually. He is just frustrated by flipping over the pages just to find basic infos like what he's selling the most, what's running out of stock, or let's say what did he earn last week. So, in order to tackle this issue, don't you think we need something smarter? Correct. Now it's the right time to introduce SQL, structured query language, to this man and to you guys as well. So what this SQL is? Now, just like we all have our own languages to communicate with human, in the exact way, we do have this SQL, structured query language, again to communicate with data. We can get the exact information we need in just seconds by writing few queries, just few lines of queries. But here's the thing that SQL doesn't work alone. It gets paired with a term, something called as a database. Now, the thing that must be clicking in your mind is the term that I have mentioned right now, a database, right? Let me take you through that. So, a database is a system which is used to store and organize your data so that it can be easily managed and accessed whenever you need. I'm not just talking about few pages, but tons of information can be stored here. You can think of your favorite shopping app, let's say Amazon, Flipkart, whatever. So every time you are searching for a product, let's say, or let's say you are adding something to your cart, checking your delivery status, everything, like whatever task you are doing now, it's the database doing its all the thing in the background by storing all the information within it in a super organized way. All right. So yeah, every click you are making, there's a database which is doing all its job in the background. This is what the job of database is, like storing everything within, like inside itself, like a storage box. It's like, how do we indicate a database? You can see a kind of tank, a cylindrical tank where all the data is getting stored inside it. All right. Moving to the next round, as we already have a system to store all the data, but we also need a source to directly interact with it. Don't you think that? Correct. So for this purpose only, we do have a tool named as DBMS. So a DBMS, you can see here, is a software that will help you to easily manage with all the databases. It will actually allow you to directly talk with it by writing some commands over it. Like it's a interface in between your user and the database. It's a middleman. Here you can see this is what my user is, and this user will be using a tool named as DBMS, an interface which is gonna directly communicate with my DB, a database. So yeah, this is all about database management system, DBMS we name it as. So like I guess done with this DBMS, right? Database management system. The next is we do have some types of DBMS, starting with what relational DBMS is, like the full form RDBMS, we call it as relational database management system. So in this type, my data should be structured. Structured in the sense every data will be organized in terms of rows and columns. It will be structured. And one more thing is like this RDBMS works great when you are having relationship among the table. Obviously, when you are dealing with some real-time problems, there will not be only just a single table, right? You will be having different multiple tables. One will be focusing on orders, one will be focusing on customers, and so on, right? So each and every table will be related to each other, correct? So therefore, we call this type of database management system, we refer it as relational database management system, because tables will be having relationships and your data will be structured in terms of rows and columns. This is must. My data should be organized in terms of rows and columns only. Then only this RDBMS will help. Now the second type is NoSQL, and we also call it as not only SQL. Here we have just made this relational more advanced. Why? Because my data in this can be unstructured or semi-structured as well. Here my data can be stored in key value pairs, or let's say in graphs, or let's say in wide columns, document as well. It can be a plain text as well. So this type, not only SQL, is, you can say it like it's more flexible than relational database management system, because there is no constraint over the data management. You can store your data in any order, and this type of DBMS will help me to store and manage those kind of data, which is again semi-structured or unstructured. Fine. Now we do have some databases to deal with this RDBMS as well as this NoSQL. Let's go with that. Here are the examples written over here. So comes your MySQL SQL Server, that we will be dealing with Microsoft SQL Server. It is also used for dealing with RDBMS, like relational data should be there. And like structured I'm talking about, again Postgre, Oracle. So these all are the databases management system which is gonna deal with structured data in terms of rows and columns. Whereas this MongoDB, which is very popular for dealing with non-structured data or semi-structured data, which comes under this type NoSQL. Done, I guess. Done with that. So right now we all know about what a database is, what DBMS is, and its type, right? Again, database is storing my data. DBMS is a tool which will help us to interact with data. But how we will be interacting with those databases, correct? And the command or the language that I was talking about, SQL. So guys, I have opened SSMS, that is Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. This studio will help me to talk to that database directly. Okay, but obviously we need to create a database first. So whenever you will open this SSMS thing, you will get this pop-up, which is asking you to connect to the server. I'm having Microsoft SQL Server, and I have to let this SSMS allow to connect to that server. Then only there will be a direct communication between these two elements, correct? So you don't have to do anything. By default, all these information will be tackled through this setup itself. You just need to click on connect, like allow this SSMS to make a direct connection with the database, with the server actually. So click on connect. Done. Your connection will be established. And yeah, let me take you through the interface. Here are all the folders that you can see, the important files. It will be stored, like here is a folder for databases, security folder, application and all. So if I'll expand this database folder, I'll not go in more detail. Let's see this database folder first. I'm having these databases which is already created in my server. Okay. So let's say I want to create a separate database for storing my customers record. Correct? So for that, there are two ways. The first way is you can use this GUI to create a database, and the second way is you can directly write a command using SQL. So let's go with the first approach, that is using GUI. Within few clicks your database will be ready, right? And the second approach will be the writing queries. I'll go with that later. So what you have to do guys is just select the database option, right click over here, and you can see the option of new database, correct? Make a click, give a name. I can give, like, it should be non-existent already. It should be a unique name which is not already in your server. So let's say I'm giving it as customer, and simply click on OK. So a database with a name of customer will be created here. You can see it, like a new database is added, correct? Now let's create one more database by writing a command. And my command is very simple. It's just like a single line using 3 words, that is create database, then the name of your database. Let me write that first. It will be create, then comes your database, then it will be the name that you want to give. Let's say I'll give ever. So first thing I want to mention here is your SQL is not case sensitive. You can either write in uppercase, lowercase, doesn't matter. But like for simplicity or for following the standards, we usually write my keywords in caps lock or in capital, like in uppercase. But yeah, like I'm going in small case here. In order to create, like I have just written a command, it is not executed yet, correct? So in order to execute, you can see this button. We just need to click on this. But before clicking, we need to select the command that you want to execute. Select it like this. Like here, I have selected the command and then execute. So you can see completion time, which is done. And right now in the same folder, okay, you can go with this refresh. Let's wait, it will be refreshed and you will get the database with name of ever created here. Yeah. So you can see my ever database which is created like the same way by writing a command. But before we write more commands, we need to go in more detail, right? We need to go with the types of commands that we are having, correct? So let me take you again to the slide that I'm having. Now let's break the concept a bit more. The thing is like all the commands doesn't do the same task, right? Some commands are used for managing, accessing, controlling, permissions, altering. Like in the same way, we have based on the task, we have categorized our commands in different criteria. Now let's break the concept a bit more. The point is like not all the commands do the same task. Some will help you to build the structure, some will help you to manipulate the data that you have stored, and some will help you to manage the flow, right? So in the same way, the SQL has divided all the commands in different categories. And here is the list of categories that you can see. DDL, DML, DQL, DCL, and TCL. We will be going with all these categories one by one. So my first type is DDL, that stands for Data Definition Language. So this is all about defining and making a structure for your table or for your database, whatever you say it. Like all the commands that will lie inside this category will help me to build the structure. Alright. Think of it like setting up compartment in a cupboard before putting anything inside it. So like you are creating space and structure for everything that you can place it inside, like once compartments are done. So the commands that you can see over here that will lie in this category is create, that we just have recently used for creating the database, right? So this is what create is. Whatever element you want to add, we can go with this create command. Next is drop, alter, and truncate. These all comes under DDL, which will help you to define the structure, delete the structure, or alter the structure. Okay, we'll go with all these commands one by one practically on SSMS. So just remember these points. Now, next type is DML, stands for Data Manipulation Language. So this type will actually allow you to deal with those datas which you will be filling in those compartments. Like I'm having my structure, my table is ready, my compartments are ready. Now our next job will be to manipulate or store my records or the data in those structure, right? So whatever commands come in this category will help me to do that. Let's see the commands that I'm having in this. You can see insert. Obviously for inserting your data or records inside your compartment or let's say your table. So this command will help me to insert my records. Next is update, delete. From the name itself it is clear update will help you to manipulate and delete will delete that record, whichever you are referring to. Next is this DQL, Data Query Language. We also refer it as the subset of DML. Why? Because in this category, we just have this select command. This select command is something special. Why? Because see, this select command will only help me to display whatever we want to see over my output screen. Let's say you want to see the list of customers. So you can write a command like select, then customer name, from the table itself. So this special command select will allow you to display whatever result you want to see. DQL. Done. Now, coming to the second last, that is data control language. This data control language is like, it will help you to handle permissions. It's like giving keys of your home and taking it back. Like, it will control all the permissions with whoever person you want the access to be given. You can allow that or you can revoke that as well. It is up to you with the help of this DCL command. And you can see grant and revoke. These are the two commands that will help us to go with controlling my records or the permissions. Lastly, we do have transactional control language. So this transactional control language will allow you to prevent the conflict between the transactions or two processes which is going in between. Let's go with the commands first that we are having. Commit, rollback, and save point. This commit will allow me to permanently do the changes. Like, let's say you have started one process, you have started one execution, and if from the start it has executed till the end without any error, so it is a commit, which means my changes will be permanently done. Or anything which will tackles the execution or process, then this commit will not work. Again, the process will recontinue. Therefore, it is, preventing the conflict between two or multiple processes. Now, let's say this rollback is used for same. Like, let's suppose you are facing some problems in between the execution. Rollback will allow you to go to the first point again, redo the execution until and unless it is not completed. Lastly is your save point. Let's say you have started an execution, it is half completed and you want to save the progress. Use this command, save point, and things will be done, and whatever things are left can be done later as well. So as we are done with the types of SQL commands, we can get to know how we can create an actual table. The command for that, right? So here you can see this is the whole command that we will be using. Like, this is the syntax for writing that, for writing the query actually. So it's like your command will be create table name, like we did for create database, then the name of the database, right? Similarly, create table, then table name, whatever name you want to give. It is up to you. Then comes your column 1, like the first column, the name of the column, the second column again. But here are two terms which is used, which you may be unaware of, that is data type and constraint that you want to add. Correct? So before creating this structure, we need to know what data type is. Okay, let's see all the types that I'm having in MS SQL. So whenever we create a table in SQL, we need to tell the database the type of data that we are inserting, whether it is number, whether it is a text, or whether it is binary or something. We need to tell the database so that it can understand, or whatever operation we will be doing up to that later, my database will be able to relate that. Therefore, explicitly over the column here, we need to define the data type. Like, let's suppose I'm creating a column for customer name. So obviously I'll be storing some text instead of numbers, right? So I have to define it as I'm gonna store some textual values inside this customer name column, so that later whenever I'm doing some operation over this, my database will be able to understand. It will treat number as number, text as text, and so on. Operations will be done over this. It will be done. So starting with the very first data type, that is int. From the name itself, it is clear int stands for integer. So everyone pay attention to this table. Here is the list of most commonly used data types for creating any table or for defining the data type for a column. Starting with the very first type, that is int, stands for integer, which is used to store numericals. Alright. So you can store whole numbers itself, starting from, like, it can be 100, even in negatives as well. You can store both positive and negative integer as, like, only integer, not decimal, not fraction, nothing like that. It should be a whole number using this data type, that is int. For example, storing age, storing quantity, correct? So yeah. Next is big int. So very large whole number. If you are expanding the range, we can go with big int, like tracking large IDs or counts, correct? So Yeah, big int is also a type. Next is tiny int. If the numbers are too small in the range of 0 to 255, you can go with that. Why I'm having these three types? It is all about the data. It is all about the memory it is gonna take. Obviously, this big int will take more memory than this int and tiny int. So these are the three types which is gonna help you to deal with numbers, numerals. Next is bit. It is used for storing binary numbers 0 and 1 itself. Like you all know, 0 stands for false. Like it is an indicator. 0 is for, like, you can refer this 0 as yes, true, or 0 signal. Like it is all about signals and all. On, off, yes, no, true, false. So yeah, if you want to store something in that way, indicating the flags, you can go with this bit, used for storing 0 or 1. Next is decimal. Like we have dealt with whole numbers, right? Like it should be whole. It should be an entire number, not decimal, not fraction. Nothing should be like that. But for dealing with fractional number or dividend, we do have this decimal data type. This decimal data type is having two parameters, p and s. So this p will be telling you the total number of digits. Let's suppose you want to store 175.015. So in this case, this p will contain the total number of digits that the number should contain. It can be more as well. Like you can define a range. You can make it as 10, 20, anything. The next is this s will tell you the decimal places. The decimal places in the sense after point how many digits you are inserting there. So for this case, I am having 6, 3. So this is how I will be filling up the parameters of this data type, that is decimal. Next is char, varchar and varchar. These three categories are used for storing textual data, like let's say name, country code and so on. But there is difference in all these three types. There is a difference. I'll tell you what. So this char is used to store fixed length text. The thing is, like whenever you're going with textual data, you need to give a data type, right? And out of all these three types, let's say if you're going with char or varchar, you need to specify the number of bytes that you want to reserve. So this n stands for the number of bytes and the number of characters as well. Like 1 byte will store 1 character. So therefore, it is fixed length. So let's say I'm gonna create a customer name column and I'm giving this char data type to that customer name. So it will be like the column name, customer name, then data type will be char, and this n, let's say I'm assigning it as 50, which means I will be able to give a name of 50 characters only. Like my column, each record of my column can contain 50 characters maximum, and it is this size is fixed. Like my 50 bytes are reserved for this name. Each record will be taking 50 bytes in its memory, right? But there is a twist with this varchar. Varchar is dynamic. Like let's suppose you are, like instead of going with char, this time you're going with varchar. So what will happen in this time if I have written 50 and my name is only of 3 characters, let's say Ram, so only 3 bytes will be used and rest of the 47 bytes will, like, it is not used. It is dynamic. Therefore, it is variable length text. Like my bytes are saving. But previously what was happening, my 50 bytes will be reserved either you're using it or not. Like let's say if you are having a name of 3 characters or 10 characters or let's say 20 characters, rest of the bytes will be wasted in your memory. It is consuming the size, but we are not using it. So this is not efficiently using my memory management, correct? But if I compare both, when to go with what type, here you can see the examples. Alright, so if you want to go with char, so it should be fixed, like the characters that you want to store should be fixed as well. Here you can see country code. Country code, any country code will be having 3 characters, right? And here we have decided like all the column is gonna contain 3 characters. So therefore, I can declare that particular column with char data type with n is equals to 3. Similarly, we can go with this postal code, let's say. Postal code can have 6 characters, correct? PIN code or Aadhaar number, PAN card number, the numbers and characters are fixed here. So in this case, I can go with char. Why? Because this char is faster than my varchar. Why? Because again, my memory size is fixed, but here, if you'll go with varchar, the memory size will be decided dynamically, which is gonna take time, correct? So therefore, when you already know in advance that your text size is fixed, your number of character is fixed, go with char. Otherwise, the best option is to go with varchar. Now, the last type is NVarchar, which is very special, very powerful in terms of storing linguistic based values. So the above 2 points that we have discussed, char and varchar, will only allow you to store the values that you can see over your keyboard. The English one, the numbers, the special characters and all. But what if you want to store some different language based records, let's say in Chinese, Japanese, Hindi, right? In that case, how you're gonna do this? So for that specific reason, we do have this NVarchar. Using this data type, you can store any value, anything, like even emojis can also be stored. So what happens behind the scene is like whatever characters or whatever linguistic based characters you want to store there, a code will be written for that, and based on that code, the record will be stored in your table. So therefore, this is Unicode text which is which supports international characters. You can take it as example, like I have already given you. You can use any values, any country based language can be stored in your table. Textual values I'm talking about. Done. The last two is date and time for dealing with calendrical based values. Like let's say you want to store the joining date of an employee, correct? So these will help you for that. This date is storing, like see the format here, it will be YY, like first will be your year, then your month, then your, like by default, this is your default format. Year first, then your month, then lastly it will be your date. So it will just give you the date. But let's suppose you also want to add the time as well. So for that, this date time will help you. Date as well as time. The combo will be there. You can see the examples, login time, order timestamp, like along with date as well as you want to know the time. So must go with this data type. And I guess, yeah, with this, we have already covered all the data types that we are having over this, like on my SQL server that we can use. Once we know what kind of data we are storing inside our table or let's say database, the next step is to ensure the data that we are inserting should be valid and follow certain rules. Let's take an example of an employee table. In that employee table, you are having an age column, and obviously age should not be less than 18 years of any employee, correct? So here we have to apply a rule in such a way that the age number should be always greater than 18. Correct? So here is the rule of constraint that comes into the picture. Let's go more in detail with this. This is where constraints come into play. Constraints are like enforcing certain rules that will keep our data clean as well as accurate by maintaining the consistency. Just like the traffic rules for our database or for our table, it will just prevent the wrong moves that any person or any employee can take in order to deal with the databases. So here you can see on the screen, we do have certain constraints written over here. Let's go with each one of them one by one, starting with what primary key is. This primary key constraint is like a tag for my column. This special column will uniquely identify each row. Let's take an example of customer table. In that customer table, my customer ID can identify each row uniquely, correct? Similarly, in orders table, we do have order ID, student table, roll number can be a column that will identify each row, each student uniquely, right? Here are two conditions that my column, like this, the column over which you are applying this primary key constraint, it should not be null, like no null values are allowed, as well as each values should be unique. In this sense only, my each record will identify my every row properly, right? So this is all about primary key uniquely identifies each row. An example is customer ID, roll number, student ID, correct? Next is not null. This not null field can be applied over a column where you are sure that this record must be filled. For example, you probably don't want any customer's name to be empty, right? It should be something. It should be having some record in that as a customer name. So you can apply this rule over that column, not null. Next is unique, where no duplicate values are allowed. We will be executing each and every constraints, like you have seen the structure of how my table will look like data type, then comes the constraints, right? So once we will start implementing the things, you will be able to relate that how we will be getting errors whenever we'll insert some values which is not correct. Okay, talking about this unique, again, no duplicate are allowed. You can apply this constraint over, let's say, customer email address column, where no two customer will be having same email address, right? Each and every customers will be having their own individual email address, and therefore it must be unique. Done with this. Next is check. Again, let's say if you want to apply a check constraint where you want to check a condition in the sense whether a customer employee age is greater than 18 or not, 18 years or not. If yes, then that value will be inserted, otherwise it won't get executed. The next constraint that I'm having is default. This default is used when you're not providing anything and you want by default a value to be present there. Let's say you're having a column city and someone has not inserted the exact city a person belongs to. So in that case, default value can be unknown, which will automatically be filled in that particular column. You don't need to do anything in that case. Lastly, we do have this foreign key, which is very unique. I'll just give a reference to this. Why? Because you will not be able to understand it unless we implement it on the table that we are having. This foreign key helps us to link two different tables based on a common column. So here I'm having employee table as well as a department table. You can see employee name, employee number. This is what your primary key is, which is uniquely identifying each employee row wise. And similarly, I'm having this department table here. Here this department number is my primary key, and this department number is identifying, like you can take it as this 101 as identifying each department name. So in these two tables, can you find the relationship? Obviously, this department number and again this department number, both can be linked together, right? And therefore, this column in this table will be served as a foreign key because this is building a relationship with my next table. Okay. So yeah, the foreign key is used, like we will be obviously practically implementing it later once we'll go with all the table creation and all. But as of now, just take it as this foreign key will help us to make a reference from one table to another table by some column, a common column that is existing in both of the table. Done. Alright, so now that we have talked about what data types are and the rules that we can actually apply to it, let's put it all the things into an action. Okay, my condition is like, let's suppose I want a space to store customers' information, their name, email address, age, everything and all. In SQL terms, we have to create a table. Here you can see this table that we will be creating. Let's come back to my SSMS and we'll execute this line by line. We'll see the process, everything in one. So I have already created this database ever. I want in this database itself, my customer table should be executed, right? The first thing is, like right now, I guess I need to refresh it. Okay. I'll once again connect it. Why? Because see, it's been a long time we have worked on this SSMS. So therefore, we again need to make the connection with this SSMS as well as the SQL server. Yeah. Everything is now fine. So right now, currently we are in this default master database. We do have certain default databases priorly created by this SSMS itself for our work. But as we have created this ever database, all the things, all the tasks should be done inside this ever database, correct? So what we have to do right now, instead of this master database, we need to switch to this ever database. For doing this, one step is you can click on this drop down and select your database. Otherwise, you can use a command that is use then the name of the database in which you want to enter. Here it is ever, right? Execute, select and execute. So here you can see instead of master, now I'm having ever, which means right now I have switched from my master dashboard to the current dashboard that I have created for you, that is ever, right? Next task was to create a table, as I have told you. So command for that is create table, then the name of the table that you want to give. Let's say I'll give a customer name, customers, then I'll put a braces. Here you have to define all the columns that you want to be in your, that you want to be present in your customer table, one by one. So let's say first thing can be a customer ID, correct? I'll be going with that, customer ID. And the data type for this will be integer. Makes sense? Again, you have to define a constraint. So now I'll add a constraint of primary key to this column. Why? Because this customer ID will be identifying each customers separately, uniquely. Like each customer will be having its own unique ID. Therefore, this column will not be having any null records, as well as each record will be unique. Correct? Next column can be my name column, and I'll go, the data type will be varchar. I'll go with this, and I'll give 50 bytes for a name to be stored. Anyways, this varchar is dynamic, so whatever numbers of character you are inserting, only that much space will be taken, right? Think of a constraint that we can apply over here. Fine. Let's go with not null. Why? Because none of the customer will be there who will not be having any name, right? So let's go with not null this time. Next column can be my email column with varchar of 100 this time, 100 bytes. Again, it is dynamic, so no worry about the memory management or the memory space. Again, constraints can be unique because each customer will be having unique email addresses, right? No one will be sharing. So let's go with unique constraint. And next column, we can add it as city with varchar of 50 again. Any constraint that you want to add here. We are left with check and default. So I guess default will work here, right? Let's add a default constraint, and default value will be unknown. We can go with this, right? Again, put a comma, and last column will be age with integer, and the constraint that we are left with is my check. I'll apply a condition to only accept the customer whose age is greater than or equal to 18. So this is the syntax for declaring your columns with their data types as well as the constraints, the rules that you want to apply here, right? Now the last step is to close this table structure with this round brackets and select it, and lastly execute. So yeah, you can see my command is successfully completed, and we will be having a table inside my database ever. Wanna check that? Okay, let's expand this database view ever, and here in this table folders you can check the table that we have created. Okay, so you can see dbo.customers. This is what the table right now I'm having in this database ever. Done with this, right? Now as we already have this table in our database, what will be our next step? Obviously to fill the actual customer's detail inside the table, right? And see whether the constraints are in action or not. Some records will be inserted, some records will fail. We have to analyze it, and in that way only we will be learning, correct? So shall we move to that? Okay, now our task is to insert the values inside the table that I am created, and for that we do have that DML command insert that I have referred it earlier, right? So use that insert command. Okay, let's make it in caps lock. Insert, then into, it is like I'm writing something in English, right? Insert into, the table name will be written here, customers, correct? Insert into table name. Then here you have to define the list of columns that you are having here in this brackets. So my column names are like customer ID first, comma, name, then it's your email and city, and lastly it's my age, right? Here I have defined the columns that I'm having here, right? All the column list. Then you have to write the values that you want to insert in each column. Values, okay. My first value will be the customer ID, will be starting with 101. You can give it up to you, like whatever number or whatever textual values you want to give. Again, we cannot add any textual value because this customer ID is an integer type, right? So we have to go with numbers only. Number, it is up to you. Customer ID 101 with a name of, let's say, Amit Sharma. Now, one thing to note here is whatever textual value that you are inserting into a table or you are using it on SSMS, it should be enclosed with this single quote. Double quote is not supported here, you'll get an error for that. But yeah, this is must. You have to insert all your textual values inside this single. Then the third value is email, right? Put a comma here, give an email. Let's say I'll go with amit.sharma@gmail.com. Last is, okay, again this should be enclosed with this quote. You can see the red line, correct? This is what it is indicating me the error that I have generated without enclosing it with single quote. Next value can be, okay, city. I can declare it as Delhi. Make sure to again enclose it with single quote. And lastly, my age can be 25 years. Again, this is the very first record of a customer. Let's add one more record with similar values. I'll just copy it. We'll paste it here. Just change the values. 102. Name will be Priya Mehta. And again, email ID priya.mehta@gmail.com. Make sense? Everything is correct? Okay, let's change the location as well as her age. I'll make the location as Mumbai. Alright. And age will be 22 years. Again, I'll put a comma. One more record I'll insert here with a different name. And 103. It is Ravi Kumar with his email address as ravi.kumar@gmail.com. Location, I'll make it here as null. And let's see. Not null, I'll make it as default. And my age, I will bring it as, let's say, 30. So here, in this record, I have inserted my city as default so that whatever default I'm having should be inserted in that particular table. Okay. We have written all the 3 records. It's the time to execute and put these records in my table. For that, you have to specifically select this command only, like starting from insert to the last bracket. Select, then execute. So 3 rows affected, which means these 3 records are added in my table and therefore I'm having 3 rows in my table. 3 rows are affected inside the table. Alright? Yeah. So as we have inserted these 3 records, let's try to insert few more records and check whether all the constraints that we have defined is working fine or not. Okay. So this time I'll try to insert a value which is duplicate. Why? Because, okay, let's do one thing first. I'll copy this. I'll copy everything from here to the start and we'll rerun the same thing. Insert into customers. Here is the list of columns that we are having, then the value that you want to insert. Let's edit the value. Okay. As you know, my customer ID is a primary key. It should not be accepting any duplicate value inside it, right? Why? Because primary key should be not null, as well as it should be unique as well. My value should be unique as well as it should not be having any null values. So therefore, I'll try to repeat my customer ID record, my customer ID data, and rest everything I can change it, right? Let's change it to Saloni. Here Saloni Sharma. And we can even change this location to Bhutan. And age is 25. We can keep it as it is. Select and execute. So, okay. You can see the error here. Let me highlight that error. Violation of primary key constraint. Here we are violating the constraint that we have defined on my table. I am giving a value which is not acceptable. Correct? So therefore, whatever constraints I have highlighted here will work perfectly and it will not allow any invalid data inside my table. So I guess you are able to relate it now, why these constraints are important and how it is defending my table from unnecessary and inconsistent values, right? Let's check for all the constraints that I have defined. Correct? So I'll copy it again. We'll execute it with something different. Okay, let's say this time I'll check what will happen if I'll repeat this email ID. Why? Because email ID is having unique key, right? Everything will be different. I will make it as 104. Name doesn't matter. Email ID, right? So let's keep it as it is. And age will be 30 this time. Location Bhutan. Okay, execute it. Let's see what will happen. Okay, why this is getting executed here? Because this value was not executed, right? So therefore I'm not having any entry related to this person Saloni inside it. So let's see what will happen if I'll make my email ID same for two records. My email ID column is having unique constraints, so it should not be accepting any duplicate values, right? So let's try to do that. Let's try to violate the rule again. I will make it as 104. I will change the name to, let's say, Sumit, and here this will be sharing the email ID of Ravi Kumar. I will copy it and let's paste it here, right? Makes sense? Okay. Location can be Bhutan, age, no issue in that. Okay, let's execute it. So again, you can see violation of primary key constraint. So as we have inserted these 3 rows in my table successfully, but now let's try to insert something which will violate my constraint rules. Okay, so this time I'm having my table email ID with unique constraint. So let's try to repeat this email ID for a customer and see what happens, what kind of error we will be getting. All right, let's check for the next constraint that is unique. This email ID column is having unique constraint. So let's try to repeat an email address for a particular customer and see whether we are having a violation in my constraint or not, right? I'll just copy paste the same thing. We'll change the ID to, let's say, 111, and here I have given a name as Sumit. Okay, here I'm repeating my email ID which is getting matched with Ravi Kumar's email address, right? Everything is same. Bhutan, we can take it as Bhutan, like the city is Bhutan, and age is, make it as 28. Okay, select and execute it. Let's see what happens now, what kind of violation we will be getting as an output. Okay, violation of unique key constraint this time, which means my unique key is also working correct. Let's check for this age now. The last constraint that I was having is like my age should be greater than 18. Let's try to insert something which is less than 18. I can give it as 16. Okay, select and execute it again. Okay, here I'm having violation of unique key. Fine, let me change it to something Sumit Kumar. Okay, it will work, I guess. Select, execute. Yeah, the insert statement conflicted with check constraint this time, which means my check constraint is saying it should be greater than 18 years, and here I'm trying to insert the age which is 16, and yeah, this record is not inserted in my table, and therefore we are seeing this message of error. So similarly, all the constraints that I have defined for my tables column, it is working perfectly. Everything is up to mark. Next is, like, where is my table? How can I validate whether my values are getting inserted or not? Is there any display of that? Okay, so it's time to look inside the values that we have inserted inside my table and to see that table, like the structure of my table. The hero command that you can use is select, as I have already discussed earlier. DQL, data query language, used to display the structure or the output that you want to be presented over your output screen, right? So let's go with that. Select, like I will be selecting my entire table. So for referencing entire table, we have to use this star. Star indicates everything, like select everything that I'm having inside my table. So for that, I will write it as select star from my table name, that is customers. Okay, I guess you're clear with this, how it is working, right? Select star means everything from my customer table, right? Select, execute. So yeah, see the table here. This is what the table I have created. It is having 4 records with all the customer ID, name, email, city, and age column. These are the records that we have inserted, right? So for seeing the output or for seeing the table, this command will be executed. But what if you don't want all the details? You're just interested in knowing the names of a customer and their email ID. Then what's the purpose of disclosing all your data, right? So for that, what I will do, I'll use the same select command, and here instead of this star which is indicating everything, I'll go with the specific column that you want to display. The specific column, like let's go with name column, right? Select name or email as well. From, again you have to put your customer name, like customer table's name, correct? Select, execute. So this will display only the desired information that you want over this output console. All right, okay. Now this time what's happening? Your database is only returning the columns that you have asked for. In this case, name and email. So instead of bringing the whole plate in front of you, you're just asking for few dishes, correct? Or few slices. Now again, let's go with a single column. I just want to know the cities where my customers, like from where I'm getting the orders, right? So I'll write this city from customer, from my table name, that is customer. Okay, S is missing. Select and execute. So here is the list of, like here you can analyze from which region or from which city you are getting most of the customers, right? This select is just not limited in displaying your answers and all, like the columns or the tables and all. You can also do something like this, select 10 plus 5. Okay, let's execute it. You will get the result in your output, which is 15. Okay, so here you can see no column name, which means it is not showing any information what this 15 is. So let's say if you want to give a column, like, or if you want to give a tag, here is the concept of alias, which is a nickname or a temporary name that you will be assigning to a particular value, or let's say a column as well. For that, it is very simple. Select, and you have written your data or whatever output you want here. Then you can put as the number sum, like here you have to define the tag or the name that you want to give, number sum. Right now, select and execute it again, no problem in that. Yeah, successfully completed, and here I'm also having a tag that is number sum. So this as is working as an alias, a nickname which is given to the information that you are extracting, correct? Done with this. Now let's move further. The condition is like, let's say you want to know the customer who is just from Delhi, not from all the cities. You just want the information of a customer who is living in Delhi. So in this case, I'm going to introduce you one special clause, that is where. First, let me take you through that where clause, what this term is. So this where clause will allow you to filter the records and return the exact row that you are asking for. And this where is sometimes work with these operators. I guess these are all the basic operators you all know. So let's write a query for that, like using this where clause. Let's try to extract my customer who's coming from Delhi. Let's see the query first, then I'll go in more detail. My query will be like select everything, like each and every detail of that customer from customer name, from customer table, select star from customer table, where you just need to write it like this, where city column, this is talking about city column, is equals to, here write the value to which you want to match with, correct? Now select and execute it. So you can see this Amit Sharma is the only person who is living in Delhi. So instead of dumping all the records of customer, if you want to be more specific, here is the term, here is the clause, that is where clause. It's just like, you can read it like this, select star, which means everything from my customer table where city is equals to Delhi. Simple, right? Let's go in more detail by the slide that I'm having here. What this where clause is. My where clause is used to filter and return only the rows that met a given condition, right? And along with this where clause, you can use these operators. Getting my point? Let's go with all the basic operators first. This is equals to, we all know. And here it is not equals to. Let's say you want to check my age, like I want the customer whose age is not equals to 30. You want those customers, right? So either you can use this operator or you can go with this. Like both will work perfectly. Greater than, less than, you all know. Greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, we all know this. Again, and, or, not. We all are aware of all these basic operators, right? So where can be combined with these operators in order to check a given condition, and based on that condition you will be getting your output, you will be getting your result specifically. All right, let's implement some more thing using this where clause itself along with the different operators that we have discussed. It will work like this. I'll copy it, paste it here. Now I'll just change the condition to something like I want to check where my age is greater than or equals to 21. So in this case, what I will be having in my result is all the customers whose age is greater than, or let's change it as 27. Okay, so select and execute it. You're getting it as Ravi Kumar as well as Saloni. So these are the two customers who's having age more than 27, right? Let's suppose you don't want all the details of that particular customer. You're only focused on the name. So remove this star and make it as name, right? Select, execute. So here you're only getting the name of the customer whose age is greater than 27. Shall we do one more example? Let's go with that. So let's use one logical operator, that is select. So this time let's use that logical operator and operator to check two conditions at once. So use select command with star from customer table, where my condition will be like where my city column is equals to Delhi, as well as I also want to check for, like if you want to check two conditions, both should be true, then you can go with and, or make it like this, and age should be greater than, my age column should be greater than or should be greater than 25. This will work, I guess. Let's see whether we are getting some output or not. So no records for this. Let's check for Mumbai this time. Do we have certain records? Okay, I will just be checking my table first. So alright, let's make it as 20. So I will get this Priya Mehta in my output. A Mumbai spelling, we need to check this as well. Yeah, so makes sense. This is Priya Mehta whose age is greater than 20, as well as she is living in Mumbai city. So similarly, instead of using this and, you can replace it with or, and I guess you all know how this or works. Even one of the condition is true, like either left hand side or right hand side or both. If these criteria are getting satisfied, you will get your output. Let's say I will make it like this time, I will make it as 27. So let's say I'm getting any record or not. I'm getting the records of all the customer whose age is greater than 27 or he is living in Mumbai. We can check it here. So reading this first record, my age is 22 but he is living in Mumbai. My Priya Mehta, she is living in Mumbai. So therefore this record has been taken. Again, next to record, the city is obviously different, but this criteria is getting satisfied. This condition is getting checked. My age is greater than 30. So therefore, I'm having all the three customers satisfying either of the condition, right hand side or left hand side. Done. Now the last thing that you can check with this where clause is whether there are some null values or not. Let's try that as well. Select star from my table customers, where let's say I'll be checking whether I'm having some null names or not. Why? Because my customer table is having name column and it is not null constrained. Let's check whether I'm having some null records or not. So where my name column is null, select and execute. You will not get anything because I have not inserted any null values. So no record for that. Similarly, if you will make it as is not null, so it's just reciprocated. You will be getting all the records where you're actually having the value. No record is null. Select and execute, you'll get all the records, right? Starting from 1 to 4. All the customers you're having with you. So as we all are done with the basic operators that we usually use, but that is just not enough. Therefore, SQL is giving us some special operators to enhance the experience of our filtering activity. It will just make the process more smooth. So let's see what those operators are. Starting with the very first operator, that is between. I'll let you know what these operators means, by the way, like by actually implementing it on SQL Server. Next, we are having in operator. Then finally, it's like operator using some wildcards. Okay, starting with the between operator. So as you can see here, this between operator is used to filter the results within a particular range. You will define a range, let's say 50 to 100, and it will just make sure whether a particular number is lying inside this range or not. It will also include the first value as well as the last value, like it's inclusive for the starting as well as the ending values. Let's implement it, and for the same I do have one table already created on my SQL Server. Let's try this out. So this is my table structure that I will be using for this example. You all can see I'm having employee ID, name, department, salary, and this emp ID is my primary key. Let's see how my table is looking like. Select star from employees. Okay, my server is asking again to connect. We will do that. Okay, fine. We also need to change the database. Like currently we are at the default database, that is master. Again, we'll switch to that. Okay, I guess this is the database where this table was already created. Okay, so this is how my table is looking right now, having 10 rows. What I will do, I will just use the between operator to check the employees details whose salary is between 3,000 to 5,000, let's say. What I will do now, I will write a query to check who are the employees whose earning, like whose salary is more than 35,000 or less than 50,000. Okay, we will write a query for that using between operator, like lies between these two ranges, 35,000 and 50,000. Okay, so I will select everything from my employees table. What I will do next, I will write where clause. I will use this so that it will make my filtering part. Where salary between, this time you have to write your numbers, like the first starting value with the ending value. Let's say I'll go with 35,000 and 50,000, right? Fine. So this is very simple. I've just used this between and defined my two values, that is 35,000 and 50,000. What this query will give me? The result, like the records of all the employees whose salary is in this range. Select it, then fine, we will execute. Alright. So Bob, Charlie, Jason, Mark, these are the employees who's getting, like whose salary is within this range. And again I'm saying these values are inclusive. Like 35,000 will also be considered in this list, as well as 50,000 will also be considered in my list. It will not be ignored or it will not be dropped out. Fine. So it is all about between. Very simple. Just you have to use between operator, then define your values. So starting with this in operator, how it works like, this in operator is used to match a column against multiple values without writing multiple OR conditions. What happens with OR? Let's suppose we are having 3 to 5 conditions to be checked. Okay, so instead of writing it like whether this value or this value, or like repeating this OR statement again and again, we will just make a list of those values and we'll use this in operator. Like it's just a replacement of my OR logical operator. We do have some logical operators, right? Like and, or, not. So this in is almost same. It is just a better version of my OR. Okay, let's implement this as well so that we will get a clarity. So my query will be like, okay, I will just copy out the same thing from here to here, where department, and here I will be writing my in operator, department in. Now here you will be writing the list of departments that you want to check whether that employee is like in either of these listed department, whether my employee is working over that or not. This is what this in operator will check. How I will define it, just see. Let's say going with HR first, HR department. Then second we can check for finance. Then we can also add IT. So this entire query will check whether an employee is working in HR department or finance department or IT. It is like this. If I replace this in operator and use OR, how my statement will look like? it will be like where department is equals to HR or department is equals to finance. Again, if department is equals to IT. So you have to write these words again and again using the OR logical operator. But here we are replacing this repetitive writing of this OR with this IN operator. If I'll execute it, you'll get the list of all the employees who's working in each of these departments. So yeah, these are the list that is presented over here. It is all about IN operator. Moving next, and lastly, this is a very important and useful operator known as like operator. So this is very important and useful operator known as like operator. Now what is the task of this like operator is, it is used for pattern matching with string in SQL. Like let's suppose you want to check whether my employee name is starting with A or not. So in this case, we will be using this like operator along with some wildcards. And now what my wildcards are? These are this percentage and this underscore. Now what is the function of this percentage? It will matches 0 or more characters. Okay, it will matches 0 or more characters. We will implement it so that you'll get better clarity again. Next is this underscore. It will exactly match one character. Like the number of underscores you will mention, that many characters will only be matched, whether these characters are existing in my list or not. This is what will be done. Okay, moving ahead with the implementation, let's see how I will be using this like operator practically. So what I'll go with first example will be, I will be fetching the records of employees whose name is starting with A. And for that, my query will be like, everything will be same. I will still be using my where clause. It's just about an operator that we are defining, right? So therefore, this where clause, this filtering clause is important. We will be mentioning that. Where name column I'm having, right? Name like. It seems very familiar, very simple, like we usually write some English statement, right? In the same way, I'm writing it like select everything from employees where name like. My name is like. Then here I have to define the condition like starting with A and all, right? So I will put this quote first, single quote. Then you have to check for starting with capital A, correct? What I will do, I will put capital A, then I will apply this percentage and I will close this quote. So what will happen? It will check like my first character should only be A, and this percentage is saying that rest of the characters can be anything. It can be anything. It doesn't matter. Just the first character from a list should be starting with A. Okay. Now let's execute it. Whether we are getting the exact values or not, we have to make sure that, right? Fine. We are getting the output with this. Now let's suppose, what if I will make it as small a? Again, I will execute it. Fine. Which means this is not case sensitive again. Whether you are putting capital A, small a, doesn't matter. It will fetch out both, starting with capital A or small a. It is same. Both of these are same. Let's do a few more examples so that we'll get better clarity with these operators. Now similarly, let's suppose you want to check whether an employee name is ending with A or not. Okay. If whether it is ending with A or not, for that, if I have to write a query, it will be same. What the difference will be? I will put this percentage first and then I will write the ending character that you want to match. Okay. Let's say I will put it as E. So it will check whether an employee name is ending with E or not. We have just reversed it. Whatever characters are starting, it doesn't matter. This percentage will handle that, and ending should be E. This condition should be satisfied. Yeah, so we do have two records, that is Alice and Charlie. These are the two employees whose name is ending with E. So it is all about pattern matching with string. Like we are matching characters, right? We are matching characters pattern based on a specific pattern that we are specifying here, correct? Now, moving ahead with few more examples. Let's say this time, instead of this, I want to check, like here we are just checking one character, whether it is ending with that or not. Let's suppose if I want to check for more than one character, okay, like this, percentage and SON. So what this query will do, it will check whether an employee name is ending with these 3 characters or not. Starting of the character doesn't matter. It is not my concern. It is not your concern. But last 3 characters should be this SON. Okay. Let's see who are the employees. Right. So Jason and Carson, these are the 2 employees ending with these 3 characters. Like, yeah, my pattern matching is successfully implementing. Correct? Fine. Now moving to the next wildcard operator, that is underscore here. This will match exactly 1 character, right? Let's see and implement it. We will get more clarity again. Okay. So my statement is like, I will copy out the same thing. It's just about the pattern that you are defining. Everything will be same, just the pattern matters whether it is valid or not. Okay. So here, what I will check, I will be checking like this. You have to put single quote again, and like every time wherever you're using this like operator, this single quote will be used, and inside that you will write your condition for pattern matching using wildcards. Alright. So first quote, okay. What I will do, I will put 1 underscore and I will write A, then percentage. I will close my condition. So what this pattern matching statement will do? It will check like my first character can be anything. Okay, my first character can be anything, but second should be A and rest of the thing doesn't matter. Which means whatever underscores you are presenting, it should be having that many numbers of characters only before or after that. Okay, let's execute it. So simply it is saying like I will comment it here, my second character should be A. Rest doesn't matter. Okay, fine. So these are the list of all the employees having second character in their name with A letter. Similarly, I'll do some changes. Let's suppose I will put 2 underscores and instead of A, I will change it with S, which means at starting there should be 2 characters, like the number of characters should be defined and it is defined by this underscores, right? It should be 2 only. Then after these 2 characters, it should be S and rest of the things doesn't matter. Correct? So yeah, I'm having this employee fulfilling my condition that I have written. Okay. One last example that we will be going with is fine. So this time I will write it like this, percentage AR again percentage. So what do you guys think? What will happen if I'll go in this format? So it is saying starting doesn't matter, ending doesn't matter, but in between it should be AR. These 2 characters should be lying with my employee name. Okay, starting of the characters doesn't matter, ending characters doesn't matter, but this substring should be existing on my name of the employee. Okay, so let's see. Fine. So these are the list of all the employees fulfilling my criteria. Okay. Similarly, if I'll put O here, so let's see whether we are getting this output or not. Harold, fine. We are having 2 employees fulfilling this pattern. So this is all about the special operators between, in and like. By using these 3 operators, you can make your filtering part more flexible. It is very easy and it is making it enhanceable so that you can easily filter it out by using pattern, like by pattern matching, and in is replacing your OR logical operator, and between is very easy. It's just like checking a number whether it is lying within a range or not, including the starting as well as ending points. So that's how we deal with missing values in SQL using is null or is not null. Alright, so let's say we have pulled out customer records using select. That's great, but what if you want those records to shown up in a particular order? Like maybe you want to see customers arranged by their age or by name alphabetically, or maybe the latest one first. That's where order by comes into play. You're basically telling SQL to give the data which is served neatly and sorted. Let's take an example. Let's suppose we all know what table we are using, right? I want to order my age column. Select star from customers. I'll go with the same table again. And here, what I'll do, I'll use this clause order by, then the column that you want to order, age. Alright? Select it and then execute. You will get everything, each and everything, just your age column will be sorted. So yeah, here you can see the smallest age is 22 and it is arranged properly in a sorted way. Now one more thing to note here is this order by sorts everything by default in ascending order. But let's say if you want the same thing to be done in descending order, you have to explicitly define it here by using DESC, or you can also write the full descending word here. Okay, now you'll see just the opposite. Your 30 will come first and this 22 will come last. Done? Correct? So this is the work of order by, and here I am ordering my age column based on the numbers. Same can be applied on my name column as well, where your name will be sorted based on alphabets, right? Let's do the same thing. I'll just change the column here, column name here with this, and let's remove this descending. Like why? Because by default you will be getting A first and Z last. Correct. Amit Sharma, Priya Mehta, Ravi Kumar, Saloni. Everything is fine, right? Similarly, if you'll make it as DESC, let's see what will happen now. Then it will be everything opposite, starting with S and ending with A. It is sorted alphabetically based on alphabet orders. Now let's say what will happen. Instead of just one column, let's define more than one. Like I want to first sort my city column based on alphabets, and then in that, like let's say you want the age column to be sorted. This can also be done. The difference is, okay, just remove this name and add city first. So a group of city will be created, city as well as age. Both the columns should be sorted. Like, okay, this time I'll remove this descending. So what will happen? Let's suppose 3 customers are living in Delhi. So Delhi will come first, Mumbai will come later, and all the 3 customers based on their age in this Delhi group, they will be sorted again in ascending order, in increasing way, right? So like right now I'm having each city unique, so therefore you'll get the same result. You will get the same result. No worries in that. Why? Because see, if there is no group, let's say, so my city column will be sorted first. You can see it here, Bhutan, Delhi, Mumbai, and lastly it's unknown. So by default it is sorting my city first. But let's say if we are having more than 2 values, like let's say if my values are repeating in the city column, obviously more than one customer will be living in a particular city, right? So in that case, my age first, my city will be sorted, and lastly my age will be sorted in ascending order, starting from the lowest number to the highest number. So far we've been adding our values through inserting and making some manipulation, finding out the specific value based on the condition, right? But what happens if a customer has changed their location, or let's say a customer has entered wrong email ID? So what do you think? What could be done in this case? The entire table will be deleted, entire row will be deleted. What do you think in this case? So no worries guys, we do have that DML update command here, and using this update as well as delete, we can manipulate each record cell by cell. Let's implement this as well on SSMS again. I will take the same table. So let's say I want to update the city of Ravi to Bangalore or any city that you wish to. The query for that will be very simple. What I'll use the update command. What you want to update? I obviously want to update my customer table, right? So you have to write the name of your table, customers. Then here you have to write set, like update customer, and what you want to change, what cell you want to change, right? So set my city is equals to, let's say I'll go with, I want this city to be changed as Bangalore, where my name is Ravi. Name is equals to Ravi. So this where clause is very important because this name is the reference. It is referencing where you want to update the city column or the city cell. If you leave this field now, if you like, let's say you're not specifying any condition, so in that case, all the records of this city column will be replaced with Bangalore. Let's execute it first. Instead of name, you can take any column for referencing. Let's say you can take customer ID. If you know the customer ID of Ravi, you can mention that here. Even you can take email address. Age you cannot take because multiple customers will be having will be going with the same age, right? So you have to choose which condition you have to apply for any updation in your table. Very simple, select and execute, everything will be done. Here my Ravi Kumar is living in unknown city, right? I will make it as Bangalore. So okay, I have not added any row, therefore it's saying 0 rows affected. Let's see my table how it is looking like. I will just select this command, select start from customer. So right now you can see one row affected, which means one row is altered. It is manipulated with this command that I have just executed, right? Let's see the result now. I'll run the same command, select start from customers, and you can see Ravi Kumar is now living in Bangalore. Earlier it was unknown and now it is changed to Bangalore. Correct? Now let's say you want to update multiple columns at the same time. For that as well, it is very simple. You just need to separate it with comma. Like let's say my Ravi age is changed now. Alright. So similarly, change it as just put a comma and write whatever column you want to alter by referencing this Ravi Kumar. Correct? I will take age column should be equals to I want the age right now my Ravi age is 30, right? Make it as 40. Okay, and again rerun this statement, execute it, again select display the table, and here you can see my Ravi Kumar age is 40 now. Make sense? All right. So see how simple it is. Just by separating all the multiple columns by comma, you can manipulate more than one cell or more than one record just by referencing a proper name, let's say, or let's say customer ID, right? So what if you no longer need some data? Or maybe some customer is asking you to delete their information, or maybe some entries were mistakenly entered there. So in that case, again, do not worry. We do have that delete command in my DML category. I will use that in order to remove my entire row. Let's do that. So my structure will be I will use delete command from. You have to mention the table over which you want this operation to be done. Delete from customer table, this one. Now again you have to give a reference to which row you want to delete, right? So using where clause, again I will choose name column where my name is equals to, I delete the record of Saloni from my table, right? So this where clause is very important. I'll let you know why, but before let's execute it. Done. Again print the table, display the table. So yeah, you can see that row, the entire row is deleted, referencing my name column instead of this name column. Again, you can use customer ID, anything which is appropriate, which will exactly go with the condition. What will happen if you just miss this where clause or this condition? You're just writing it like this. Delete from customer. So here is a must warning that you should remember. If you select this and execute it, entire row will be deleted. Like whatever rows you are having, right now I'm having 3 rows. All these 3 rows will be deleted. So make sure to give a reference, that where clause. You have to specify where and what you want to delete. Correct? So make sure you're not running this, otherwise you will lost all the data. Your table will be empty. You will be obviously be having the structure, customer ID, name column, email column, city, age. These columns will be preserved, but the data that these columns are having, the records which is stored inside this, will be lost. Understood? Now the next word that we will be discussing about is, let's imagine I'm having a proper customer table, and in that table I'm having more than 100 rows. Why? Because my customers are in thousand, in lakhs, any number can be there in my table, right? So in that I'm having city column, and more than one customer will be living in one city, right? Now my question is, I just want to get to know all the cities and from where I'm getting the orders. So in that case, obviously my city column is having duplicate values, multiple cities, right? If you want to filter it out and only want one city, for that purpose only, we have one term that is distinct. Let's see how to use that practically. Very simple. You just need to use select, and before the column name, you can just use the word distant. And this distant will filter out all the duplicate records and will only give, it is not deleting anything from your table structure. Getting my point? It will just return you a filtered column with all unique cities. Okay. So here I'll go with city column from customer table. All right. So fine, let's execute it now. So yeah, Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai. These are the unique cities that I'm having, like from where I'm getting the orders, right? So now sometimes you don't want to see the entire table, just the first few rows to get a quick look at the data. In SQL Server, we use top for that. Let's say you want to see just the first 5 customer records. So for that, it's very simple. You just need to write select command, then use this top keyword along with the top records that you want. Let's say 8, we want the top 8 customers along with all the detail. So you can see the command over here. I have written select top 8, then star from customer table. Here star is indicating that I want each and every detail from my customer table. Similarly, the next command you can see select top 7, and here what I'm doing, like what I will do here, I will be selecting the top 7 entire thing, like each detail, then I will order by date so that you will get each and every customers or the detail of customers in order, like it will be ordered by an age manner. You will be getting the older one first and then it will be like the younger one, like we will be getting the 7 top customers in that way. We make some spaces here. Okay, so it will be alter, then you have to write table and its name, the table that you want to alter. Okay, customer, this is what my table is, right? Alter table customer, then you want to add a column, right? So we can use with, you can go with add keyword, then write the column name, then its data type. You also have to define, like if you're adding some columns, so obviously you'll go with the column name and its data type, right? So gender, obviously you'll go with female or male, and its data type will be varchar, correct? Varchar 10 will be enough, right? Okay, so I guess everything is fine. We can execute it. Let's see what will happen. Yeah, so my command is completed, but what do you think? A column will be created, right? But what in that column will be? So your newly created column will be filled with null values. I'll show you that. Again, we will write select statement, select star from customer. So see, yeah. So your gender column, all the records are filled with null values. So you can remove this null values by using update command. You can update each record by giving a name or by using customer ID as reference. Or if you'll go with some default, like you can edit all the rows using set gender is equals to unknown, or let's say default. So each record will be done with that. Otherwise, you need to refer each and every column, each and every record, and then you can mention it as female or male. Up to you. So later you realize my next scenario is, let's suppose my name column was defined with varchar 100 or 50. I'm not sure, but yeah. So now what I want here is, it should be increased to 200. I want to write longer names. So in this case, very simple. I can go with, the structure will be same. I will use alter command, alter table, everything is same. Customer. Then you have to write alter again, because you want to alter an existing table, correct? You want to make some changes on an existing table. Therefore, I'm using this alter command again to make the changes over that. Alter, then the column name that you want to alter, which is name, correct? Making some sense to you? So alter table customer, again alter column, which is name, and you want to change the data type, right? So mention the data type with whatever changes you want to be here. Like let's say instead of varchar, you want to make it as char or nvarchar. Up to you, you can write that here and just change it to, let's say, 200 and execute it. So commands completed successfully, which means my, like I'm having more size so that I can store longer names in my name column. Again, let's say later you realize this gender column is no more needed. It is unnecessary, making your table more expanded, and it is storing more data, like it is storing more memory in your drive. So I just want to remove this column. I want to delete this column, the entire column. So in that case, again, as we are dealing with the structure of my table, so I will again use a DDL command, that is drop. Instead of delete, like delete is used to delete row, each row based on condition, but this drop is used to drop the entire table or column, up to you. So this time I'll go with dropping a column, right? So how we can go with this is simple. Again, alter command, table along with the table name. Then go with drop. It is a DDL command. We are right now discussing DDL command dealing with the structure, the definition of the table, right? Drop, then column, and the column name that you want to delete, that is gender. So it will again remove the entire column. That column will be gone. It's executed. I guess everything is fine here. Correct. Success, acknowledgement. Again, use select command and to see whether that column is existing right now or not. Select star from customers, right? So yeah, that gender column is no more existing here and that is deleted. So here I'll go with this. So guys, right now we are done with alter. Update is also done. Delete is also done. And again, drop, we also know about this drop as well. But these three are very important. Delete, truncate and drop. So before going with this truncate, I'll let you know what this truncate command is. What this truncate will do, it will preserve the structure. It will preserve the structure of your table, but it will remove all the records, all the rows that you are having in that table, right? So your columns will be preserved, the data types, the constraints that you have applied over the columns, everything will be fine. Just the records, it will just make your shelf empty. The cupboard that you are using for storing your clothes or for storing your stuff, it will just clean that so that you can refill your different things, different stuffs. All right, so that is what the difference is. Let me take you to a different table. I'll make it more clear. So you can see here, it is an image where this is explaining about delete, this is about drop and truncate. So this delete is like it will delete row. Like row wise, this operation will be done where you have to use where clause to define the condition, to define the case. Correct? So this delete works row wise. Whereas this truncate will remove all the rows that is existing on your table, preserving the structure. My structure is preserved. Everything is same. I'm having name column, class column, ID column, everything will be there. Just the records that is existing on that column will be gone. And again, drop will clear out everything. It will remove everything. Everything will be, destroyed. It will be deleted. Each and everything, like the constraints, the data types, the columns, the rows, each and everything will be gone. So fine, let's go with truncate. Then I'll go with dropping the table that we have created here. Okay. So the command for using truncate is very simple. You just do not have to add any condition or something. It will be just 3 words: truncate, then the table and a table name. Truncate, table, table name. This is what the syntax will be like. Okay. Truncate, table, then the table name is customer, right? Execute it. So yeah, command completed successfully. And I will now show you the table, which will be having no records, 0 records, but you can still be able to see the columns that it is having, right? Select star from customers. Okay. So yeah, everything is gone, everything is deleted, everything is dropped. Just your table structure is here, which is customer ID, name, email, city, age, and amount column. Correct? So guys, now the thing is like we don't need that table anymore. We want to delete that table so that I can make some space in my database and add some different tables over that, new contents, new topics. All right. So in that case, I want the entire table to be deleted. No existence of that table should be there on my database. Everything should be removed. In that case, as we have discussed, we do have that third DDL command, drop, which will remove everything. I will use that and I will show you how to delete the structure of the entire table. Everything will be removed with that. Correct? So we have to go with drop. Simple as just we have used this truncate table and customer name now. Instead of this truncate, I will go with drop and it will be executed. So drop table and the table name that you want to drop. Simple, right? Customer and execute it. Now it is done. Acknowledgement of commands completed successfully. Now let's rerun the same statement of select star from customer. Let's see what we will get now. So here it is throwing you an error, which means this customer invalid object name customer, which means this SSMS is not able to recognize what this customer is because this customer is no more existing. Correct? In this way, I have deleted the existing of this customer table. Now, what I'll do here is I'll recreate the table so that we can work further. So guys, you can see the table structure here, having customer ID, name, email, city and age along with amount column. And after that, the values that I will be inserting is same. And these are the value with which you can go with. These are the rows actually. So firstly, I'll create this table, execute. My table is created and you can check that here in your database folder. Expand this database folder, expand your ever database. Like why? Because in this ever database itself, this table will be created, right? So it check this ever database table and here there is a folder of a table. If you'll check this, okay, it is expanding. Yeah, you got it, right? Here I have created this customer table which is showing you here, this one. Fine. Now we have to add the rows, the values. And for that, I will just select it and insert everything in my table. Yeah. So you can see 20 rows affected, which means 20 rows are added in my existing table. Correct? So let's move further to the next topic, that is grouping. Let me take you to the sliders. So here you can see I'm having one table, which is one table is all about title of books, genre, and then its price. What I'm doing here is I'm having all the books here and their corresponding and their respective genre. Now I'm doing this group by using this genre column, which means each genre will be here. And what I want, like let's say I have taken this adventure genre. So what is the average price? This is what it is saying. This is what group by will help you. I have taken all the genre, like I want to see what is the average price of each genre, right? So here is the list of genres and their average price with the help of group by clause. But before executing this, I want to take you through certain common aggregate functions that we will be using along with group by. Why? Because it is only supported when you are grouping something. You will use aggregate function, you will apply that aggregate function on a certain column, then you will be grouping your structure. Correct? So you can go with count. This function will obviously count the number of contents, the number of rows, like how many customers you have. Then it is your sum. Sum is like it will add the value, total of all customers each. You can take it as an example. Next is average. Obviously, the formula of average will be applied over a certain column. Next is minimum. The minimum value will be extracted. And lastly, the maximum value will be extracted. And using all these aggregate function, we can execute the concept of group by. So let's go with that. I will take you to my SSMS again and will execute. So I will be starting with something very simple, very easy. What I'll do, just see the structure first, then I'll explain you the things that is being executed. Select. I will go with, I want to select city. Then I will put a comma. And I will use count function, which will count up my rows, the number of rows. And which row I want to count, that is, let's say customer ID. All right. I want to count customer ID. Okay. Now I will give it an alias. What an alias is? It will be having a nickname. If you'll not give this aggregation a name, that will be shown it as no column name assigned. So instead of that, I will give a alias name, and for that, we will use as an alias name will be assigned, and whatever name you want to give, it is up to it is like a variable. I will name it as total customers. Now, from which table you want to select? From customer table itself. All right. So I guess here this ID is wrong. If I'll remove it, yeah, it is fine. Customer ID. From customer. Now what I want here is, I will be using that group by clause. Group, let's make it in caps lock. Group by clause. And what I want to group, I want to group this city column. The city column will be grouped. Now what I'll get in my result? Each city I'll be having and the count of customers who's living in that city. A summary in seconds. Let's execute it first. Right. So here you can see Bangalore with 4 customers, Chennai with 2 customers, Delhi with 6 customers. So what it is doing, it is first grouping out my city. This statement is grouping my city column. Okay. Each city is occurring here. once, like single time, and then in that city itself, the second column that you have created is an aggregated column by using an aggregate function. I am counting my customer ID, and based on that, you are getting this result. This is a summary like who is living it, how many customers are living in which city. Yeah, in seconds. Everything you're getting in seconds by using, like, this is just 3 lines, correct? So let's increase the complexity. Let's try something different. Let's extract something different. Now let's say you want to calculate the average age of customers city wise, like in each city, what is the average age of your customer who's purchasing the products from your store, correct? So for that, everything will be same. I will be going with the same structure. I will copy and paste it here. Okay, I have selected city. That works great. Here, what I will do, instead of this customer ID, I will calculate the average age of my customers, correct? And for that, I will use average, AVJ, the aggregate function for calculating the average. And I will pass my age column. Okay. Age column is passed here, and you can change the alias as well. Average age, let's make it like that. Yeah. Everything is same. Now select and execute it. So what is here? Like you are getting the average age city wise. Like what is the average age in Bangalore, Chennai it's 29, in Delhi it's 30, Kolkata 31. So the flow is like I will be getting all my city list first. Then in that city, I will see what is the age, correct? What is the age of my customer? Then using this aggregate function, average will be calculated and that will be inserted here with the corresponding with the respective location. Now, let's try something more different. Like let's try a different example. Now, let's say you only want to count the customers whose age is greater than 25 or 30, let's say, in each city. Now, you want to count the number of customers whose age is greater than 25 city wise, location wise. So, for that, let's see the structure. I will go with select city, I will be selecting, and then obviously I want the count of the customers, right? So, I will go with count aggregate function, count, and I will be going with star. What this star is, this will consider all the rows including null as well. But if you'll specify something inside the braces, it will ignore your null values. It will ignore your null records. Getting my point? So yeah, this star will also count including null records as well as the records which is filled. So I'm going with select city, count, and again let's give an alias name to this result. Okay, as total customers. Then from which table you're selecting, that is customer table itself, right? Now, what you want to include? You just want to include your customers whose age is greater than 25, right? So write the condition for that. I will be going with where clause, which will filter out only like this where clause will only keep the customers whose age is greater than 25, where age is greater than 25, correct? Now I will be doing my grouping. See the flow. First, I will be selecting the columns to be displayed. Then I will apply the filter that you want over the table. Then on the resulting table, I'll do the grouping. My grouping will be done based on city-wise simple group by city. Correct? Let's execute it. Yeah. So here we're getting in Bangalore, there are 4 customers whose age is greater than 25. Same goes with Chennai. Same goes with Delhi. Let's change this condition and let's make it as 30 now. Alright. So here I'm only having 4 locations, that is Bangalore, Chennai, Delhi and Kolkata, whose customers' age is greater than 25. 30. It is 30 now. So it is working fine. Let's do one more example to get better clarity. This time I have included where clause, right? I will also include order by in this structure. Let's see the condition first. Okay, so we are getting this output, right? Now, one more condition that I'm applying here is I want this column to be sorted in ascending or let's say descending order, up to you. So obviously, after writing all of these structure, I will apply my order by clause, ORDER, order by. Then you have to specify the aggregate, or you have to specify the column name, the alias here, correct? I will copy it and paste it over here. That is total customers. And let's say I want this to be executed in descending order. Let's see whether we are getting the result in 3, 3, 2, 1 or not. Correct. Working perfect. Everything is right. Going in a flow. Right? Greater than, like again, I will use the same this thing. You can go with it. I've just applied here and I will write one condition which is greater than 1. So if you'll read it, you will get a sense here. First, I'm selecting the city. Then I'm counting all the customers belonging in each city by using this group by statement, right? And after this, having count greater than 1, which means this will again filter out this resultant, the resultant that we are getting here, and it will only include those cities where this count will be greater than 1. So if you'll have a look here, all the customers, okay, let me execute it again. So yeah, all the customers are greater than 1, correct? The count is greater than 1. So let's make it as 3 this time so that we can see the actual filtering here. Done. So it's just your Bangalore, Delhi and Mumbai, in which the count is greater than 3. True? Let's execute further. Now my condition is, let's filter customer who are older than 25. Then group them city wise and finally show only the cities that is having more than 2 customers or 3 customers, up to you. Again, I'm repeating my question or the scenario that I have created. Let's filter the customer who are older than 25. Then group them city wise and only include those cities where count is greater than 1 for customers. Alright, let's do with that. So I'm just including the same structure here. Okay, so what I will do, I will just remove everything. Why? Because the structure is same. I'll remove this group by clause first, this as well, having as well. Okay, select city, then count of customers, and again this is the alias that I'm giving to this resultant column from customer people. Now what I will do, I have to filter out the customer whose age is greater than 25, right? So for this, first I will use where clause, where my age is greater than 25. This will first make my table filtered where the customer age will only be greater than 25. Even 25 will also be not included. It is not correct. Now, what I will do? I will, like after this filtered table, I will create my grouped structure. Like I will group all the cities, right? So write a structure for that, write a command for that, group by city. Let's see the structure, let's see the output that we will be getting. Correct. Bangalore, I guess we all know this. After this, I only want to include those cities. I want to know those cities where customers are greater than 3, right? So here I can go with having count greater than 3. So it is like, now read the structure, go with the structure. I'm selecting city, then counting everything and including the customers whose age is greater than 25, correct? And after that, this will group everything. Now after this grouped output that we are getting here, I will only include the cities where count is greater than 3. Let's execute it. So I guess this Kolkata will be removed as well as this Chennai will also be removed. And right now I'm only getting 3 output, that is Bangalore, Delhi and Mumbai. Got it? Correct? So just remember the flow. This is very important. Whenever you are writing a query, you should be familiar with the flow. First will be a select statement, like whatever you want to select. Then filter, that is where clause, like whatever you want to filter. And then let's say if you want to group them, then after this where clause itself, your group by will come. And lastly, you will use having. Like after group by only, you will be going with having. Now what's the difference between where and having? Let's go with that quickly. It's just 1 or 2 points. So you can see once again what this having clause is. This having clause is used with group by clause. This pair is must. Like after group by only, I will be going with having. It is a pair. It is a combo. After group by, you will use, and like if it is necessary to apply, I will be going with having to filter groups based on aggregate conditions. Now what is the difference? Where clause will filter before grouping, whereas having will filter out the grouped data. The grouped structure that you have created, that will be filtered out using having. Correct? So now let's talk about something very important, very crucial, that is foreign key. You may be wondering like, why do we even need it? We know all the constraints like primary key, check, default, unique, but we were only left with this particular foreign key, and I told you that I will show you by executing, correct? And if you remember, what was its task is to link two different tables via some common column, correct? So let's go through a situation. Let's say you are working in an institute, you're running an institute, and in that institute, let's say students are enrolling in multiple courses. That can be one or even more than one, right? So you will be having one details for all the students. You will be having a list of students, and on the other side you will also be having a list for courses or the materials that you are providing to those students, right? So now how we will be linking these two information together, like which student has enrolled in which course, how you will create this link. All right, now think of it like in this way. You are having one master list of course that you are providing. That course list is containing course IDs, names, information about that, like what will be the concern of this particular course. On the other hand, you are having the course, you are having the student table, which is dealing with all the information of a student, like where it is living, what is their phone number, email IDs, their registration IDs, correct? But right now your concern is like, let's say I'm entering one student's record, and the course that I am assigning to that student, whether it is right or wrong. So it should be matching with the course table, right? It should be having the connection so that no error will be generated. You're not assigning a course, like you should be making sure that the course that you are assigning to a student, that is a valid course, not some typo, not some random values, right? So for making this rule, for executing this constraint over here, I will go with foreign key. So for that, I need two different tables. One will be the course one and the second will be the student table, right? So first let's create my course table here. So this is the structure of my course table. It is having course ID, course name, and duration in months. Like what is the duration that is required to complete that course, correct? Let's create this table, then later I will insert some values into it, correct, which means it is done. Next, let's insert some values. So I'm entering 3 records, 3 rows in each column: course ID, course name, and duration months. And your values are like this. Let's execute it. Yeah, done. Let's see the table now. Select star from customer. Sorry, it's course now. Correct. Done. So this is the result that you are getting here. Now, what I will do, I will go with my student table, the structure of my student table, right? So guys, create table students and everything is same, like simple. Student ID, which is my primary key, which will recognize each column, each row, correct? Then my full name, age, course ID. But what I will do lastly here, I have to make the link, right? And that link should be highlighted here in my create statement itself, create table statement itself. That linkage should be provided. For that, just pay attention to the syntax that I will be going with. I will write foreign key. Now, here you have to mention the common column in both the tables. If you'll check course ID in student table and again course ID in course table. These are the two common column, right? And over this column, we can mention our foreign key. This will be my reference. This will create a relationship among those tables. All right. So here my foreign key with course ID, you have to mention the column name itself, course ID. Then you have to put it reference. So this references is indicating that to which column of which table you want to link this column to with. Alright. So this reference is asking you to highlight the table as well as its column to which you want this relationship to be established. I will mention it like the courses table. Then the column will be same, course ID, right? Correct. And here you can close your create table statement, create table query. Once again, going with this, I'm having student ID column, full name column, age column, and course ID column. This course ID column is existing in both the tables, and I want to link these two tables, right? So for this linking, I will make this course ID as foreign key. this course ID column in this student table will be my foreign key, which is referencing my course table. And which column? Course ID column of course table. Alright. So yeah, this course ID column is my foreign key, and here we have written the query for that. Let's execute it now. Command completed successfully, right? Now let's insert few values into this table. So I will be inserting these values, right? Which means 5 rows are inserted. Let's see my table finally, how it is looking right now. Correct? Yeah. So this is what I'm getting as my student table. Now let's see how this foreign key is working behind the scene. The thing is, like, all these records are valid because these course IDs are already existing in my course table. Correct? In my course table, these IDs are already existing. Now let's violate the foreign key here constraint by entering some invalid value. How? Okay, I will try to insert a student who's trying to enroll in a course which is not even existing in my institution. Alright, and let's see what will happen in this case. I will go with insert into the table name, that is students, and column you have to define here like student ID, then full name, age, finally course ID, right? And the values will be first student ID, let's take it as 6. Again, it should be unique. It should not match with the existing IDs because my student ID is my primary key, and you all know the rule for primary key. It should not be null as well as it should be unique, right? So I'll go with 6. You can give any name. It can be anything. Let's say Kunal. Then I'll go with the age as 22. Then I'm entering a course ID, which is, let's say, 999. Makes sense? And this 999 course ID is not existing in my course table. And I'm trying to insert this value. Let's see the magic. Let's see what happens now. Okay. So the insert statement conflicts with the foreign key constraints. I guess you got your answer, right? Here, my foreign key is guiding the insertion of invalid value in my table. This is what this relationship is making this happen. Alright. So what are the benefits of using this foreign key? What are the key roles? First thing is, it is ensuring data consistency. It is preventing invalid or orphan records to be placed inside my table. What do we mean by orphan records? Whose relation is not existing in other tables. The value which is not existing in the related tables. This is what an orphan record is. Orphan record with no parent value. Alright. Next is, it helps us to create real relationship between the tables. Alright guys, so now I will take you to the next point, that is concept of joins. Now, this topic is very crucial because once you'll practically start dealing with some databases, tables and all, you'll face such scenarios frequently in your life. Now, what the scenario is, let's say I'm having two tables. Two tables, like one is of employee and the second one is of department. My employee table contains each detail, each information of an employee, like their age, their name, their salary, and where they are living. Now my next table, that is department, it is storing the information of a particular department. Department in the sense department ID, department name, where the department is situated, let's say who's the manager of that department, and where the headquarter is of that particular department. And yes, ideally this is the proper way of storing your data. We cannot store all the information together in one table, right? We need to separate them, we need to segregate them in order to preserve the simplicity. Otherwise, it will be very complex. Earlier, we were taking the example of student and course. So it's not like a student has enrolled in a course and we will store the information of that course in the same table. This is not an ideal approach. This is a wrong way. And we have to preserve the simplicity. So therefore, we create two different tables. There will be, as I have told you earlier, there will be one reference column, reference key, with which we will be fetching the details from another table. Alright. So here, my scenario is like I'm having two tables, employee and department, as I have already told you. Let's suppose, to your presenter, I want to present the details of an employee as well as the details of their department. Okay, now let's say I want to display the manager of a particular employee or where the headquarter is of that particular department. So these two informations are stored in a different table, two different table, correct? What we need to do, we need to bring them together, present it on your console, and yeah, that is what your result will be. That is what your output will be. So for that reason only, we do have this concept of joins. From the term itself, it will be clear, like we will be joining two different tables. We will make a result by joining the data which is presented on a different location, different tables. All right. So yeah, what join is, I guess you all know. Here we are having four types of joins: inner join, left join, right join, and full join. One by one, we will go with all the types and see what is the difference. Okay. And for this concept itself, I have created the table. You can see my SSMS here. It is having department table first. The second table is employees table. Let's see the details that I'm having here. My department table is containing department ID of a particular department, department name, their manager, like who's the manager of that particular department. Next is headquarter, like where is the headquarter of the department in which, let's say, an employee is working. All right. Now, next table that we are having is employees. This employee table obviously contains some details. Obviously, it is not all the details that company must need. It is just a sample values that we have taken, sample rows. Like employee ID, that is must. Employee name, obviously. Age, department ID. We can also add their salary, their location where they're living, phone numbers and all. These are all the details that can be stored, but I'm just making it simple so that we'll not get complex results. All right. Obviously, I have also applied the concept of foreign key that I have just discussed, right? Here, my foreign key is department ID, which is the primary key on my department table, which means this department ID is referencing department ID of departments table, right? Now, let me insert the values in these two tables, but before inserting the values, I guess I need to execute it so that my table will be created. So, firstly, I'm executing departments table. Done. All right. Next is employees table. All right. So, okay. Let me bring the values. I will paste the values here for each of the table. So these are the values that I will be inserting on my departments table. Department ID, department name, manager name, and headquarter respectively. You can see the values for each of them. I will select all the records. I'm inserting 5 records in my table, selecting it and execute. All right. Done. 5 rows are inserted and we can see that by using select statement. Let me see the table. Select star from departments, right? Correct. Select it and we can execute it. The shortcut for execution is Ctrl+E. You can go with that. Otherwise, this works, you all know, right? So Ctrl+E will also work for execution. All right. So this is what my department table is right now. Next, the values that we will be inserting on my employee table. Let's do that here. Okay. Here I'm inserting 7 records, 7 rows of an employee. Let's see. Employee ID will be like this: 101, 102, 103. Employee name, age, and department ID. Correct. Here I have also given some null records so that, like in the concept of joins, we will try to understand what this null will do. Okay, so as of now, just ignore this and take it as a value which is getting inserted in my table, which will show null, which means nothing has been filled in that employee table. All right. So select it and let me execute. Okay. So the thing is, like, I'm getting an error, insert statement conflicted with foreign key constraint. Why this is happening? Again, if you'll pay attention on this record 107, which is having department ID 99. Correct. But no such department is situated. There is no department ID having value as 99. Correct. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the only department IDs, which means, as you know, this department ID is my foreign key, primary key on my department table, and this is my foreign key. Department key is a foreign key on my employee table, right? So therefore, this is making the issue, which means we are trying to insert a value which is invalid, and therefore I'm getting an error. Again, the concept of foreign key that we have implemented here, correct? So what I will do, I will just ignore this record and will try to insert the above one starting from 101 to 106. Okay, this comma is also selected. Let me remove this. Okay, I'll just delete this row as well, and comma also. You have to deal with that. Okay, execute, done, which means 6 rows are inserted. Now let me print the table as well. For employee, select star from employee, right? Select, execute. So yeah, finally this is my employee table and this is my department table. Now I will start with each joins, the types of join. So the very first join is inner join, and you can see what will happen in inner join. Let's suppose I'm having left table and right table. Now we are trying to join those table together. So obviously both of the table are having different values, and the reference ID, the reference column that I'm having, some will be present in my left table and some will not be presented on my right table, correct? So what this inner join will do, it will just pick the common records. Like whatever reference column I'm having, the common column which is present in both the table, it will just take the common records which is present in both the tables, left table as well as right table. Here is the figure for that. You can see here, right? So this is what my inner join is. Only common record will be taken, correct? This portion will be selected from left table and right table. Alright. Now, how we will be actually writing the statement for that, the syntax for creating join and displaying it. Let's go through that first. Then we will see what are the common values in both the tables and we'll just justify it. So I will do something. I will bring these two commands together and we'll see the table structure first. Okay. So this is my employee ID where employee 106, 106, which is Simran Kaur, is not assigned with any department. We can assume it like she's a fresher or she's a new joinee, right? So therefore she's not having any department. The department is not assigned to her. Similarly, if I'll check here, here is all the department IDs starting from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, correct? So obviously these are all the departments that company is working with. Now, what this inner join will do, first let's see the syntax of that. So now my case is like, let's suppose you want to present the information of employee, like by going with their name, employee name, their department, like in which department they are working, department name, then their manager name, as well as the headquarter of that particular department. You want to bring these information together and present it as an output. Okay, so I will be writing a SQL query for that. Let's go through that first. Alright, so firstly, I will be starting with my select statement, like which columns you want to select. Alright, so let's go with that. Select. Then you have to write the columns, which means I will be going with employee name first, EMP, employee name, comma, department name, which is dept name. See, employee name is present in employee table and my department name is present in my department table. So whatever column you want to select should be presented, like should be listed in this select statement. Alright. So here I have taken employee name, department name. What I can take next is, let's go with manager name as well. Manager name, and lastly I'll go with headquarter. Like where is the headquarter of that particular department, correct? Alright. Now, what I will be doing here is, I will take a single table, like let's say I'll go with the left table. I'm considering my employee table as my left one. I'm taking my employee table as my left one. So I will write from employee. Like right now I will be just going with a single table, that is employee, let's say. Alright. And then I will give an alias to this table, that is any alias you can give. You can use as, or directly writing it as E will also be considered as its alias, which means I'm calling my employees table by E, like small e or capital E, up to you. Okay. So here I have written, I want to select employee name, department name, manager name, headquarter from employees, and the alias that I will be using for employees is E, correct? Now, this employees will only be taking out my employee name column. But what about rest of these column? department name, manager name, and headquarter. These columns are situated in your department table and we need to link them together, correct? So here I will be using a keyword, the term that is join, or let's say inner join. See, join and inner join both are same. Join will also be picking up the common values, or even if you write inner join, both are same. Alright, so here I will be writing inner join for more making it clear. For making it clear, I'm using inner join, or let me make it in caps lock so that it will be highlighted. Inner join. Then with which table you want to join this employee's information? Department, right? So write the second table name. This time I will be writing my second table name. Department, correct? Again, you have to give an alias to this department table as well, and this time I'll go with D, small d. Any alias you can give, it is up to you. Why we are giving this alias? Like instead of writing the full table name, I will be just calling it, referencing it with a small d. Why? Because this E and D will be used. How? Okay, I'll go through that. So this is the structure as of now. I'm selecting employee name, department name, manager name, and headquarter, right? From employees table as well as departments table. But before these columns, I need to mention from which table these columns are coming from. Getting my point? I have to clarify that employee name column belongs to this employees table, department name column belongs to department table. So how we will clarify that? Simple. That is why we have used this E and D, the alias. So here, before the column name, I will mention E dot, which means employees dot emp name. Table will be employees and column is employee name. Similarly, this department name is present in which table? Departments, right? And the alias for department is D, correct? So I will write small d dot department name. Similarly, manager name, D dot manager name. Headquarter is also present in my department table. So D dot headquarter. Understood? So therefore, like instead of using E and D, you can also write the full name like employees dot emp name, department dot department name, correct? Similarly, department dot manager name. But instead of writing the full table spelling, the full table name, therefore I'm going with a single letter so that we don't need to write much. Therefore, I have used this E and D, which is referencing my tables. Alright, so yeah. This is the structure first of all, like everything is listed, the columns that we will be choosing, from which table these columns are coming from, alright, and inner join department. But here is one more thing that we have to specify, that we have to highlight, the reference column, the common column, and on that column itself this join will be merged. I'll show you how. So here I will be specifying the common column which is present in both the table, that is department ID. How to present that? I will be going with again a word that is on. Now you have to write like this: E dot department ID is equals to D dot department ID. So okay, let's go again with all the statements that we have written. So this is the line where I'm selecting all the columns that I want to display, right? And here I'm highlighting those two tables. That is, I want to select employee name, department name, manager name, headquarter from employees E joined with departments D, which means I'm joining my employees table as well as departments table. Then only I'll get these columns. Now, this joining needs a base. A base in the sense a common column. And that common column is my department ID, which is present in both the tables. And therefore, this join will be done upon a base. Therefore, I'm using this on word, on keyword, and here I'm signifying that I'm taking my department ID from employees table and the department ID from departments table, which like both of them are equal, right? Both of them are equal. Therefore, I'm taking my employees department ID, which is equals to departments department ID. All right. So yeah, this is the overall structure. We will do some more questions so that it will get more clear to you. You will get the structure, you'll get the statement, you will understand it properly. All right. So simple. I will be selecting this. And again, I'm highlighting only the common records will be taken. First, let me execute and then we'll see what is taken and what is discarded. Fine. So here I'm getting these records. Now, let me compare with the select statements as well. Like I'll display everything. So this is my employee table, this is my department table, and let's see what this inner join is doing, what records are taken. So if I'll go with the information, I guess I'm getting all the records. So as this department ID is my common column, so the common records which is getting matched with the department ID of department tables will only be taken. So let's see, I'm having 3, 2, 1, 4 and 3, which means I'm having 1, 2, 3 and 4 department IDs. So in my resultant table, I'm only getting the records of the department IDs where it is 1, 2, 3 and 4. You can see this 5 is discarded because none of the employees belongs to this 5th department, department number 5. Similarly, this Simran call is also discarded. She is also not there in my resultant table because she is not belonging to any department. Correct? So this will only be taking, my resultant table will only be having the common values, which is I'm having common column and both the column having the same records will only be taken in my resultant output. So this is all about my inner join, which means only the common records which is present in both the tables from that common column will only be taken, which is department ID. Now, moving next with the upcoming joins, upcoming type of joins. Let's go with that. So my next type is left join. What this left join will do, you can see the figure again. It will consider all the values. All the values will be taken on my resultant output, my resultant table. Whatever you will take it as left table, let's say my employee is my left table and department is my right table. So all the employees will be listed. Even those will also be coming on your resultant who's not assigned with any department. Alright. Structure will be seen. Everything will be same. The query will be same. Just instead of using that inner join or join, I will be writing left join. Let's see and let's execute it. Again, I will not change anything here. Instead of this word itself, just a single word will be changed, that is inner. Instead of inner, I will go with left. L-E-F-T. I will go with left join. Let's do one thing. I will also include my employee ID as well as department ID so that we'll get more clarity over this. How to include that? Simple. My employee ID will be present in my employee table. So I will reference it as e.empid. Correct? You have to put a comma first. I also want to include department ID as well. So after, before this department name, I will go with department ID. So referencing with d.dept ID. Alright. And again put a comma. Alright. I guess everything is fine now. It doesn't matter whether my referencing is in caps lock or whether I'm using uppercase or lowercase because my SQL server or it is not case sensitive. Even if you use capital E or small e, both will work. It's fine. It is not case sensitive. It will take everything as same. But let me make it as small e so that my format will be preserved. Alright. So it's fine now. What I have done here, everything is same, which means my left table will be employees. All the records from my employee table will be included. All the employees will be listed. But only the matching records from my right table will be taken. Let's see the output. Executing it. So you can see, right. This time my Simran core is also included in my resultant output. Why? Because I'm using left join, which means all the records from my left table will be presented irrespective of my right table. Whether it is having some extra rows, that will not be considered. Only my left records will be taken. And therefore, the Simran call is existing in this current table. And every record, every information, department name, as she is not assigned with any department, therefore each information you are getting it as null. There is no department ID, there is no department name, no manager, no headquarter. Alright, makes sense. It is practically, logically correct, right? Now, this is all about left join. Similarly, my right join is also the same thing, just all the records of my right table will be taken inside my output result. Okay, let me take you through this again. So see the diagram, guys. This is my right join and left join. Left join, all the values from left table will be taken and the matching values from the right table will be taken. Similarly, from my right join, all the records all the values from my right table will be taken and only the matching values from my left table will be taken. Okay, so simply you just need to change this left to right and you will get your result. So this time you can see this department. Okay, let's execute it first and let's predict what will be inside my resultant output first. So my right table is department, correct? My right table is department. Whatever is written first, like from employees, my employee table is written first, which means my employee is my left table. And whatever is written second will be considered as your right table. Alright. So here my department is my right table and it is having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 departments. Correct? But this fifth department is not assigned to anyone. Correct? If you'll check this, there is no existence of 5 department. So for employee name and employee ID, that will be having null record. It will be listed as null in your output statement. Okay, I'll show you, I'll prove it here. So instead of left, I will write this word, right join, select it, and everything is same. The columns are same, the base columns are also same. Execute it. So yeah, as I have told you, all the records from my right table will be taken starting from 1 to 5, but as this fifth department is not having any employee, so it is listed as null. Correct? Now going with the last type, that is full join, in which irrespective of the common or matching values, I will take everything, every record, each and every record from my right table, from my left table will be merged together wherever you feel like. If let's say some department is not having any employee, so that will be null. And similarly, if an employee is not having any department, so that records will be null. Everything will merge together and you will get the output on your screen. So this is all about full join where each and every record will be listed. So simple, you just need to change this from full join. Like full join is also termed as full outer join, and therefore here we will be writing it as full outer join. Full outer join. Select and execute. So you can see the output. Simran Kaur, she was not assigned with any department, so therefore all the information is null. Similarly, my department 5 was not having any employee, and therefore employee information is null here. Correct? If you'll also include age column, salary column, whatever columns you are having in employees table, that will be having null in each column. Alright, so this is all about dealing with joins. Once you will deal with some problems now where you want to bring the information. Same goes with some other scenarios. You can take it as course student table, customer and orders table. Same happens. You will be merging your table based on the common or reference column and you will get the result on your output screen. So as we now know the basics of joins, let's do some question by implementing the concepts that we have learned so far. That is order by, group by, where clause. We'll include everything with join as well. So I'm having one question. See it here on my screen. So you have to display, you have to calculate the total employees per department. Only age should be greater than 30 and sorted by count in descending order. This is what my problem statement is. So basically in layman terms, you have to display the total employees in each department whose age is greater than 30 and that count should be in descending order. It should be sorted in descending order. Let's write a query for that. My query will be like, okay, first you have to decide what will be presented on your output structure, what columns you want to present. So for that, I will be going with department name obviously. So my structure will be like one column will be the list of department and the second column will be the list of count. Correct? So I will be including 2 columns, right? So write it like select. Now what you want to select? I want to select department name and obviously I'll give a alias to department name. So therefore I will go with d.dept name, department name, correct? Here you're getting error, but it will be resolved later once you will mention the table name. Alright. Now, next what you will be including? I want to count the employees, right? So for that, I will go it like count. I will use aggregate function count and this count will be having, it will count the number of employees, okay? Which means e dot employee ID, emp ID I'll go with. So again, I will use E for referencing my employees table. Therefore, I have included E here. Correct? You can also give an alias name to the resultant column, like as, let's say, total employees. This is what your alias name will be. Total employees. Alright? And I will write it as over 30 so that it will be more clarified. Total employees over 30. So these are the two columns that you will be including in your output table, output structure, right? Now you will be highlighting the tables, that is from which table you want to include. Okay, let's go with employee table first, employees, and the reference that you are using is E, right? Again, you will be joining this employee table, then only you will get the result of department name, right? So here I will go with inner join. I will only extract the common values. Inner join with department, and the reference will be D. Okay, I guess it's departments. Yeah, it will work. Like, see, it is not completed yet. What we are having, department name and the count of employees, right? But here we have to group my department name, then only this aggregate function will work. It will not count like this. Aggregate function is counting all the values and it will be a single value. But in order to distribute it department wise, we need to group my department name column, correct? So here I will go with group statement. But before using group statement, you have to filter this as well, where age is greater than 30. So must write it where age column, and in which table this age column is present? Employee table, right? So I will write it like E dot age column is greater than 30. And now once I'm having my filtered records, which means only the employees whose age is greater than 30 will be included, now is the right time to group my departments. So therefore you have to group it. Group by D dot department name, correct? And lastly, as it is asking you to sort it in descending order, which means your count column should be sorted in descending order, right? So order by, you can use this alias here and mention DESC, which means in descending order from highest number to lowest number. Now I can run this, but here I'm getting an error. What I'm missing here is the statement, the common statement, that is the common column should also be included. The base of my join is missing here, right? So that must be included here after writing this inner join department D. Then on which column you want this join to be happen, this should be also included here, right? So here you will be going it like on E dot department ID is equals to D dot department ID. So yeah, with this only we were missing, which means I was not mentioning on which basis my joins will be done, right? And therefore we were getting the error. So in this way I have figured it out, and yeah, now it is perfect. No such error you can see here. But again I'm having this, okay, DEPT, it's dep name, right? Alright, now we are ready to execute it and you will get your output. Alright, so this is what your output is, which means only one employee is there whose age is greater than 30, and that employee belongs to finance department. Now let's confirm it whether it is right or wrong. So for that, I will check my employees and department table both one by one. So first I'll check who is greater than 30, right? So I will check my employees table, which means, okay, this Simran will not be included because she is not belonging to any department, but we can consider this Neha Singh, right? Neha Singh of age 31, none of the employees more than 30 except her. So therefore Neha Singh, whose department ID is 2. And now let's see what is department ID, like what is the name of department ID 2, right? So for that I have to check this department table. So department 2 is finance, which means my output that I'm getting is correct. My Neha Singh is the only employee whose age is greater than 30 and she belongs to finance department. So yeah. Now let's do one more question to get better hands-on and the base. You will get more clarity of the structure and all, and the application of all the clauses. Alright. My question is saying like, show only departments with 2 or more employees over age 25 which should be sorted alphabetically. Correct? So like this question is saying like my department which is having 0 or 1 employee should not be considered. It should be 2 or greater than that, and age must be greater than 25 years. Correct? So everything will be same. The structure will be same. We have to get the department name as well as the count of employee, making out like fulfilling the conditions that I have specified here. What I will do, I will just copy the same structure and will do the changes which is required. Okay, so I have copied this answer and here I will paste this. Alright, so what changes needs to be done? Select department name. Correct, I must need that department name. Now count of employees, again we want to count that, but we can change this. It is employees count over 25. My column name will be total employees over 25, right? From employees, and I will be going with inner join, fine, will work. Now, from this select statement to departments, to this, everything is correct, right? What needs to be changed here? This where clause should be 25, correct? Where age should be greater than 25 years, or we can also make it as equals to, but leave it as it is. It should be greater than 25. Now, after this, I will be grouping my department name, which means department name should be grouped here. Let's see the result that I will be getting. I'm not including this statement as of now. Let's see the result. So it is showing you the department names and the count of employees in each department whose age is greater than 25. But now my next scenario is, it is asking you to only include the department with 2 or more employees. But here I'm having 3 departments which is having 1 employee. So these must be dropped out, right? So it is asking me to filter out my grouped statement. It is asking me to filter out my grouped statement, the result that we are getting from here. And for the same purpose, I guess you all know we do have having clause, correct? Having is used to filter out my grouped structure, and I will include that having. Having count, I will copy and paste it here and will apply the condition which should be greater than equals to 2, correct? And finally, I'll add this statement that is sorted alphabetically, which means I have to apply order by clause, and I will be ordering my department name, D dot department name. By default, it will be ascending, and yeah, correct. Select it and execute. Let's see whether we are getting this engineering or not, which means this is working perfectly fine and everything is going in a right track. So with this, I guess we are done with joins, and we have also done some questions to get more experience, to get better hands-on over it. Now, going with the next scenario, the next topic. What I feel is we are done with a lot of topics, a lot of concepts, so I guess it's the best time to practice few questions. And I do have certain questions so that we can have good hands-on with those. Okay, fine. So before starting with the questions that I'm having, I'll show you the data, the table that I will be using. Okay, so first table that I'm having here is patients with all these columns. Let me create it first. Done. We need to insert some values as well. Alright, so these are the details of my patients. I'm having few patients records as well as the hospital records, like the doctors and all appointment IDs. We will be dealing with that. So I'm again going with 10 rows with all these patient names, their location where they're living, their age and the gender. So this table appointments where I'm having appointment ID, patient ID, doctor name, appointment date, city and charges that they are demanding, right? So executing. You can get the details of the queries or the dataset that I am creating on this description box, so touch with that. You can go with the data types that I'm using. This fee is decimal, having decimal data type. Again, charges is also in decimal. Appointment date is a date type. The data type is date. Okay. So whenever, okay, one point is here. Whenever you're trying to insert some date values, it should also be bounded with quote, single quotes. Just like we insert some string values, same goes with date as well. It should be binded with single quotes. You can see it over here, right? Okay. So I guess I'm ready with the tables. 2 tables I will be going with. Let's print the table first. Let's see how my table is looking like. Appointment as well as patients, right? Select, and similarly I'm executing both of the queries. So okay, let's see the tables first. First is my appointment table, second is my patients table, right? Sure. So let's see what my first question is all about. Okay, so my question number 1 of the day will be, show all appointments where appointment ID is an even number. Okay, so we have to present the appointment IDs which is an even number. So for that, I guess we all know the logic for extracting what is even, what is odd. That is, if the remainder is 0, which means it is an even number. Otherwise, if my remainder is 1, it is an odd number. We will be dividing everything by 2. Correct? Fine. So my query will be like, select from appointment table, because appointment ID we have to fetch, right? Where appointment ID, I guess this is the column, right? Appointment ID. So this operator is known as modulus operator. I guess if you know, it's good. Otherwise, let me tell you what this operator is. So basically, this modulus operator is used to store the remainder that we are getting after dividing a particular value with 2. Let's suppose my appointment ID is 50. I will divide 50 by 2. Whatever remainder I will get, that will be stored. That will be the output of this modulus operation. Okay, so I am dividing my appointment ID with 2 first, and whatever remainder I'm getting, this will be the output of this modulus command. And finally, we have to check whether my remainder is 0 or not. Correct? If it is 0, which means my appointment ID is even, otherwise it will be odd, right? These are all the list of appointment IDs where it is divisible by 2, which means it is an even number. Correct? Very basic question, very easy. Moving next with the second question. What my question number 2 is asking, it is asking me to fetch the records of appointments where doctor name is not Dr. Sharma and the charge should be more than 100. Like the charge that they are demanding is greater than 100. This is what my condition is asking for. So you can pause this video, try it by yourself. What will be the operators, what will be the clauses that you will be applying, and once it is done, you will feel confident by yourself, right? So alright, let's reach to the solution for this. So I will fetch all the details, okay, from appointment table. First, I will write a condition where my doctor name is not equals to Dr. Sharma. Okay, then we will apply that condition of charges greater than 100 or not using logical operator, that is AND. This is the approach that we will be going with. Okay, so doctor name, this is the column that I will be using, should not be equal to, right? So operator for that is this. To use not operator, we will be going with this. Okay, this is equivalent to this one. Understood? So you can use any one of them, both will work. So we have to write here that Dr. Sharma, right? Now this is my first condition. What about the second condition? Both should be matched, right? Here I will write AND condition so that both the conditions should be taken, it should be considered. Fine. And charges, this column should be greater than 100. Like my charges should be greater than 100. Okay. So these are the appointment IDs, these are the patient details, doctor name, appointment date, everything which is listed here, right? So going with question number 3, which is asking to count how many patients are from the same city as Ravi Mehta, which means we have to fetch all the patients who's living in the same city where Ravi Mehta lives. But here we don't know where this person is living, right? So in this case, what do you think? Which concept we will be going with? If you are thinking of subqueries, yeah, you're correct. What I will do first, I will write a subquery for fetching Ravi Mehta's location, and then I will write a query to compare whoever patients are living in this city. Okay, let's see the solution, guys. So as it is asking you to count, I will be using count aggregate function so that I will just get a number of all the patients. Okay, so select using count function, counting everything, not specifying any column or something. Now you can give any alias name so that it should not look blank. As patients, total patients, up to you. From which table? From patients table. Okay, here is I guess some typo error. Let me fix it. Now select counting everything from patient's table, and here I will define the condition. So where city should be equals to, I will be comparing my city where Ravi Mehta is living. So to fetch Ravi Mehta's location, we need to write a query like this. Select city from the same table patients where name is equals to Ravi Mehta. So what this subquery will return? This will give me one value, that is the city where this person is living. Okay, and that city name, let's suppose it's Kanpur. So this whole structure will be replaced with Kanpur, and it is making sense now, which means it will count the patients where city is equals to Kanpur. It's just an example, right? So let's see the result here. First, let me check what is the Ravi's Mehta location. I'll just execute this thing. Okay. So that is Delhi, which means Ravi Mehta is living in Delhi. So I have to fetch the count of all the patients who's living in Delhi, right? And I will extract the entire thing. I will execute it. So there are total 5 patients. Okay. So similarly, if I remove that count part, like I will simply get the details to check whether those patients are living in Delhi or not. You can run this statement and this will give you the entire thing, the details of patients as well. So you can check the city, which is Delhi again, and this is patient ID, and earlier we were getting the count as 5, right? So yeah, it is 5. All the patients, like the number of patients are 5 who's coming from Delhi, correct? Going with question number 4, it is asking me to extract the list of names, cities and ages of all the patients who have had at least one appointment. So one table is all about patients and another table is all about appointments, but still we are not sure whether a patient, like they are having any appointments or not, correct? So for this we need to check that particular customer's information is existing in my appointment table or not, correct? So for this question we need to apply the concept of joins. I will be having patient ID which is present in both the tables, that is appointment table as well as patient table, right? Like when I'll join this, I will get the information of all the patients who have at least one appointment. Like there can be some patients like who's not having any appointments, right? Who's not getting any hospitality, fine? So to execute it, to get the solution for this question, we have to go with the concept of joins. The common values will be extracted. So I will be starting my query by selecting all the columns which is listed here. Selecting, I will use one more command, that is distant, so that I'll get distant records. Like if the patient's IDs are repeated, that will not be counted. So that only unique IDs will be taken. Okay. So distant, fine. P dot name, let's see, because P is referring to my patient's table and I'm using an alias for that. P dot name again, comma, P dot city, and finally P dot age from patient's table, and you have to mention the alias that you are referring to. I guess you all know that, correct? Patient's P. Now you have to apply a join concept, and I will be going with inner join and join, like both are same. So simply if you'll write join, this will implement the functioning of inner. Inner one will be done. Only common records will be taken, common values will be considered in your output result. So join, with which table you have to join, that is obviously your appointment table, right? And here you have to give the alias to this table as well, and I'll go with small a. Now you have to define the base, which means the common column that both my table is having, right? So it is by applying this on, I will be writing it like patient ID is equals to a dot patient ID. I guess this is finally done and we can execute it. So yeah, like these are the details of the patients whose name, city and age, and they are having at least one appointment in a particular hospital. So we have successfully done this question number 4. Moving with the next question, that is, so question number 5 says, to find the doctor who has treated the highest number of unique patients, like patients are not repeated, it should be unique. We have to write a query for the same. Okay. So think of the logic, think of the clauses again that you will be going with this. Pause the video, get the solution, try it by yourself. Then you can resume it to see the solution. So to get the solution for this, let's suppose I'm having a table where a list of doctors I'm having and the patients, the unique patients that they have treated, if we are having that table. So what we will do in this case, I will sort it first so that I will get the doctor at the top who has treated maximum number of patients, right? And then I only want that doctor to be presented, correct? So for this case, I guess we all know we need to fetch the top record out of a sorted table, correct? So let's execute it and see the solution for this. Go with select along with top 1. And one more feature that I will use here is top 1 with ties. So what this ties will do, if let's suppose we are having a doctor, like we are having 2 doctors who has treated the same number of patients, which is maximum. So if I'm having any tie among 2 or more doctors, that doctors, like those name will also be listed. So I'm selecting top 1 with ties. What you have to select? Doctor name, right? So before I will be creating the table where my doctor name will be listed and the number of patients that they have treated with the help of group by, right? So my second data that I will try to extract will be the number of patients, right? And for that I have to use count function and counting the patient's ID, distant patient's ID, correct? Distant patient IDs. And you can give any alias name like let's say unique patients. Alright. And finally I will be defining the table that we will be going with, which is appointments. Alright. So right now we have written a query, like we can ignore, like this will be executed later once my table is ready with the doctor as well as the number of patients. Right? So do that, we have to use group by clause just to group my doctors, okay? And lastly, I will apply order by this thing, okay? I will be ordering based on the number of patients a particular doctor has treated them. And in which order? Descending, correct? So, alright, let's see what the output. Okay, so we are having tie among these all 3 doctors, like the unique patients that they have treated is 3, Dr. Arora, Mehta, Sharma. So therefore I am using this feature with ties. Otherwise if you'll remove it, you will only be getting the topmost doctor. It can be anything, Dr. Mehta, Dr. Arora, like it depends on how they are stored in my table, inside my table, right? So fine. Moving to the last question, that is question number 6, and it is asking to list the name of patients who have appointments with the doctor and they have charged the highest fee. This is what we have to fetch, like the patient's name or the patient records, details of those. Okay, so fine. So what do you think? What approach we will be going with now? So once again in this case, for this question, I will be going with the approach of subqueries and I will write the subquery for fetching the details of the customer who has been like charged the highest fee. Then it will be compared with the patient ID. Okay, let's see the solution first. I will go with selecting the name from patient table. Okay, because the details of the patients are available on like my patient table, right? Now, what I will do, I will apply this where clause to filter those who has been charged the highest fee, right? So, where patient ID will be compared with this list, like whatever list I will be getting out of a subquery will be compared with patient ID, okay? So here I have to define my subquery part. It will be like, now I will reach to my appointment table. Okay, from that appointment table, I will take my patient ID and will check who has paid the highest amount. Selecting the patient ID from appointment table. Now here you have to define the condition where fee is equals to, then here I'm going to my nested subquery approach where I will write one again subquery to fetch the maximum of the fee that has been charged. Okay, selecting the maximum fee from appointment table, done. So this subquery will first fetch the maximum fee from my appointment table and this will be returned, like whatever amount you will be having, it will be written here. Then this subquery will fetch the patient ID, right? It will fetch the patient ID who is paying the highest fee. Now that patient ID will be compared here with this where clause, and I will reach to my patient table to fetch the name of that particular patient. Understood? So one more bracket is missing. We will mention that and my query will be completed with this. So I guess it's Priya Nair who's paying the highest. She's been charged the most fee. Once again, I'm going with the solution. What I'm doing here is selecting the name from patients because the name is not present on my appointment table, right? So selecting the name from patient tables. Now I'm having patient ID as my, like this thing can also be achieved with joins. Okay, but this is the simplest approach where you will be using some logic and combining it with nested subqueries. Okay, now starting with the smallest element, what I'm doing is first I will calculate the maximum fee that has been charged by writing this command. This command will fetch the maximum fee and that is assigned here, like whatever xyz value is, it will be written here. Now coming to the next subquery bracket, the upper one, parent one. This will be fetching out the details of patient ID who has paid this particular amount, this particular fee. And now whatever patient ID I'm getting, this, like let's suppose I'm having two patient IDs. Two patients have paid the highest. So in this case, this in operator will check whether this patient ID is equals to the mentioned patient ID or not. And finally, we will fetch the name of that particular patient from my outermost query. Again, I will execute it and yeah, the answer is same of course. So lastly, I will be taking through a scenario, and my scenario is like suppose the appointment table was created without a foreign key linking to patient table. Okay, so what we have to do here is we have to add a foreign key constraint to ensure every patient ID in appointments must exist in patient table. Okay, so this is what we have to ensure by adding a foreign key constraint. Now my table is created already. What you will be doing in this case? Deleting a table, redefining all the constraint? No, right? We do have DDL commands where we deal with the definition, correct? And that DDL command is alter. With the help of alter, constraint can also be managed. It can be deleted, it can be added. Okay, so in this case, I will tell you the syntax or I'll tell you the solution. Very simple. You have to use alter command. Alter, then table along with the table name, which is appointments, right? Fine. Now, as we have to add a constraint, I will go with this add keyword. Then you have to give, like we are adding a constraint, so that constraint should be named. It should be having a alias name. Okay, so we have to mention that. So I can go with fk. So this is a name that I'm particularly giving to a foreign key. Okay, add fk. Before fk, before the name, you have to mention this word, that is constraint. Add constraint fk. This is what the name is. And foreign key, like what fk is, you have to define that. Foreign key. Then write the column, that is patient ID, which is referencing to patient table along with patient ID. So overall, I'm repeating my structure again. I'm altering my appointment table, which means I will be adding a foreign key constraint on my appointment table where foreign key will be added on this primary key, patient ID of patient table, right? So here I have mentioned patient ID, which is referencing to patient ID in patient table. You can select it and execute. My table will be altered. So my command is successfully completed. And in this way, you can even drop some constraint using alter command, using drop command. You can add. We have gone through all these, right? So we have explored everything from basic grouping and even subqueries, all using real world example. We have now completed the basics commands of SQL along with the important clauses, and we have also covered the concept of joins. From this point onwards, I will hand over the session to one of our trainers who will take you through the advanced topics in SQL.
Suppose we want to find total orders that Motika has booked. Is it possible for you to get this answer from the orders table? And if I can get it, but I don't know the Motika's yes num, because I filter the table based on yes num, correct? I can filter the orders table based on yes num. I can't filter based on yes name. So first what I have to do, I have to write this query. Select yes num from salespeople where yes name is Motika. I have to write this query. Once I write this query, I get the output 1004. Once I get this output, next I have to execute this query. That's how I should write it. But why you are writing two queries? Why you are writing two queries? Can't you write that in a single query? Is it not possible? Yes, it is possible. How? By subqueries. Placing queries inside another query. I can write this query like this. Select star from orders where snum equals select snum from salespeople where sname equals Motika. I can execute this together. I can execute this together. See, there is only one order given for Motika. This is called subqueries. One query, the inner query will give an output. Okay, so let's go to a little bit of understanding about this concept. Here, if you see, in order to evaluate outer query, SQL first have to evaluate inner query. That's what people were asking. It will search salespeople table where S name equals Motika, and it will extract the yes num value of that particular row, and then it will pass it to the outer query. Naturally, the inner query should result only one column. Example, what do you mean by the statement? Yes num, comma, S name. I can't write it like this. I can't write a query like this. See, some people will what they'll do. I am expecting in the outer query only one value, and you are giving two values. That will not match. So this query will not work. Only one expression can be specified in the select list when the subquery is used. So I cannot use this. So that is what I'm telling the statement here. As well as the data type should match. In inner query, you are generating a number, and in outer query, you are expecting a character. That will not work. Subqueries that produces multiple rows. Yes, totally fine. If the subquery produces multiple rows in the inner query, then it's fine. I can write in operator. Rather than using equals, I can write in. For example, if I have multiple yes num for Motika, rather than giving equals, I can give in. That will handle. See, that will handle that. So to be on the safer side, if you think that your inner query will give more than one rows as the output, and you don't want your query to break with equal symbol, then replace it with in. Data type should be same. And operators like between, like should not be used in the subqueries. No, that will not work. Okay. Let's see the solutions, friends. And then we'll execute one by one to see them. Here we go. So the first question was, write a query to display all orders credited to the same salesperson who serviced customer 2008. But I don't know who is the salesperson who serviced customer 2008 here. I will write this query. So there is only one. I have written it here in just to ensure if it is more than one customer salesperson servicing them, then can be taken care. So I want to see the orders. Good job. Yes. Second query solution. Write a query to find all orders that are greater than the average of October 4th. I don't know, first of all, what is the average sales of October 4th? First, I'll find average sales of October 4th. This one. Then I'll write this entire query to show that. Now, can you try this query with the help of joins? If anyone can try this later as an exercise, just to know whether it is possible or not. Some people asked, how is it different from join? Yes. Let's try to solve this using a join. I want you to try it just to know whether it is possible or not. Last question that I have given is here. Write a query to find all orders attributed to the same salespeople who all are living in London. But I don't know who are the salesperson who are living in London. I'll just run this query. I know that 1001 and 1004 are the salespeople who is living in London, who are living in London, because there might be one or more. I don't know. And then I want to see all orders credited. So this way, I can write the subqueries. Okay, now a question was given to me like this. Write a query to display employee details whose salary is greater than the company's average. But I don't know the average salary of the entire company. Okay, do select average salary from EMP, which is this, and then pass this to the same table, to find out average salary people who are greater than the average. This query making sense? Write a query to display employee details whose salary is greater than the average of the company's salary. Means take salary of everyone, average it out, and who is getting more than average. I can get from this. This query is straightforward, like you have read other queries. But if I ask you a query like this, what will you do in that case? Write a query to display employee details whose salary is greater than not the company's average. Not the company's average. It's their department's average. Only their department average. There is a difference between line number 337 and 341, right? Read 337 and 341 and tell me whether they are actually different or no. Here the comparison factor is not the average of the employee table. Average of the employee, but department number of the employee. So if I take this same query and type it, I have to write a where condition. Where department number. Then how will you tell department number? How will you tell department number? Department number should be the employee's department number, not 10, 20, and 30. But how will you decide in the query? That is where correlated subqueries will come into picture. That is where correlated subqueries. I don't want to pass any number hard-coded, Dipendra. No hard coding of the numbers. Because when I run this query, it should give me the values for everyone. 10, department number 10 also, department number 20 also, department number 30 also. But in your query, you're just trying to say for department number 20. But I don't want, I want everyone. That is where correlated subqueries will come. I'll do as EMP as outer table. I'll give table name as outer table, and I'll say as inner table. I've given alias names here. In the where clause, I will say where inner table dot department number equals outer table dot department number. Arif, this seems interesting. So what you are trying to do now, in the query dynamically, you are taking one employee, and in the second query, you are running that query only for the department number of that employee. You are not running this query for the entire table. Correct, guys? The inner query, I'm not running for the entire table. I'm running only for the department number of the employee number I'm executing on the outer table. That means the inner query is dependent on outer query. Here you cannot execute inner query separately. Here you cannot execute inner query separately. See, if I try to execute this, it will give me an error. Arif, where is outer table? Outer table is from outer query. So you have to execute this entire query at once. Isn't it nice? Correlated queries will not work in that fashion. So correlated subqueries will create two copies of the same table. It will take the first row. It will run the query on the entire table once. It will take the second row. It will run this entire table once. It will take the third row. It will run the entire table once. So totally 1 plus n number of times the table is searched. So how many times in the subquery this one correlated subqueries, how many times the table is searched? Every one line in outer query, entire inner query is run once. If you have 14 records, 14 plus one time the table is searched. If you have 1000 records, 1000 plus one time the table is searched. If you have 1 lakh records, 1 lakh plus one time the table is searched. Correct? That's what the purpose of correlated subqueries, right? Because inner query is dependent on outer query. So inner query give one value to the outer query give one value to the inner query, like 7839. Now then the inner query will take the department number of 7839, which is 10, and run this query on the entire table. So for one line, one entire table. Next line 7902, this will get passed to the salary of this will get passed to the inner query department number, and using that department number 20, the inner query will run once. Am I making sense? So that means every one value in the outer query, entire table is run once in the inner query. That means n plus 1 times the table is searched. But whereas nested subquery, it's not like that. One time the inner query, one time the outer query. Only 2 times. So seeing this, n plus 1 times the table is searched, do you think that subqueries, correlated subqueries are good in terms of performance, or they are really very bad in terms of performance? They're really very bad. Usually not good. They're not good. Performance will slow down. Yes. So what is the difference between nested subquery and correlated subquery? Simple in one line. Nested subquery is a type of subquery where inner query will execute first. The output of inner query is given to the outer query, and outer query will use that output and executes it. That's it. Whereas correlated subqueries, every line in the outer query is passed an input to the inner query. Inner query will use that input and executes that on the entire table, and then return back to the outer query. This will continue till the end of the table. Correlated subqueries. We always try to avoid correlated subqueries in the real world. How to display average salary in the first select statement? Here is right. Average salary is here. Select average of salary. This is average salary. And then execute this entire thing. Then average salary. How to display the average salary? You can't display that. You can't display using subquery method. In below query, no, you can't display. But the next method, what I'm going to teach you, there you can display average salary also. Okay. Now I was telling about an alternative method to overcome the performance issue in this solution. But first understand the problem here. What is the problem? Every new line that I'm executing in the outer query, the inner query is executed once. Correct? That is the problem actually. Everyone agree with this problem? Every new line in the outer query that I'm executing, inner query is executing once. That's the problem to give us the bottleneck on the performance. Somehow, if I store the output of the inner query somewhere, if I store the output of the inner query somewhere, and then refer to that output and run the outer query, That will solve my problem. If I somehow store the inner query's output so that I need not run the inner query multiple times. Now the actual problem is every one line in the outer query, inner query is executing once. So in order to overcome that, if I can somehow store the output of the inner query somewhere in the table and then use it further. But people will say, okay, Arif, create a table and store the output there. But I don't want to store that table permanently. I don't want, what's the use of that table to store permanently? I don't want to store that table permanently. That is where concept of common table expressions comes into picture. Common table expression comes into picture where temporary tables can be created and stored within the scope of the query. Common table expressions, which is called as CTE. How we write this? With department average sal as select department number, comma, average of sal as average sal from EMP group by DPT number. Correct? This is the inner query. Now if I run this inner query, whether I'll get the output that I'm expecting, perfect. 10, 20, 30, 50, 60. Now using this inner query, I will write my outer query like this in temporary table like this with, I'll write my outer query select star from EMP as E, inner join department average sal. Arif, where is the department average sal? Here. As D average sal, DAS on EMP dot, E dot department number equals DAS dot department number where E dot sal greater than D dot DAS dot sal. People were asking, why can't we solve this using joins? Yes, you can solve with the joins, but you have to store that output somewhere first. Then you can solve with the joins. Is it making sense now? If I execute this, I will get the same output as earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Run this query. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I solve that issue with the correlated subqueries here? By creating this temporary table once, storing that in a temporary memory, joining my EMP table with this table, and writing a condition. This. Isn't it awesome? Really? Arif, on the fly, you can create temporary tables and then you can use them and automatically they get dropped after your query execution done. I need not worry about storing that temporary table somewhere. That is called with clause. Alias name I have given. Alias name as. Alias name for department average salary. Slowly, word by word, line by line, you write. Then you'll understand. So, if someone asks, which one will you prefer, whether you prefer correlated subqueries or common table expressions, what will be your answer? You can explain in 2-3 minutes, right? Now, what happens in correlated subqueries, and to avoid that, why do you use CTEs? Now you are in better state to explain that. This is what is needed. I'll explain one more time if you want. So you have it here only. So if you see here, you have in the employee table, you have 16 records, department number 10, 20, 30, 50, and 60. In department table, you have 40 also. 50 and 60 is not there in department table. See, in the same way, 40 is not available in the employee table. 10, 20, 30 are common available in both the tables. If I write a join statement and just change it to inner, and if you execute this, you will see only 10, 20, and 30. Where is 40? Where is 50 and 60? Because they are not present in the both the tables. That is the reason you are not able to see them. So similarly, if I go for left, you will see 50 and 60, but you will not see 40 because 40 is available in the department table, not in the employee table. Because that's the fundamental of left join. Left will give all the records in the left table except the records in the right table which are not matching. The reverse of left is right. You'll give all the records from the right table and the matching record from the left table, and the records excluding is 50 and 60 because that is not available in the right table. Full outer join is where you will see all the records irrespective of whether they are there in the left table, they are not there in the left table, you'll get it. But if the value is not matching, it will populate null. Perfect. Okay. Can I give one question? Use CTE to display list of managers from the employee table who has at least one person reporting to them. I want the managers' names who have at least one person reporting to them. What is this query? Inner query. Manager with reporting. Okay, so what you're trying to do here, EMP number. Why are you taking EMP number? I would take, rather than this, I would take MGR count of EMP number. Count of EMP number from employee. And I would say group by A dot MGR. Correct? Now I have the number. I don't have the name. I have the number. Now, when you know the number and the people, number of people reporting to them, then what you should do? Select star from EMP, where EMP number in or what? I'll do select star from EMP A inner join MGR with reporting as M on A dot EMP number equals M dot MGR. See, reading wise should be interesting. As people start reading from top to bottom, right, they should feel connected. So first what I did, I tried to find out the number of all managers who have at least one person who is reporting to them, then join them to see the entire result. So what is this? No column name was specified. You have to specify the column name as CT. Execute. See? So these are the managers who have number of people reporting to them. I can see the number of people reporting to them also. Correct?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Now, let me just expand this. Tables. We have countries, department, job grades. You have table called select star from EMP. What do we mean by conditional statements? Guys, any idea? When do you use conditional statements in SQL? To execute a code based on a condition. So now there are two types of conditional statement that we should remember. One is case when used within a query, within a single query, or you can say used in select statement, and also outside select statements, outside select statements. Let me remove this, otherwise people will get confused. Used in select statement and also outside select statement. One more type of conditional statement you have is if else, used only outside the select statements to check conditions we'll be using it. Sounds good? We'll be doing an example. Just by seeing that it will not help, but we'll be seeing an example. But keep this in mind. Many times people, not only people, even I, having experience in working on SQL from so many years, I get confused and I use if else within a select statement. First we will see case when, and then we will see the if else. Sounds good? We'll start. We'll start with a question. What is the question? The question that I have is, write a query to display employee name, job, and promotion eligible. I want to display 3 columns. The logic for promotion eligible is if experience is greater than 40 and then 40, then the output should be yes, or the output should be no. Very, very basic conditional statements within a query. So now people will say, Arif, where is your promotion? Where is your promotion eligible? You don't have any column such. Okay, we'll try to write this statement now. Select ename, comma, job, comma. Third statement, how will you write? case when. You can write like this: case when date diff in terms of year from which date, higher date, comma, get date is greater than or equal to 40, then you have to write. Then the output is yes. Again, you can write when. You can write multiple times like this: when less than 40, then no. And you have to write what? And as you have to give a column name for this. The column name is promotion eligible from EMP. Execute. Can you see that output? So Scott, he is not eligible for promotion because he has not completed 40 years in the company still. And Adams also is not able to get promoted. So you can write this case when. Yes, it should always have an end, guys. It should always have end. Within that, a number of when you can add. You can even tell if you have only two conditions, guys. If you have only two conditions, you don't need to write the when condition. So you can just directly write else. No, this also will work. I want to add another column that is experience years. Okay, go ahead, add it. What's wrong? You have date diff. You have date diff here. Paste it here as experience. What's wrong in adding that as experience? You can write it. 37, no. 37, no. Rest all are greater than 40. Okay, the question that I want you to write is employee tier. I want to display same way. I want you to display EMP name, ename, job, and experience. Along with that, I want you to display employee tier, which tier that employee belongs to, and the tier decided based on the employee. 0 to 20, tier 3, tier 4, 21 to 30, tier 3, 31 to 40, it is tier 2, and then 40 and above, 40 and above, tier 1. Can you write this? I can say 0 to 20, or you can say less than 20. Less than 20 to be specific. 20 to 29, 30 to 39. Will you try? Based on the experience, yes. Employee tier, experience. I'll write experience. Where you have multiple conditions. So the concept is same, but the conditions will be more. Here we go. So what is given here is case when date diff less than 20, tier 4, 4 different conditions. correct? Now if I execute the same, ename this is not emp name. And it will display based on this. Now everyone is tier 1, only 2 people are in tier 2. That means it's working, correct? Now people say that if every time writing this big expression is difficult, correct? That is making my query bulky and looks big, correct? People suggested either use variable or experience or age is like a very common scenario, right? Can't we create a function for that, saying experience and then use it, correct? Create a function and store it. And based on that, we can use. So how to create a function? User defined function, because you don't have a function which will tell experience. I want an output like experience of higher date. That's it. I want to write like this, experience of higher date. The output should be years of experience directly. Will it be nice if I can design that so that in future, whenever whoever is writing this query, so he need not use date, div, year of higher date, comma, get date. He did not use that. Will it be nice, friends? So that is called user defined functions. That is called user defined functions. And how to write user defined functions? Create function emp experience as the name of the function, or you can just use exp experience at the rate higher date, an input parameter. I'll start marking here. This will be an input parameter that we always pass. Start making your notes here, guys. Always function should always have an input parameter and a output returns. Return type. And a function should always begin and end with proper statement of begin and end. Within that, all your code should be written. This is a structure of writing functions. Is the structure clear? It should always have an input and always should have returns, integer, character, whatever it is. It should have that. And then always should have begin and end statement. And within that begin and end statement, you should write all your expression. So your create function and then function name within the brackets input parameter, and then returns integer. It could be character, it could be table also, it could be anything, whatever you want to see as a return type. It should be there. In general, this is a fixed structure. This should be there. Without this, your function will not work. This should be written. And within begin and statement, whatever you write, that is your function logic. And a function should always return statement here. Sounds good? So what is the mandatory part of the function? This. At the rate, you can write as v higher date. Okay? To create. So not have any confusion. You can give different name. Whatever name you want to give. But that will be the value that you'll be passing there. Okay? And I'll write v experience, and return v experience. Does that clear the confusion? You thought that it's an higher date, directly field name I'm adding there. No, it's a variable. It's a input parameter and also acting as a variable. The use of this is like you have year function, month function, other functions. I am creating a logic to create a function, user-defined function. User-defined functions. Year function take date field and give in the return to you the year of that date. correct? Here, this function will use date field and give you the experience of that person in return. Do you have any function in SQL internally stored which will take input as a date and give experience as the output? No. So to simplify my code, rather than using date diff, year, higher date, I want to use a shortened form. Here, this is a basic example that we are doing. So whenever function execute, it has to return something, right? Whenever you call a function, it has to return something output. See, input output. Function accepts input and returns output. He is accepting an input in this variable and returning output in using this variable. Now, let me execute this first. If I execute this part, it says that command completed successfully. Function must and should return only one value. It cannot return more than one value. It can return either integer, either it can return a character, but not more than one. It can accept more than one value as an input, but not. Here, at the rate we had added is a variable. That's the way you can declare within the functions. So once you execute your function, it will show completed successfully. But what happened internally? If you go and see in my programmability, inside functions, scalar function, you will see that function has been stored there. Because these are the concepts you learn once and you apply a number of times. Perfect. Now, how will I use it? Now have a look. I'll just get rid of this. I don't want this. I don't want this. I'll just write dbo dot emp underscore experience pass higher date. That's it. I'm using this. I'm using it here. I'm using it here. What is this? I'm using it here. I'm using it here. I'm using it here. And I'm using it here. Now see, if I execute this, isn't it really very cool? And this function has become an independent object of my database now, which I can use anywhere. One advantage. Another is my code has become so much readable now, so that any person can read it. Rather than reading that date diff big formulas, I can read it like this. Correct? Don't you think functions are really very beneficial in order to store the logic so that you need not remember it every time, and also reuse multiple times? How this function is defined, this is how I defined it, right? The best practice is DBO. Similarly, I want you to create a function for employee tier. Once you do this, I want you to create a function for employee tier so that I need not write this big expression. Employee tier experience, I'm writing it, right? So directly tier I can use rather than using case when. Can I use directly tier? Can I create directly a tier function? We can't do it directly. Now, Arif, let's do something interesting. Rather than using experience as a function, let's create tier only as a function. How? Take this entire thing here. And now the return type would be what? I'll create a new function altogether for that. I'll create a new function altogether. Rather than modifying that existing function, I can use it. and I will take this logic here and I'll just add it here. See, I'm not doing anything new. I'm just extending that code. Rather than returning a integer, I will return what? I'll return what? Tier. It should be character. And now one more variable I need. When I have variable, I have one more variable. One more variable will be what? @ v tier. And that will be character. And now I'll say set @ v tier equals case. And now rather than writing this everything, I can write @ v experience. And I don't want to use as. And that's it. And the name of the should be emp tier. Now, directly if you pass a date, the return will be what? Rather than experience, it will give you what? Tier. And now I'll execute this, then I'll show you what will happen. Execute. Successfully completed. Now, I did not write even this big expression. What will be my query? What will be my query? Rather than writing this entire thing, I'll write dbo dot emp underscore tier and then higher date, as I'm right here. Now execute. Why is showing star, 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 star? Just think, what could be the reason? Have I written my function correct? Exactly, you are correct. So your expression is wrong here because see, you are returning a bigger length character and you have defined a smaller length character here. So you can say varchar of 10. That was a mismatch. And now Arif, do I need to create a function by dropping it? No need. Create or alter function. Or again, just write alter function. Rather than writing clear or, I'll just write alter function. Execute. Done. Execute this query now. I'll get the return. Okay, what am I getting here? Return again as experience. No, Arif, what you are doing? Returns what? V tier. These all mistakes intentionally I'm doing so that you understand not every time getting an output says that it is the right answer. Guys, are you understanding that? Not, see, the function is working perfectly fine, but rather than returning V tier, I'm returning V experience. Then do you expect it to work? Do we expect it to work as required? Definitely no. So you have to pass the right parameter as a return. Alter the function again and then execute. And I'm getting T here. Why? Because V tier is what? Varchar of 10. Now you didn't create it properly. See, all the dots should be connected correctly. Then only the function will work. You define something as a return type, you use something, you store it in something, and you return something. No, it will not work. Now all the issues should get resolved and I should get the clean output as I wanted. Just imagine now. First, we have written such a big query. With the help of functions, we stored this logic somewhere in the place, and then my query is just one line because I had created that earlier. If you're doing it for the first time, you have to write create. Function is already created. You are modifying it. You have to use alter. You are not sure whether it's created or not created, then you can write create or alter. Makes sense, right? Logically makes sense. And I did so many mistakes here so that you guys will understand. Whatever you are using here should match here, should match here also. Otherwise, you are doing something, you are passing something, and you are returning something. That will not work, right? Now, the larger the code, it's more prone to do errors. I did so many mistakes. That was just to demonstrate, but so many mistakes I did. And I did logical mistakes. I didn't do syntax mistakes, correct? Everyone? I did logical mistakes. Logical mistakes means output was there, but output was incorrect. So all these things you should be noting down. So everyone have understood why to use functions, to simplify our code, to create reusable codes, to make our codes look simpler and smaller, and other people to understand how it can be. Procedures can be used inside the functions. You can use functions inside the functions. Totally fine. Not an issue. Example, have a look. dbo dot emp underscore experience @ v higher date. Okay. I'm using function inside a function and executing a query. Did that affect the output? Nivedita? You have the answer. I nested function inside a function. Yes, you can do that. Just the thing you have to try. The declare command will have only one semicolon at the end of the declare. You can declare multiple variables inside a declare statement, like select statement when you write, create table statement when you write. You don't write semicolon after every column, right? You write semicolon only at the end of the columns list. Making sense? Sometimes entire code will look good, only we don't pay attention to commas and brackets. That happens, but you have to overcome all those things with practice. Okay, so what I want to create now, a function. Here an example will be if else. Create a function to calculate commission hike. Create a function to calculate commission hike. If the employee's commission is null or 0, then commission will be, then it's 200. Else it should be commission 10% hike. Else 10% hike in commission. I'll tell you. I'll show you the output, what I'm expecting. Can you see this? I have written a query also for you. But what is a function? I'm not showing it still. I'm showing the output so that it will make sense to you. Then I'll show the logic. If you see here, commission is null. I'm showing as a new commission. I'll say as new commission post hike. New commission 200, 200. As soon as it sees a 300, it will do 10% of that. As soon as it sees a value, it will do 10%. A value, 10%. If no, then 200. Even if it's 0, then it will do 200 only, because 0 or null I'm comparing. Is the question clear and the output, what is expected, is clear? Then how am I doing this? How am I doing this? I'm doing it in a different style. Have a look. This is my function. This part is still the same, correct guys? This part is still the same. No changes in that. There is a basic architecture of a function that will not change. Only the part that will keep on changing is between that begin and end, whatever you write, it will change. So what am I doing? I am creating a commission variable float, because I want to store it somewhere, right? After manipulating, I want to store it somewhere. Then I'm loading from the query for that employee number, what I'm passing here as an input. Now people will say, Arif, why are you not passing commission directly? Why you're not passing commission directly? Okay, you can pass commission also, but I'm doing it in a different style. One more thing, guys, keep in mind, everyone will have different style of writing the function. That doesn't mean that yours is correct and mine is wrong, or mine is correct, yours is wrong. You are getting the right answer as per the expectation, then your solution is correct. Someone else may also get the same result using the different methodology. You can't say that his code is wrong. That code also will be correct. That's the reason I'm showing you two different style here. Two different style. Now, I'm taking an employee number as an input. You can take commission also as input. Then your function will become very much small. Have a look. Because I wanted to show you if else concept. That's the reason I have taken this method. Now have a look. If I'm just after taking the input from a select query, directly I'm loading that here in the commission variable. Now I'm writing if this condition is true, then execute this part. Else this condition is true, execute this part. If else, if condition is true, execute this, else execute this, and then come out of the if statement and send the return. Is it making sense? The syntax of if else is different from what we write case, but it's simple. So I'll show the below query also so that you can try and check the result. Here we go. So I'll indent it properly so that people will not get confused. If condition satisfied, then only to enter the loop. You can write another condition there. If multiple time. If else, both. I have written just if or if else. It should be if. When you close an end, when you close it, it's done. Now, many times what happens, a function can even return a table also. You might be surprised to know that a function can return a table as well. How? See this function. See this function? What I have designed. I'll just take this and I'll add it here so that when I give you the script, the question will be in front of it. Okay, this location sequence. So what is this function doing? I have only one statement. So I'll not write begin and end. So guys, if your function has only one line, then you don't need a begin and end statement. Nice, right? Simple. So it's creating a function which will return the table out of this query by applying a predefined filter. Have a look what it will do. I'll create a function created successfully. Now, rather than writing select star from table where clause, I can just use this. Can you see this? I can pass 30 here directly. Can you see that? Is it returning full table, Priyanka, or it is returning only the table which is saved in the output of my function. It's not giving the full table, right? So sometimes what happens, I want to return the table. I want to return the table. So this is called table valued function. You have scalar functions and you have table valued functions. See, table valued function will appear here in this list. There are two functions, types of functions which are used, table valued functions and scalar valued functions. What is the use of table functions to make queries shorter? Yes. And also it can be used in different softwares. So for example, when you are doing reporting in Tableau or in Power BI, at that time you don't want to get the full table. At that time you want to get only the short table. It can be used in different systems. You can pass parameters dynamic queries. Sometimes the where clause is dynamic. What will you do? Where clause itself is dynamic. You can make using this where clause as dynamic, right? Guys, don't you think using table valued function, where clause can be made dynamic? Yes. Based on an output of a function, based on the calculation that you are doing, then you can display the output. Are we clear? What are functions? What are conditional statements? Case, when to use? We can ask user to pass parameter in the select statement. Is it possible? What are we doing here? In the select statement only he is passing the parameter, right? He is passing a parameter in the select statement here. Okay, so the next concept that we will be learning is stored procedures. We can create our procedures and store them. Example, if someone comes and say that, Arif, I want you to update the table. You should write a DML command inside the code. As you did for here, commission hike, as you did for commission hike, I want you to update the table. I don't want you to return any data. I want you to update the table directly. Can you do that? Using a function, people say that, Arif, how is it possible? It has to return some value, but I don't want any return value because I'm not using it anywhere. The requirement is give me an input of employee number and I will update the table accordingly for you. I don't want any output. I just want you to do some task, do it and close it. Stored procedure. It can return some value also, but not officially. What is meant by stored procedure? How we write it? The syntax is same and the example also is same. And here we go. I'm showing you a very basic stored procedure. Here we go. I'll explain line by line. Just pay attention. The question that I got is create a SP, that means create a stored procedure to take input as employee number. If the commission is null, then update commission to 200. Else if commission to increase by 10%. What am I doing here? I'm updating the table. I'm not giving you any return value. I'm updating a table. So the syntax remains same. There is no change. Begin and end will be there. The syntax will be same. There will be always a begin and end. Only the difference what you see here is what? You don't have returns. Do you see any return here? Returns data type, do you see? Do you see any return keyword? You don't see that. We don't have that. But the logic inside what you write is everything same. See, what am I doing here? I'm creating declare a float. Then I'm using the same input here, but just rather than storing that in a variable and returning it to the output query, I'm directly updating the table here. Yes, we can directly write update table command. Let me execute that and show. Then we'll see. I'll just write sp underscore commission hike. Execute. Now where you will see it? Stored procedure. Here that procedure will be visible for me. Can you see this? Stored procedure. Now how will you execute it? Select star from EMP. Now if you see commission for Jones 7566 is null. If I want to run this procedure for Jones, I would say execute exec execute, or you can tell full word also execute. Exec also will work, execute also will work, and then you have to write sp underscore commission hike, and then just pass the number of employee 7566. 7566 is the number. Now if I execute this line, it will not give you any result. It will just say one row affected. Now if I run this query, you will see 200 will get populated there, 7566. Can you see that? Now if I pass an employee number who already has a commission, like 7499, Alan is 300, what do you expect, guys? If I execute this line, what will be the updated commission for him? 330. Execute, one row affected, 330. Now people will say, Ari, what if a person employee number you are passing which is not available in the table, like this? 0 rows updated. It will not do anything. If that condition matches, then only it will take action. Otherwise, it will just execute and just go back. Now, you can't write functions to do an update statement. You need stored procedures. Now, every time you don't need an output, right? In the real world, every time you don't need an output, you want a specific action to be done and exit. Okay, I'm doing it. Stored procedures. Stored procedures and functions are almost the same. Only the difference is stored procedures are used to program your larger code to do specific actions, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. You can code it and keep it, which can automate a lot of your processes, data processes. Whereas functions are used to just take an input, give an output. Stored procedures are bigger than functions. Can we write this? The way of writing, the syntax is same, no change. In this case, in place of update, we are using stored procedure. In place of update, sorry, I didn't get that. Stored procedure is not like a function. See, function should return an output, but stored procedure is mandatorily returning an output. It's not returning any output. Then how can you tell it's like a function? The syntax is like a function, but operation is not like a function. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
What do you guys see in this file? Tables and data inserted into the tables. Correct? One is a customer table, and another is, if you come down, it has orders table. Two tables are there. Now what I want you to do is select your database and click on new query. Right click, new query. We know everyone how to open a new query, right? And from that text file, copy everything, Control+A, Control+C, paste it here. Correct? Copied everything and pasted. And then I'll just hit execute. Let's see what will happen. In a new query window, I copied everything from there and I pasted it and executing that script. So what I can expect after this script is executed? Two tables will be created in my database. One is a customer table and another is orders new table. We'll see what will be the result. See, executed successfully without any issues, nothing. Now, how will I check the data inside that? Select star from customer select star from orders new. Hmm? If I run this first command, I can see 1590 lines. In the orders table, I have 1590 rows. And here I have 20,172 rows. Now this is a huge data for us to work on. Yes, we'll be doing some examples here. We'll be creating some stored procedures. We'll be writing some SQL queries on this just to get some understanding on stored procedures, how to write complex ones, and how to write some complex queries. Because I'm doing a lot of insert in the rows, 20,000 or 22,000 rows I'm inserting in the table. Definitely it will take time. We don't insert rows usually like this manually. In the real world, data is not inserted manually like this. Data flows from system to system with various tools. We don't insert manually like this. For exercises, we are loading it like this. In the real world, data will flow from various tools into the system with the help of various softwares. We don't do manual inserts. You see the table structure here for orders table. For customer table, this is a structure. You have customer ID, customer name, date of birth, marital status, date of first purchase, gender, and yearly income. There's a structure of customer table, and the structure of orders new table would be this, where we have multiple columns. Okay, as we have the data loaded here, let's do some real world examples. Select star from customer. I have these many customers. Now, if I see, I don't have the age of the customer. I don't have the age of the customer. Okay, guys, the ask here is, I'll write select star from customer. Select star from customer. And then I'll connect to this database. And I will drop down here and tell B 26. Execute. This is the table I have. Now the type of question I got here is write a query to show list of customers, age, band, and count of customers. And the age band would be like this: 0 to 9, 10 to 19, 20 to 29, 30 to 39, so on till 90 to 99. Question is clear? Now, for this, what I want you to do is create a function to make your job easy. Create a function to take input as age and return the age band. In that, if you do this, then your query will become very simple. Is the question clear to everyone? What is the ask? I want to say how many customers I'm having in the each band of age. Now for that, what you can do, you can calculate the function. You can create a function which will accept age and give you the age band. I'll give you the structure. I want you to just write the logic. I'll just remove this part. I'll not write any this thing here. The input should be at the rate v what date of birth, because we have date of birth as a column. Returns varchar of 10 and at the rate v age band is the return. Now this part, in this line what you will write, I want to know that. And the function name also I'll change. Age band. See, 50% of your work I have done. Because we know that this structure what you see for a function is common for any function you write. Am I correct? See, I got a solution which says if else. It is doable using if else also, if at the rate vh, where we have done vh begin. Okay. And here we have used declare at the rate vh, which is what? Age integer we have used. Correct? And then another variable created at the rate v age band. Nice. So the input is taken from the date of birth, and then I'm creating two variables, v age band, varchar of 10 and integer respectively, and I'm setting v age is equal to year of get date minus year of date of birth. You can use that, or you can use date diff also. Any methods that we have learned so far. Then if else. Okay, you can use if else also. You can use if else also, or you can use case statement as well. Whichever you feel convenient, you can use it. Now let's execute this using if else. Let's see what will happen. So now if I try to execute this, what will be the result? It says that Arif, you have a error here at the rate age. So what you have used at the rate vh, that is. Declare v age band. Where is v age band? Age underscore band. Okay, I'll remove the underscore. Just underscore was creating that error. Again, declare at the rate age. Where is at the rate age? Okay, I'll remove because you have used everywhere age. Okay, this makes sense. Must declare at the rate age. Why? Set at the rate age at the rate age. Now I don't have any issues. Perfect. Now the final output query with customer age band as a temporary table, common table expression, customer ID, customer name, date of birth, and DBO age band. From customer, he has used this, and then he has pointed to the same table from age band, count of star, from customer age band, which he has created above. I'll just give Elias name as count customers and then group by this. I'll just execute. Correct? So where is my customers? Which age group my customers are more? I can say order by 2 descending. Between 40, I have 40 to 49, I have highest customers, which 293 customers. Yes. See, different style of writing that different people have, but the answer should be same. See, whenever you have a column name which has a space in between, SQL will not recognize that column names. In order to make that look like as a column name, you should either use double quotes or you should use square bracket. We don't use anywhere else square bracket. Square brackets are used only for the columns. We don't use it anywhere. So if people will try to use square bracket here instead of the normal brackets, it will not work. See, one more style of writing. Select dbo.age band, directly pass date of birth as age band, count of this, and group by. This also is possible. Two different style of writing the query, but output is same. So are we clear how to write functions in SQL and how to use those functions in your SQL queries? Okay. Now what I'm trying to do, I'm adding a new column in the table, EMP. And I will do select star from EMP. Okay. So everyone, please see here. I have a job, which is a current job, and I have a new job column. Now it's the promotion time. Now I have to give appraisals. Create a stored procedure to update employee new job as follows. Employee should be more than 40 years of experience. Employee should not be president. And if employee is department number 10, his new job would be VP Ops. If he is from department number 20, his new jobs will be VP Research. If his department number is 30, his new job will be VP Sales. His new job would be VP Account. Take input as EMP number. I have added a new column. I have added a new column here in this table, employee table, which is new job. And then I want to create a procedure which will take input as the EMP number, and it will check the experience. It will check if he is not a president. He will check the department number also. Based on that, it will give the output. And the structure of the procedure will be the same. Copy this. And I'll come at the bottom. I'll paste this part here. I don't want any of this code in between. The structure would be here. SP, promotion, employee number, declare which all variables you want to declare. You can declare accordingly, and you can, and your code should be written here. The structure is still the same. Structure is still the same. What logic you are writing, how you are writing, that will decide what will be the result. Okay. Now the time to show the solution. Can you see the solution from line number 642 to 668? How many variables I have created? 4. And in order to do this solution, I need 3 inputs from the table. One is the job, existing job that I will load into at the rate job, existing department number that I will load into existing at the rate department number, hire date, which is again this one. Now what I'm doing, I'm writing a if condition. If the person job is president, not equal to president, then only you try this. And also his experience should be greater than 40. If these 2 conditions satisfied, then only you enter into this begin and end. If this condition does not satisfy, come here and print that employee with the employee number that is not eligible for promotion. Clearly just type it and exit. If he is eligible for promotion based on this condition, then you set new job based on this case statement. Is it nice, properly indented? To read also, it is making sense, correct? Even you should also practice writing the code like this with proper indentation, guys. If you write your code with proper indentation, reading it will be very much easy. Because see, how I usually do indentation is like this. I will always keep this into same line. I will always keep begin and end in the same line. I will always keep case and end in the same line. I always try to keep like this. That will make sense, right? If I keep one block, if I keep the same indentation, it will be good. People who work on Python, you may relate this easily, correct? In Python, it's more of indentation that you should follow. Here, indentation is not mandatory, but it is very helpful for me to understand my code and read it. So one by one, you have to load. Now people will ask, Arif, why you are writing 3 times select statement here? Yes, that's how you do it. In a single statement, I can't load multiple values in one variable. One variable, only one value. In one variable, you can't store the entire table also. Can you store in one variable entire table? I can't store. So how many variables you have, that many times select statements you should write. Do it slowly, guys, line by line, then you'll understand. Set command. Set at the rate job. You're telling to you do like this, equals select. Okay, let me do one thing. What will be the result of this? I'll tell you an example. What you are writing here, set, declare. Let me show you an example. Declare at the rate department number equal to integer. I'll just make it as 30 for now. At the rate department number, I'll not do anything. Integer. Keep it like this. And I'll just write a print command, emp number, declare department number equal to this, and then I'll say at the rate emp number equals 30. I'll take emp number 7499. I'll take 499. It will be integer. Two variables I'm creating with help of declare command. And then I'm doing as your command what you have done. I'm using the same here. And then dpt number I'm using here. Okay. Correct. And now I'll try to say print at the rate dpt number. Now if I try to execute this, what is it telling? Sandeep? Error. Now what I'll do, rather than using set, I'll say select equals department number from here. Now I'll try to execute. Did I get the output? I didn't get the output what you asked for. So what do you infer from this? Apple is APPLE only. APPLY is not Apple. Correct? It's a syntax. Every programming language will have a syntax and we have to follow the syntax. Did it make sense? Fine? Great. Concat is what it will concat the name. It will show as a sentence. Example. I'll execute this and show. I'll create this procedure. Procedure is created. Now I will write select star from emp. Yes, it's concatenation only. Now, who is president here? King 7839. I will write sp underscore promotion 7839. If I execute this, can you see it? It is concatenating constant string with a number from the variable and again a constant. Simple as that. Now, if I pass a valid number like 7499, it will say again he is not eligible for promotion. Then who is eligible for promotion? 7839. 7839. Select star from emp. I want to see the person email emp number, any number. Okay, I'll take 7369. 7369. Execute. He is also not eligible. Why, guys? Why I'm getting for every person not eligible for promotion? They should be eligible for promotion, right? What am I missing? See, select star from employee. It is not updating anything here. But this person have joined in 1890. What is the mistake I'm doing? Very silly mistake I have done. If condition is and or. I'm using not equal to. That means and only will work. I'm using or condition there. If I'm using equal to, then it would have made sense. Very simple mistake I have done. Intentionally done. Sometimes happens. In 20 lines of code, only one silly mistake I have done. Now see, it got updated. One silly mistake I have done. I have swapped hire date and get date. That's the most common error that any developer can do. Agree, everyone? Always it should be the lesser date. Intentionally I had done that. No one highlighted. That's fine. We are learning. But the idea here is to show you that even a single word in this big procedure can make you spend hours in fixing it. Correct, guys? If you don't notice that, then no one will understand. Or if that's a error. So if you don't add this statement here, then your code will just execute and leave off. Correct? See, if I don't add this here, so will my code will throw any error, guys, if I create this procedure? It's correct. And then 7839. Who is this one? Now if I execute this, it will say executed successfully. Now if I go and check, you'll get confused. President, I don't see any job only here. Correct? See, I'm executing it. It is telling execute successfully. What does that mean for you? That means the person has been promoted. So now it's not an error. It's just like you have to show some information at that point. So what I did, the main purpose of adding this code here is to tell that if a person is not eligible for promotion, then I will display a message saying that he cannot be promoted based on the set rule. See, one row affected 7369. Okay, that's fine. But 7839, 7389, right? President 7389 is not eligible for promotion. Trust me, guys, when you go to job, you will find minimum 100, 200 lines of codes that will take days for people to just read and understand. Yes, but these are the stepping stones for that. And guys, trust me, the more you practice, the better it is for you. The more you practice, the better it is. As in every example, I'm trying to show you how a single bracket, a single comma, a single word, a single function will give you a headache. You think that, okay, my code is perfect, but somewhere or the other place, just one word or one bracket, it will be throwing some error. That you should be very careful. So this is separately executed. That is a execution of the procedure. 7389, there is no employee only. But if you are telling a message that 7389 is not eligible for promotion. The message is little bit misleading, right? It's misleading. It shows that employee is there, but he's not eligible for promotion. Now, the homework for you is modify this procedure in such a way that if the employee is not available in the table, then it should display invalid employee number. You can do that. Can you take this as a challenge for a homework? Can you modify this same procedure to display invalid employee number if the employee number what I'm giving input is not from the table? Note it down. We will do that. Now, if you are interested, I will give you one more ask. Will you try this also? I'll give you one more ask in the same procedure. I hope people had made a note of invalid employee number. One more ask is, if I execute this procedure once, he is telling employee promoted as VP research. Now, next time when you run the same procedure, and if the new job is still the same by mistakenly, if you have run this procedure, then also see he has been promoted again. So now he was VP research only and he got promoted to VP research again. Does it make sense? If by mistakenly, if the job and the new job is same, at that time, what will you do? I want to display a message saying that the new job and the existing job is same. That would be interesting to see. Like this, it will keep on improvising. Try this also. But important is employee number invalid that you try.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
So now what we did is we have written the stored procedure to take an input from the user and do the commission hike, correct? Commission hike stored procedure, but we are taking an input from the user of the employee number. One very important thing that people will ask me here is, if you have written this procedure to take a input from the user of the employee number. Suppose when you do commission hike, you do it only for one person or you do for all the persons in the company? All the persons, right? Any logic that you apply, you'll not do only for one person. You'll do for everyone in the company. Appraisal, promotion also, you do for everyone. But here, the logic that we have written is only for one. Now, if you want to apply for that for every person in the company, if you want to apply the same logic for every person in the company, then what we have to do? We have to modify a logic a little bit and loop the rows. First, in a right manner, if I see, I can't keep on writing this execute 2564, execute 7369, execute for 7899. I can't do that because here 12 people we can write one by one. But in the real world, hundreds of people will be there. Can you write every line execute 1, execute 2, execute 3, execute 4? Can you do that, guys? Not possible, right? The code only should take care of that. This code, whatever you're writing here, the code only should take care of that. Means first it has to take first row from the table. For example, this is a table and these are the number of rows. The code should be written like first row is fetched and then at the end it has to go back, fetch the second row, execute this, go back, fetch the third row, go back, fetch the fourth row, go back, like this. That will solve our problem. One at a time, if I fetch from the table, one row at a time if I fetch, process it, update it, go back to the table, fetch second line, process it, update it, go back to the next line. This should happen till the end of the table. So we'll be writing a procedure which will have that features today. And those concepts are called loops and cursors. What is a loop? Loop, we know that. Loop is a formula that will do some operation repeatedly. Okay. Cursor is nothing but a variable of table type. Array, yes. Variables can be of table type also. So for how many types of variables we have seen? We have seen variable of integer type, decimal type, character type, varchar type. Correct? All these variables we have seen. We have not seen a variable of a table type. That means what? A variable that can store output of a query. Cursor, we can allocate select star from EMP where department number equals 30. When I say this, cursor allocate this query means what? The cursor will create a temporary table which will have all these lines from this query output. Then on top of that cursor, you apply loop to process one by one, one by one, one by one. Okay, guys, that will be the solution to do our procedures which will process rows one by one. So two concepts. One is cursor and the loop. Loops are nothing but while loop, which will execute your code repeatedly, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. To proceed and execute one after the other, we need a variable to store the data. Whatever type of query you write, based on the query output, how many number of records your query will give, that much is the size of the cursor. We'll do example, then you'll understand. And if we are just explaining concept now, let's do an example. Then you'll understand. Let's do an example and see this, everyone. Okay. Because guys, cursors are very important when you automate your codes on the real world tables. Okay. Let's see. First, let's learn loop. What are the basic loop command? Basic loop. Have a look. I will write here loops and cursors. I'll just add a comment here. Now, what am I doing here in this small code? I'm declaring a variable @count equal to 10. Begin, end. While count not equal to 0, begin, print, concat the number output is @count. Then set counter -1. It will go back here. It will check while, okay, it's not 0. Come back again, execute. Again, it will go back, come back, execute. Till how many times this loop will run? From 10 to 1. 10 times this loop will run till it gets 0. Correct. Let's see. Can you see this? Guys, are you seeing the loop here? How it is working? Declare variable, begin and end. And in that begin also, I'm writing while, begin, and this is the end. And this end is for this one. So now again, I'm telling indentation is important. Which begin will execute first and which begin end is where. Can you try this? Small code of loop, very, very basic example. Okay, now let's see cursor. So we know now how the loops work. Let's see a cursor. So cursor has various stages in its cycle. Okay, now various stages of a cursor life cycle. What is meant by a cursor life cycle? Cursor variable is not like any other variable, guys. Cursor variable is not like any other variable. So you will declare it as like another variable. You will declare it, but if you want to use it, the data from it, can you use everything together, guys? Is it possible that a cursor which has a table of 100 rows, can you use all the 100 rows together and manipulate them together? It's not possible. SQL will not work like that. Am I making sense, friends? What I'm telling? When you declare a cursor which has 100 rows in it, can you process all the 100 rows at once, or you have to take one row at a time. So one row at a time we have to process. We can't process all the rows together. So for that we have to follow a process. We have to open the cursor. After declaring the cursor, we have to open it. Once you open it, you have to fetch. Whenever you write fetch, it will pull the first record from the cursor. It will bring the first record from the cursor. And then it will start a loop. Loop while at fetch status equal to 0. What do you mean by that? As soon as you pull it, it will set a flag. Whenever the fetch command is executed, this flag will set either to 1 or 0. Fetch is a command which will get executed on SQL server, which will set a system variable. That's the reason you are seeing at 2 times there. If is a user variable, how many times we write at the rate symbol? 1 time. But it's a system variable, it is 2 times at the rate. Now at fetch status is equal to 0. That means what? It says that data is there. When the cursor fetch does not result any output, then the at fetch status flag will set to 1. Is that clear? What at fetch status system variable shows there? So flag is set to 0 if there is data in the table. If there is no data in the table, it will fetch to 1. If it is 0, it will come here and it will process all your records. And then it will fetch the next record. It will go back. It will keep on doing the loop. When the flag will set to 1, at the end of the last line in your cursor, and as soon as it sees at fetch status is equal to 1, what it will do? It will exit the loop, close the cursor. Because you have opened the cursor, that means you have to close the cursor and you have to deallocate the cursor. As I've told, it's a temporary table, so you have to deallocate must and should. System variable. Does the cursor mean? It's a variable which holds a table inside it based on the query that you write. I'm telling you the steps here, but I'll be doing one example, simple example I'll be doing that will give you more clarity. 694 is all your code, whatever you write, all your code. If, else, select, update, whatever you are doing, that code will be written there, your user code. I'm giving the architecture of how to write the cursor. So this is where you write your actual user code. Actual user code, you will write it here. So with this, I'll show you one example. I'll show one basic example of cursor. Please pay attention here. I'm creating two variables of type integer and varchar. Employee number, employee name. And I am creating one more variable of name called emp cursor. Now, declare emp cursor of type cursor, like you do int varchar. Here you have to tell what type of variable it is, cursor type of variable. And for select. So what do you mean by this? Friends, what do you mean by that? Line number 703, 704. That means, Arif, you are creating a cursor which is holding all the records from the employee table where department number is 30. Agree? Now, once you declare the variable, next is open the cursor. Once you open the cursor, fetch emp cursor in these variables. Means what you are doing? Whatever the value from the cursor, fetch emp cursor into these variables. The variables that you have created, which are having two columns. If you observe, guys, you have two variables and your emp cursor also has two columns. Correct? Your cursor has all the columns from the table, or it has only two columns from the table. So your cursor has only two columns like this. Everyone? Does this say that My cursor is having only 2 columns. What if I want to add more than 2 columns? Okay, write that column name. EMP number, ename, job also you write. How it maps cursor columns to variables. Can you see this? Fetch temp cursor in the same sequence. You have to follow the sequence. You cannot move the sequence. Whatever sequence you are creating a cursor, the same sequence you have to map. You can't change the sequence. You can't. See, when you are filling some water, you want a container. Can you fill some water without a container? If you want to drink water, you want a glass to hold it. Then you can drink it. If you're cooking, you want some vessel to hold some water to use it. Similarly, in cursor also, you have to take the data from the cursor into singular variable, because I'm not going to process all the columns at once, because every column has its own use. Sequence should be matched. Once you match the sequence, now EMP number and ename will have what values? The data from the table, first row. This value and this value are fit here, correct? After line 708, what does EMP number and ename holds? Do they hold all the cursor in itself, or one value where there is the first line from the cursor or the first record from the cursor? I have done the diagram. All values. It's first record. I have done the diagram, guys. Is diagram not helping you to say what values are there in this table? Only the first. There are multiple values in this table. In this cursor, there are multiple values. But the cursor will have, after this fetch statement, the cursor will have only the first value. Okay. Once this value is fetched and these variables got the value, then the at fetch status flag will be set to 0 or 1. The data was there. If the data was not there, it would set with 1. Yes. So now that means this condition satisfied. Now it will go in the loop. In the loop, what it is doing? It is printing that employee number and employee name. After it prints, it will go to the next fetch. And before ending, it will go back and check. Now, when you do this fetch, what it will do? Every time when you execute a fetch, guys, it will go to the next line. Keep in mind. One time fetch is executed, it will execute first line. Now, second time when you execute fetch, it will pull the second line. So that means 5 times if I execute fetch, guys, will it fetch the same line? Or every time when you write fetch, it will fetch new line. This is important. Every time when I hit fetch, it is fetching the new line. When you reach till the end of the table, that means this fetch will reach here. If this fetch reaches here, then what will be the flag status? 1. Flag status will be 1. It will exit the loop. It will print. This is the end of the table. And then it should close the cursor and deallocate the cursor and exit. If the steps are clear, shall we execute this and see once if it is working as per my expectation or no? This is a very basic cursor, which is doing what? This cursor is doing what? Very basic operation. Printing employee number and employee names. It is just printing. It is not doing anything. It is just printing. Have a look. If I execute this now, this entire procedure, invalid object name EMP, because you are connected to wrong database. Correct? I will change this database. B26. Execute. And why only 5 people? Why not 14 people? Okay. If I add department number 20 and execute, names are different. Department number 10, names are different. If I don't write the where clause, now people will say, Arif, can I do it in reverse order? Okay, right? Order by EMP number descending. Can you see that? Your order of execution should be adjusted based on your cursor only. There is no way that you do here. The way you store the data in the cursor, in the same sequence it will get executed. Correct, guys? Is the sequence correct? First we learned the loop. Okay, what is loop? How the loops works. Then we learned what are the stages of cursors life cycle. Then we combined loops and cursors both so that it will make sense and display what we need. What is the use of this cursor? To store the employee number. Why can't we do this without cursor? If that could have been done without cursor, then cursor would have not been introduced. So whenever you keep this in mind, whenever you want to run a program on each and every record in your table, then compulsory you have to use cursor. If you're taking an input from the user and then based on that you are executing your code, then you don't need a cursor. But if you're not taking the input from the user and then want to execute the program for each and every record in the table, at that time you need cursor. So please make a note of it and remember that. Okay, so now have a look. I will take the procedure what we have done previously, which is a procedure which we have done earlier, this procedure, correct? So have a look. Using cursors, I will not modify any logic. Guys, I will not modify any logic anywhere. Only thing that I'll do is, I will add a cursor wherever it is needed. Now, first of all, do I need this input here? I don't need this input. This input should come here, comma, come here. Declare. This input comes here. Guys, I'm taking the existing procedure only and modifying it. I need to create another cursor, which will be this. And I will paste it here. Okay, if you want, you can write it in single line also, but I prefer writing in multiple lines. Now, in this procedure, will I be taking any input from the user, or user will just execute and I will execute from the first row till the last row? From the first row till the last row. Okay. Now, EMP number and ename I'm storing in the cursor. But in this case, is it EMP number and ename, or it's EMP number and commission? EMP number and commission. And similarly, commission is float here. So cursor is done. Next, what? If you have done this, then what is next? Open emp cursor. First, you have to open it. Before looping it, you have to open it first. First, EMP number and commission. But where did I allocate that first? However you want. It depends on how you write your fetch statement. See, fetch emp cursor into @ EMP number, comma, @ commission. Correct? First I open the cursor. Now I have fetched the cursor. I don't need this line now. Yes, fetch the sequence matter. In what sequence I have created my cursor? In the same sequence I have fetched them. In line number 725, what is the sequence of creation of your cursor? In the same sequence you have fetched them. Not in what sequence you declared them. Not in what sequence you declared them. You declare anywhere you want for the other variables. Now, once you do the fetch, what is the next step to check? While at fetch status equals 0. Then what you have to do? Begin. Begin. If this, then begin again. I'm not doing any changes in the code. Guys, pay attention. I'm not doing any changes in the code. I'm just adding wherever I need to add the loop. Now updated. After this update happens, then what I'll do next? If this is done till here, next is what? Fetch again. Fetch this. After the end of the if statement, I have to fetch the new line. Begin. Inside the begin, that fetch will come. And then end. Then close emp cursor, emp cursor. Then deallocate emp cursor. Now, did you see anywhere I have modified my logic, or in the necessary places only I have added my cursor statements? In the necessary places only I have added the cursor statements. Now I will create this as a key CUR so that it will be like for all tables. Now create this implementation. Now begin and end, where you have written? You have written one begin here, but where you have written end for it. See, if you execute this, it will say that Arif, incorrect syntax near emp cursor. This line, you have done a begin, but you have not written an end here. This is the benefit of writing your big indentation properly. Now execute. Done. Before you do it, let me run this and show. First, select star from EMP. Null. Many places there is null here. Can you see? Many places there is null. Now come back here and just say exec your this. Do I need to pass any parameter here? Do I need to pass any parameter or argument to this procedure? No, right? Execute. Can you see this? One row affected, one row affected, one row affected. Number of lines, number of rows affected. Now do select star from EMP. Wherever it was null, it has populated 200, and wherever there was value, it has populated 10% hike. Isn't it really cool method? In the real world, you write the code which will do your operation on any number of lines. Function, it's not like mandatorily you have to use it in procedures only. For proper examples, you can use that in the functions also. If your function output is not at the row by row level, it's an aggregated value. At that time, it will. Okay. Okay. The task that I want you guys to do now for me is, if you see this program that we have written, we have done this. Now the same procedure I want you to write with cursor, but there is another clause in it. You have to do it for a particular department. You have to take the input of a department number now. So if I say SP promotion cursor department number, so promotion should be applied only for the people in that department. Is the question clear? Code will be same. The parameter will change from employee number to department number, and it will have a cursor inside it. Can you modify this code to do that for me, friends? Okay. So now write a procedure. My question is, write a procedure to update new job, take input as department number and apply the same for all the people in the department. Procedure is same, logic is same. I just want you to take the department number also as input rather than the employee number and use a cursor here. Before doing this, you can just write a command, say update emp set new job is null, so that your table will be clean. I'm just inputting a value here. So in the where clause, it will affect, not in the update command. It's null everywhere. Now, please modify your procedure to do this operation. Everyone have that procedure with you? I have given the code also. Now the procedure is there on the screen. I want you to modify this. Okay, we'll try. Now, this EMP number will become what? Department number. Okay. And now this department number, I'll change it to EMP number because I want to swap it. Correct? First change is what I did. Department number, EMP number, I swapped it. Now I don't need this all. I don't need this. What I need to declare a variable of cursor type. I need to declare a variable of cursor this. Here we go. Where is my code? Here we go. I'll create a variable of this. And now, what are the inputs that I want here in this cursor? I want EMP number. I don't need name. I want what? @job. Sorry, job. I want job. Then what I want? I want hire date. I want these three values. Job, hire date. I want these three. From EMP, I'll just remove this order by. And in the where clause, I will write where department number equals @department number. Till here it is making sense? This is where we decide what should go in my cursor. Till here it is clear? Till this line? Simple. Now I'll just go down and I'll say fetch, open. Open what? Emp cursor fetch emp cursor into @EMP number @job @hire date. Correct? Next, after this, what I'll do, next step is while at fetch status equals 0. While fetch state at equals to 0. Begin. If there is a begin, then there should be an end also. Correct? There should be an end. Have you written this begin and end? People who are saying it went into an infinite loop. Have you written this begin and end? No. Just before the end, you have to do one more fetch. One more fetch from this. So what all did I change? What all did I change? I didn't change anything, Arif. Now I'll try to execute this. Saved successfully. I'll run that first and then I'll show you. Now sp underscore cursor, department number 20. sp promotion cursor, department number 20. I'll pass. Execute. Can you see this? Only the people of that department. And then do select star from EMP now. Select star from EMP. Only department number 20 people got updated. Where it is null, he is not eligible for promotion. Now change that to 10. You'll see department number 10. Why you were getting infinite loop? What is the key here? What is the key that you have understood? Indentation is creating the magic. Correct? If you properly indent your code, it will be very easy for you to track where you have missed. You don't need any debugging tool also. Okay? Indentation is very, very important. It's interesting, right? How many of us can think that cursors is really creating a magic whenever you want to do bulk operation at once? Definitely cursors are helpful, right, in that situation. And always try to write your code with proper indentation, guys. Always try to do that. Guys, are you seeing that? Is the indentation looks exactly in a straight line? Do you see my indentation exactly coming in the straight line for every begin and end? So make an habit to write like this. You have to write close, begin, before this end, you have to write close and deallocate. Close, emp cursor, and deallocate emp cursor. So I'll write this, execute these two commands so that my cursor will get closed. You shouldn't be getting Bharat. I executed this alone. Execute this alone first, and then execute your code once again, because that's what I'm telling, right? If a cursor is not closed, you cannot open the cursor. If a cursor is not deallocated, then you cannot declare the cursor. That's the reason. If you remember, I have told that statement. So always write that. Okay. Tell me here, guys, what changes will you do here? Where did that stored procedure go? I modified the existing one. Okay, I'll bring that original one back here from here. I have the backup of the code. Here we go. I have the backup of the code. I'll bring that original one back without the cursor. sp underscore cursor. Without the cursor, I have it here. Okay, so which part did you change? So now these are the cursor, not the cursor one. I have that in my text file. I'll just open the text file that we used yesterday. From that, I'll bring the code. This is the one we did yesterday. Correct, friends? Yeah. So where did you add the line to say that employee is not from the table? Which part did you write modify your code to say check whether that employee is there in the table or no first? I'll just add a if statement here. If exists Let's see. If exists, select EMP number from select star from EMP where EMP number equals @EMP number. Or you can say simple. If a employee number does not exist in the table, so do you think these parameters value will get populated? If employee number does not exist in the table, do you think this parameters value will get populated? @job, hire date, and department number? Because because I have a default clause in my table which will by default add @job. Okay. If @job is null, is not null, I'll write a begin clause. There are multiple ways, again I'm telling, to write this, but I'm doing at this point of time what I'm thinking it can be done. I'll just give some spaces here. Begin and else print invalid. Correct? Everyone? We'll try this. I just added an if clause. If it is not null, then only I'm doing it. Otherwise, okay, let's try. 3, 2, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you see that? It's not doing anything else. 7499. One row affected. And any number who is not eligible for commission, who is not eligible for promotion. What is the number of some? Tell me an employee number, guys, who is not eligible for promotion in the table. To just check that as well. Select star from EMP. 7839. Okay. 7839. I'll type 7839. Can you see that? I have just written this. @job is null. Yes. Because what you are doing here, in this statement, what you are doing, for that employee number, I'm just storing job at job. But if the employee number itself is not there, then what will be your variable value? If employee number is not there in the table, will it result any value like 1, 2, 3, 4, or it will result null? Okay, that is what I'm taking as a condition. Because I know that job cannot be null in the existing table because I have a constraint. In my table. Default. If a person does not enter any job, it will automatically update clerk. Correct? So there is no employee in the table without a job. Correct, everyone? So you have to think, I didn't do anything, guys. I just added this line and this line. I just added this part. Now, one more thing. If a person is already in the same role, where will you add that code? Where will you add that code? Here. If @job is equal to @new job begin and cannot be promoted to same position, else begin and end. Now see, no one can understand this. What you are writing here, they'll think. If I just indent it properly a little bit, then it will start making sense. Correct? Now let's execute this also and check. I'll just add that line of code, promoted. Where is that? I'll write this line also here. Now I will execute my procedure. Completed successfully. 7839. Not eligible for promotion. 7499. The employee is promoted to a VP. And then again, if I execute this, again it's telling VP. And then if I add 1, 2, 3, 4, promoted as VP accounts, execute this one more time. It is telling promoted as VP account. That means my inner if is not working properly. And if I write a person which is outside 72 like this 2654, it will say invalid. This is not getting executed. Why? This begin is where it is end, here it is end. So now, am I doing properly this clause? I should display, for example, select star from employee. If I do select star from employee, if I do the job and current job, because I'm not updating the existing column job. So guys, I'm not updating the existing job. I'm just updating this job. So it will never be same. So what you should do, you should update not new job. You have to update what? Job. You update job, that means the original column will get updated, and next time when you run, it will throw that error. Now I'll execute this procedure one more time. Then I'll show you all the 4 correctly. Here we go. 2356 is invalid. 7839 not eligible for promotion. 1, 2, 3, 4. Employee promoted for VP accounts. Execute at the same time. If I execute this same time, what I should get an error now? Let's run the table and see. So 1, 2, 3, 4. VP accounts, VP accounts. What should be the error now? If I execute this same one more time, it should show error or it should update? Error. Cannot be promoted to same position. Now we got an idea how we keep on adding the new features to the code. Everyone? If you understand the flow, is it difficult? If you understand the flow of the code, is it difficult to write? Where to write is important. Okay?
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers SQL course training. Through this course you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user-defined functions and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Okay. Next topic we will learn is about triggers. What do you mean by triggers, guys? Any idea? Have you heard the term called trigger in SQL? Functions, procedures, and trigger. Functions, you call the functions. Procedures, you execute, that you are doing something. That means you are initiating that work. Functions, you call. Without you call, it will not get executed. Procedure, you should execute it. You should explicitly write a command and then it will run. But triggers are automatically fired. Triggers are fired. You should remember it. So when you say triggers are fired, automatically it will get fired. Functions are called, procedures are executed, or procedures are invoked, and then triggers are fired. In what scenarios? In what scenarios triggers are fired? Example, if someone is trying to update the data in the table, if someone is trying to delete the data in the table, if someone is trying to insert the data in the table, now everyone will not have rights to do that. But even if you have given the right to them, then also you want to take a backup of whenever someone executes something. For example, think if someone tries to insert a delete the data in the table, in the backend, you want to sense that a person is trying to delete the data in the table, and before deleting the data in the table, you have to take the backup. If you could do that, that would be a really nice feature, right? Because functions cannot do that. Your procedures cannot do that automatically. Because whenever someone is trying to execute data in the table, manually you have to call the procedure. But you should be knowing when a person is trying to insert the data in the table for that. But the person who is trying to insert the data in the table, will he tell you and then try to insert the data in the table? Or will he tell you and then try to delete the data in the table? So that you go and run the procedure so that it will take backup? Or you will tell him, oh, hold on, I'll take the backup, then you delete it. Can you tell like that? In the real world, can you tell? If someone is trying to delete the data in the table, can you tell him, hey, hold on, don't delete it. Let me take backup first, then you delete it. But there should be something, automatic action taken when someone tries to delete the data in the table. Automatically backup should be taken. Or automatically, I should tell him, no, you can't do this. Those are triggers. So have a look. I'll show you a very basic trigger. I'll show you a very, very basic trigger. SQL triggers. What I'm trying to do here? Only this is a trigger. Create or alter trigger dbo.myFirstTrigger on this table. On this table, for what action? For insert, update, delete. So what do I mean when I say this is, I'm telling fire this trigger when you see someone is trying to update the data in the table. Whenever someone is trying to delete the data in the table, when someone is trying to insert the data in the table, you fire it. And internally, what it is doing? Internally, what that trigger is doing? It is just displaying a message. It is not doing any complex work. It is just displaying the information message. I will not tell to display it. Automatically it will display. Have a look. I will create this trigger. Created the trigger. B26. I will create the trigger. And next, what? The trigger is saved here. See, in the programmability, triggers. I have to refresh it. Refresh. Programmability. Database triggers. It should be displaying here. I'll check that. Why it is not displaying data? But it will be there. I'll check. Not connected? What do you mean by not connected? Okay, the database was not connected. Next, have a look. When I try to insert the data in the table, What is this message, guys? So far, I was getting only one row affected. If you try to insert the data in the table, what you will get without creating the trigger? Try inserting the data in the table. You will get that message or you will not get that message. If you try to insert the data in the table, will you get this message without creating the trigger? I'm telling Dipendra. Without creating the trigger, will you get that message? Come on, everyone. But why I am getting that message? Why I am getting that message? You have modified the table. Why? Why you are not getting? Because I have created a trigger on that table only. If I go and try to insert in the department table, will it give me that error? Insert into TPT values 50 test, comma. Have a look. Am I getting that message here? No, I'm not getting that message. I'm just getting not affected. But only when you try to insert this data in the table, I'm getting it because the trigger is defined. Trigger on insert. If I update this new job, one row modified. You have modified the table. Delete. You have modified the table. For all the three actions, I'm printing this message. Automatically is fired. Am I executing the trigger or trigger is automatically getting fired? Can someone tell me? Am I executing the trigger or trigger is automatically getting fired? Automatically getting fired, right? Then just imagine what beautiful things you can create in SQL with the help of triggers. If someone is trying to do some action on a table using DDL or DML commands, it is enabled now. It is enabled. Now, trigger is an object which you can enable and disable. Have a look. If I disable it and try to update, I'll not get that message now. I will not get that message. Why? Because you have disabled. You have disabled that. Enable. And now if I try to update, I'll get that. Okay. Now the question that I have now. Read this question 2 to 3 times. What I want to achieve there. Create a DML trigger to take backup of deleted row from the employee table along with deleted on and deleted by values. What solution I want to build using the triggers? Basically, I'm trying to build a solution. I'm trying to build an audit table that will record someone has deleted the data, who has deleted it, when he has deleted. This is really very important in some databases, which can be implemented using triggers. To do this, first we need to have a log table created. I need to create a log table. I'm trying to create a log table. I'll run this command so that I can create a copy of the employee table first. dbo dot log table first, copy of the employee table. Then employee log will have all the records. I'll just delete everything from the table. And then I'll add 2 new columns. So this is the structure of my log table. So rather than writing a command, create table, all different columns, I did a shortcut. What shortcut I did to create the table? Select star into is a shortcut key where I can create the table by copying the structure of another table. We have seen that earlier. So what all columns do I have in my table here? I have all the columns available in my employee table. Along with that, I have 2 additional columns here. What is the use of the 2 additional columns? To take backup, I'm taking. Backup I'm taking. It's not like I'm not taking backup. Backup I'm taking. But along with backup, I'm adding 2 new columns there. That will be fun to learn how we can do that actually. Have a look. Create or alter trigger based on this particular table, trigger name I'm creating, and on this table. So for which actions? For which actions I'm tracking? Delete and update. Delete and update. Now have a look. As soon as someone tries to delete any record from the employee table, insert into employee log table, which I have just created now, it will try to insert that data in that table, and the values will be the data which got deleted from deleted. What do you mean by from deleted? So whenever you run your delete command, guys, whenever you run your delete command, everyone, I hope you are listening to me. Whenever you run your delete command, deleted is a temporary table which gets created to store just recent value which got deleted or updated. And when I say that, deleted means the record which you deleted from the table, and you're trying to insert the data into this table and these values. Let's try to delete a record from the table and check. Let's create this trigger created. I'll take this line. Deleted is a table which stores an internal table of SQL Server. An internal table of SQL Server. What do you mean by internal table? Who creates that table? SQL Server itself creates that. Internal table of a table which will store the most recent updated values or deleted values. Okay? Did my statement make sense? Just now what statement I told? What is a deleted table? What is it deleted means? From deleted. I don't see in the table list a table name called deleted. But where the table is coming from? It's a system table or internal table of SQL Server which holds what? Which holds what? Recent deleted rows or recent updated rows. Okay? Now, if I write 7369, now if I execute this line, which are the 2 tables will get affected by this command? Which will be the 2 tables which will get affected? Employee and employee log. But am I working on employee log table? Am I doing any changes on employee log table here? Then how employee log table will get affected from the trigger? Am I executing the trigger? No, trigger is getting fired. 1 row affected on employee table, 1 row affected on employee log table. Select star from employee log. Can you see this? Deleted on, deleted by. Correct, right? And 7369, will it be there in my employee table now? Select star from EMP, where employee. I don't have anything here. Did I truncate it? Let me just insert the data in the table. Select star from EMP. Okay, I have it. I was not executing the right command. And when I execute this, it will not have anything because that particular employee is not there in the table, but that has been moved. Let's work on update. Let's work on update. Select star from EMP. What will I update? Let's update the job of 7499 Alan from salesman to clerk. Update EMP set job equals clerk where EMP number equals 7499. If I execute this, again 2 tables will get updated. In which table I will have job as clerk and which table I will have job as salesman? Definitely employee table you have updated. That means employee table should have job as clerk. But employee log table will have job as what? Salesman, which was my previous job. Can you see that? I took a backup. If someone wants to see what changes has been done on record of Alan so far, I can do this. I can see. Are you guys really understanding what magic these triggers are creating? You do any change now in the table, you make some value null, it will get recorded here. You change a job, it will get recorded here. You change department number, it will get recorded here. You change commission, it will get recorded here. Any operation you do, delete or update on the table, it will get recorded here. So that this is one of the beautiful application of triggers. Now, am I restricting any operation here in this trigger? Or I'm letting the operation happen and I am taking a backup of that operation. But you can also restrict the operation also. We will see that, how to do that later. Guys, I have one more trigger here. Can you try this? And tell me what is happening. When you create this trigger on the table, what will happen if you try to delete the data in the table? Here, what I'm doing, I'm not telling for insert, update, or delete. Instead of that, what type of trigger I'm using here? Instead of delete. Now people will ask, Arif, like that, like instead of delete, do you have instead of update or instead of insert? No, there is no trigger which is called instead of update, instead of insert. There is only one trigger called instead of delete. Updated value is there in your table, is in your employee table. Why you want to go and check in the update deleted table? The value which you got, which you updated, is there in your employee table. Come on. You want to see the updated value, the value which was previously available in the table, it got inserted in the employee log table. And the new value that you inserted in the employee table, which is anyhow there in the employee table, right? Both the values you have, before update and after update, both you have, but they are in different tables. What else you expect from triggers? What it should display? What do you expect from triggers? It has stored your old value before you did update in the log table, and after you did update, the new value is there in the employee table. So previous value and the new value both are there. Okay. Now select star from employee log. Can you see this? Salesman is there. My previous value was salesman. Current value is clerk for 7499. Now I'll change his job from clerk to VP accounts. Now when I do this, I should see in employee log for 7499 2 lines. 2 lines, not 1 line. 2 lines. Select star from employee log, order by, deleted, delete on descending. First, he was salesman, 7499. Then he was clerk. First job was updated at what time? 2114. Second job was updated at 2134. Just now I have updated this and it got captured here. And the latest value will be available in my employee table, which is VP accounts. Latest updated value. Isn't it the latest updated value? It is showing me time also here. So the log table says that employee 7499 has been changed the job 2 times. For salesman from to clerk from this time to this time, and the latest one is in employee table for VP accounts. Isn't it the latest one that I did? If you see the timestamp, it is 9, 2136, 2134 has the latest one. Is this was updated? Yes, because you have two triggers. You have two triggers trying to work. Now, if I create this trigger, now, if I create this trigger, guys, this is very interesting. Please pay attention. Now, if I try to delete this record from the table, now, how many triggers are created on employee table for delete operation? How many triggers are there? Which are those? One is DBO delete log, DBO, this log, and also the first one, which is information trigger. Information, that is my first trigger. I'll just disable this trigger. I don't want this trigger anymore. Disable my first trigger. I don't need that. Now tell me, for delete operation, how many triggers are there which are active? 2. Execute this. You cannot delete the data from the table first. This trigger got triggered. Now, it is telling 0 rows affected. Now go and check your log table. Do you have anything there? It's not there. That means my trigger is working fine. It did not delete anything, so it did not insert anything. Correct? Now, hold on. Now, Arif, you're doing mistake. Have a look. 7369 is not there in the table. How can you delete it? Now delete the data which is there in the table. 7499. This is what the real test is. 7369 was not there only in the table. Now the data is there in the table now. Execute this. Now it is telling 1 row executed. Because 7369 was not there only in the table. You try to delete it, nothing happened. But now go and run this table. It still will not have anything. Will still not have anything. But did that line got deleted from the employee table? Select star from employee, where employee number is 7499. It's still there. That means it did not affect anything. Even if the record is there, it did not affect. Even if the record was not there, it did not affect. So that means we can restrict the operation on the table. Also, we can do additional task based on the operation on the table also using triggers. Okay, friends? Okay, I'll just disable the triggers. Everyone, please pay attention. We will learn what is meant by exception handling now, or error handling. In short, I tell as an error handling. What is meant by error? Error can be anything. Error can be anything which is against the system rule or business rule. Is my statement correct? Error can be anything which is against the system rule or the business rule. And if system rule is okay when you say error, but what do you mean by business rule? error which are not actually the errors as per the system, but as per the business, it is not acceptable, which is not acceptable. Those are called exceptions. So the code that we are trying now is both error handling and exception handling both. Now what I'm trying to do is not a system error. It's a business error like that. I'm trying. Now have a look. I am trying to insert this data in the table. Okay. Guys, I'm trying to insert this data in the table. Now every SQL code, please pay attention. Every SQL code will have two blocks. One is a try block. One is the catch block. Every code where you want to implement exception handling, it will have two blocks. One is try block and one is the catch block. How it is executed? Your code start with a try block where it will try to run your code, your program, your procedure, your function. If it catch any error, if it encounters any error in the code, then automatically the complete control is passed to the catch block. Automatically. Any line after that will not get executed only. Any line after that it will not get executed only. As soon as it encounters an error on line number 872, will it execute 873? As for my statement, will it execute 873? No. It will immediately go into the catch block. Now let's see how it works. So to make you understand how my code is flowing, I have written print, 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 to understand which part of the code is executing and which part of the code is not executing. So it is telling that, Arif, your statement only is not correct. First pass the correct statement, then error will come. Now try to execute. Can you see that? This line says that it executed this inside a try block. Okay, it went inside the try block, it executed this. But why I don't see inside try block last line? Why this line is not available here in the output? Because the previous line, it caught an error. It caught an error. Then immediately the control was passed to the catch block. And the line that you see here is inside catch block, first line. Fantastic. And it is displaying error message. Perfect. Error number. Perfect. Error state. 1. Error severity. These are all flags that SQL Server displays. After that, it is executing this line inside the catch block. And finally, it is outside the catch block, end of code. So what is the learning here in this part? So whenever we encounter any error, immediately the control is passed to the catch block. Now if I add here this one and try to execute this, did got executed? Perfect. Inside try block, yes, executed. One row affected. After that, print got executed. Now why did not any of the line from catch block got executed? Why I don't see even a single output from the catch block? In the output, I don't have any line. If there is an error, immediately take some other action. This can be controlled. This is called error handling or exception handling. Okay? And these are the system errors. System errors. These are system errors, which system generated errors, because I have added on the table a primary key constraint. That's the reason it is a system error, because table does not allow. What is meant by business errors? We will see that example also. which is not a system error, but I am forcefully throwing error. Forcefully throwing error. We will see that also. Okay, have a look. I'll use the same system error now as a user defined error. Have a look. What I'm trying to do here, just read it. What I'm trying to do, read it here, this code. Begin try block and try block. With print, how can we combine text and variable display? What I'm trying to do here, actually I want to execute my procedure, but what I am telling that I'm restricting my data from 18 hours to morning 6 hours. Between this time, I don't want my code to be executed. I'll just say you cannot run this code during the non-working hours. What I'm doing here, if the time is between this, I will raise error. As soon as I raise error, the control will be passed where? The control will be passed here in the catch block. Correct? If my time is not between this range, then this begin and end would skip, and then this would execute. Friends, understood the flow? Understood the flow, everyone? Let's try to execute this. Can you see that? Could not find the stored procedure, commission hike cursor. Okay. Search for commission hike cursor. Where is my commission hike? SP commission hike. This one with cursor. I'll try to execute this now. Can you see that? It got updated all the records. But Arif, why didn't throw this error? I'll say make it as 23 hours. Example. If I try to execute between this time and this time, can you see that? Arif, what did just happen? You just changed the timing. You didn't change anything else. You just changed the timing. Don't you think, guys, using this type of code, you can restrict even between what time and what time your code will not get executed? Even if the person has full privileges, you can control even the timings also during what he can run and during what he cannot run. Correct? Yes. Have you ever thought SQL can be this big, this sophisticated, with lots and lots of practice? What you can do using SQL? You can do most of the thing that a business needs. I didn't do anything. I just wrote 2 blocks, and then I tried to do a if statement. If this condition is true, then execute this, because I don't want to run my procedure between this time. And then if this is not satisfied here, then execute your actual code and then go outside. Isn't it nice how we can do exception handling? Cast function is what I'm doing. Get date is a time function. Date function, date and time. Cast function will convert one data type to other data type. Get date is what? Output of get date is date time or just date? Date and time both. But I want just time part from it. I want just time apart from the date. So I use cast. Okay, so you want to take large data set. Okay, you have a table here. I have given you a table, customer table, which has 1600 lines. I have given a orders table which has 20,000 lines. So what code you are writing here, you can write there also. Promotion, you can write there also. You can write exception handling there also. You can create procedures there also. You have orders new table. and customers table with you. So that is not real world data. Procedures, functions that I have created that you do in real world only, right? You create functions in the real world. How to create functions? You have learned it. You had date of birth, you didn't have age. That's a real world exercise only, right? Promoting the employees from current role to next role, it's a real world exercise only, right? Triggers to restrict or take backup, audit logs, a real world exercise only, right? So don't you guys think that's a real world exercise, guys? If this is not real world exercise, then what is real world exercise? In the job, you are going to do this only on SQL. You have data in one table. You will do all the transformations on the data. Transformation, when you say all the logics based on the business, that business will teach you. And then you either store the data in multiple tables or you combine the data in the one table and you store it. Yes. And that's what we did. Isn't it real world use cases, guys? Exception handling, error handling, triggers, user defined functions, stored procedures, cursors, real world, actual work only. Don't think that we are doing just for learning purpose and these concepts are not will be not be used in the actual work. What you are learning here is the actual job based programs only. In job, you will write 200 lines, 300 lines code, but the fundamentals will be the same. Does that make sense? So what you are doing now in the sessions, these are real world exercises only. What you will be doing in your job. This is actual work. In actual work only, how I work on the SQL development, this is what we do.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Now, we'll start with a couple of exercises. So we'll be seeing topics like we'll be seeing what are temporary tables. Then you have not seen still the concept of transactions, correct? What is commit? What is rollback? We have not seen that. Then you have not seen about the security, grant, rollback, sorry, revoke. We have not seen that. Then along with that, you will be seeing pivot, unpivot kind of functions. Indexing. Indexing is not a topic which will take a lot of time. We'll do that. And along with that, I'll be showing you views also. What are views? What are the different types of views? Again, show this. So these are the topic. But before that, how we'll be using SQL in our day-to-day life? What kind of questions we will get, correct? Based the exercises, what all we did in the class, those kind of questions only we will get. How we use SQL in our day-to-day life as a data analyst, as a data scientist, what we use to do SQL with. I mentioned that data will be there in the tables. Data collection, I will not worry about the data collection. SQL, my data analyst job is not to worry about data collection. Once the data is there in the system, shaping the data is in my work scope. What do you mean by data collection and data shaping? There is a difference, right? Who will take care about data collection? Who will take care about the data collection? Application development team, correct? The application who develops the application, like they are the operations team. They develop the application, they design the front end tool, they collect the data. My job as a data analyst, as a data engineer or a data scientist, to shape the data as I want to see them into my analysis. That can be done using views, that can be done using stored procedures, that can be done using triggers, that can be done using functions. Now have a look. I want to see select star from customer. Can you see this? This table? What do you think is not good in this table? Primary key? Primary key is customer ID. That's okay. Gender? Guys, more important is gender, marital status, gender is correct. Date of first purchase is not in correct shape. See that? Now, there is no, it's not incorrect. It's correct only. Arif, how can you say it's correct? Do anybody know what is meant by epoch time? Do anybody know what is meant by epoch time? When I say epoch time, have anyone heard about epoch timestamp? So have a look. epochconverter.com. It's a Unix timestamp. Unix timestamp. I copy this. Copy. Come here and paste. I pasted that time here. Timestamp to human. So that time, what you saw in the SQL server is this. Copy. Paste it. Yes. Because the server was deployed on the Unix system. That's the reason it is collecting the dates based on the Unix timestamps. Correct, guys? Because the data was deployed on the Unix systems and that system has collected the timestamps in the form of Unix. That's how Unix system works. And now, as a data analyst, as a data engineer, if I want to do analysis on first day of purchase, means I want to see which year, how many customers I acquired, which year, how many customers 2016, how many I acquired, 2015, how many I acquired, 2017, how many I acquired, which columns do I need? Definitely date of first purchase I need, right? Out of 1600 customers, I need to know which customers I acquired in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. Now you know how to create procedures. Now how this calculation works. So the timestamp is calculated, Unix timestamp is calculated as number of seconds passed from 1/1/1970. If you add these many seconds to this date, then you will get this. Number of seconds passed from 1st of January 1970. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by number of seconds passed from 1970? If I ask you, tell your age in terms of seconds, what will you do? You will tell from your date of birth till today how many seconds passed, you will tell, correct? From your date of birth till today, till this moment, how many seconds passed, you will tell as your age. Now this is reverse. I am giving you a number of seconds and you tell me what date it is. Now what I want you to do, I got a requirement like this. Create a new column in the table customer create a new column in the customer table as date of purchase, first purchase underscore human. First task is this. Next, update the first purchase values, first purchase values as human time stamp. So what method will you use to do this? This is a task that we got. What implementation will you suggest for this criteria? First, people will say, Arif, let's create a function. Create a function to calculate epoch converter a function. Second, people will say, first you have to insert a column. Definitely, I'll say that as a 0. That is a pre-work. Add new column. Using what? Using which statement? You decide. Add new column, which this one. Create a function, then create a procedure to update all the values of the new column. Correct, guys? This is what I want to achieve the final result. This is what my job is as a data analyst. Data sometimes will not be in the right shape. I have to do this. Ultimately, the goal is I want a new column here, which will be natural time of this. And I have given you the logic. What is the logic, friends? How we interpret from this to the natural human time? I have given you the business context. Correct, guys? Again, I'm telling number of seconds passed from the date 1st January 1970. Okay, 1970. Okay, I'll just write my first command. What? Alter table customers, add. I'll use always underscore. Whenever you want to create a column with the spaces, guys, always use underscore. It'll be easy. This is date time. Perfect. Select star from customers. You have this now, null. Next, what? It has created a function which will be giving me this information. Create function to calculate epoch time. Create or alter function. Epoch converter. At epoch is the input that I'm taking, and it is a float number. Okay. Returns date, time, because the data what I'm trying to enter in the table, it's date time. This is date time. Cast, date add, seconds, epoch to this date. 1991, are you sure? 1970. Yes, date time. Create this function. Select star from customer. Still it is null. Now only one update system is required. I don't even need to create a procedure here. I don't need even to create a procedure. If you want to update it for one time, you don't even need the procedure. You just write, what is that command? Update table customer set date of first purchase equals DBO dot epoch converter, and take the column from your table, which is nothing but date of first purchase. Again, I'll just take this and the table information is given in terms of single quotes, close the bracket, without the space, date of first purchase. Guys, update table, do we need table keyword? $1590 rows updated. Now do select star from customers. Isn't it a solution that I built? Yes, you have it now. In future also, whenever you are getting a new customer, just run this command now. Whenever you are getting the new customers, run this command. Automatically, it will update all the values there. Correct. This is a simple solution for that. In future, whenever a new customer is added into a table, how should I directly update? Automatically update. How should I automatically update the date of first purchase human? And so what will you add? You add a new customer. Guys, you add a new customer here. You add a new customer here, but will you populate date of first purchase as per your need? Or you wait for a record to be inserted in the orders table to populate that value here? Think in the real world as if you're designing a system, for your analytics. So this is not the job of the developer of the application. The developer of application is just to track the records. But why am I needing date of first purchase? Why do I need? If you go and ask to your person who developed the application, they will say you that, why do I need date of first purchase? Okay, the person who is giving me the order, I'm just tracking that in the orders table. But tracking date of first purchase is purely for analytics purpose. Agree, everyone? Purely it's for analytics purpose. If I want to understand in which year how many new customers I'm acquiring, it's purely for analytics purpose. And now to design that, what do you suggest? For that, you have to think first. When does my customer is inserted in the table? Example, I'll insert a new record in the table with my name. Insert into customer. Insert into customer. Column names would be, I'll just go to the tables. Columns would be customer ID, I need to give, comma, customer name, I'll give, date of birth, I'll provide, title status, I'll provide, I'll not provide date of first purchase, I'll provide gender, I'll provide yearly income also, I'll provide. Values would be this. Customer ID, I'll write AR 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, comma. Name is within quotes Muhammad Arif, comma. Date of birth, I'll pass it as 1991 -0 9-21 hyphen. Marital status is M. Then date of first purchase, I'll not add. Gender is M. Yearly income, I'll just add 120000. Which should be in single quotes. Insert. One row affected. Select star from customers. We already have that command. Oh, do we have select star from customer? I already have that command. I'm at the bottom. Here we go. Now, when do you capture? When will you capture the record here for the date of first purchase? Guys, I hope I'm making sense and not overwhelming you guys. That's the reason I'm going slow. Just to implement one situation, it will take you even days to implement end to end. See, the situation here I come across now is, first, you have to think in this way. Track the entries in the orders new table. Orders new table. If any existing customer books an order, do you have to update that here? Existing customer for which you have already updated, do you need to update date of first purchase for him? Or if no, there is no need for that. No, right? No action is taken. No action. If any non-existing customer books an order, then update the customer table for that customer's record with date of first purchase. Assumptions in SQL, there will be some assumptions always. Assumption is, we agree that before booking any order, customer should be part of customer table. Assumption. I assume. So that I need not worry about that whenever I book any order, that customer will be there in this table or no. I need not worry. I'm sure that whenever a customer books an order, his data for sure will be available in the customer table. That has been taken care by DBA designer. Now tell me, what do you suggest? What do you suggest is the solution here? I'll show you. Select star from orders. New. Now people will say, Arif, there are so many columns in this table. There are so many columns in this table. So how many columns we should enter? I don't want you to enter all the columns. I just want you to write row ID, add row ID, add order ID, and add customer ID. That's it. Or add the order date. 4 columns. Other columns, I need not you to worry about it. So just add this, 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 this. Rest of the things will not worry about, because if you try to insert all these columns, then you will spend an entire day for that. Correct? I don't want you to do that because I don't have any restrictions also on this table to do all that thing. So what solution do you suggest here, friends? Create a trigger as soon as a new order is created. Then the system will check if the date of first purchase is already populated in the customer table of that customer who created the order, else populate the order ID. If that customer is already there in the customer table, will it again go and populate? No, right? So rather than checking date of first purchase, check the customer is available or no in that table. Customer should be there and the date of purchase should be populated. Now, I'll not worry about all those things. I'll just worry about if that person is first time entering the data in the table. In the orders table, it is his first order. Rather than going and checking in the customer table, no validations are done on the customer table. Validation is done only on orders table. Because I have assumed here, right? What is my assumption? That every customer before going into orders table it has to be part of the customer table. Now that means the solution that you will build, whenever a customer tries to book an order, automatically his date of first purchase will be populated. That means for all the records, previous record, you are assuming that it is there. Then what we will do after you do this, after you design the solution, we will delete all the records from the orders table, and we will update the date of first purchase null in my customer table and do a fresh load of all the records in the orders table. Then we will test all the date of first purchase is getting populated or no. That is what your new solution is, right? So you are designing a system now, and your system should work whenever you add a new record in this table. Auto update should be performed on customer table while a new customer orders some product. Technically, it means SQL terms, what solution will you use? Let's design this. I have given you an assumption. First, what you have to do. Second, what you have to do. Third, what you have to do. Tell me. Yes. If any order is booked by that customer, then ignore. So create a trigger. Create a trigger on insert. I want you to just create a simple trigger that will sense if any customer for that order is there. Okay, let's do it in small increment. If you are getting confused with the full requirement, let's do it small increment. I'll tell you first step what you have to do. Say, implement this. See how I'll break the bigger problem and show you in the small problem. First, what you have to do for me is create a trigger to display a message when a new order is booked, saying as new customer booking order. This message I want if the new customer is booking an order, else existing customer booking order. Can you write a trigger to just do this line number 958? Rather than displaying, second part would be rather than displaying, going and updating it. Agree? So the requirement is just forget about this entire. Forget about this. This is a final requirement. I will take you till this point by breaking this into small pieces. First implement this, then we'll implement the second step. Now what code will you write for that? Can you see what trigger I have built? So guys, what am I trying to do here? Can someone tell me? Is my logic correct? Basically, whenever a new order comes in the table, I just check how many orders are there for that customer ID in the table already. Yes. At this point of time, this solution came to my mind, and you may do it a little bit differently. If this query gives me 1, that means what? That means what is the solution? What is the result? What is the inference from that? If it gives 1, what is the inference? If it is given 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what is the inference? And before that, you understand the trigger is executed for insert when I say this trigger is triggered after insert is done. Yes, this trigger is done after insert is done. If 2 orders are inserted, one after the other only it will insert, right? One after other only it will insert. Every transaction is independent from each other. So can you insert 2 transactions together, or one after other only it will go? It's SQL. Every transaction is independent from the other transaction. How the DBMS system works? Every transaction is independent. You enter 10 transaction. You enter 10 insert statement. Every insert statement is independent from the other insert statement. If you insert 10 records also, 10 orders also, first is separate, second is separate, third is separate, fourth is separate, fifth is separate. And this trigger is fired every time you insert a record in the table. Deleted means the record which is deleted. Inserted means the value that you have inserted just now. I have told yesterday in the last session. There will be two tables I have told, guys, everyone. Whenever you use triggers, two system tables or internal tables will get created. Whenever you update anything, basically what it is doing, guys, update means what? Delete existing value and insert a new value. That is what update, right? Internally, friends, correct? So you can check updated value means new value. Before update and after update, what were the value? So if you're writing an update command, before update, you will get in deleted table. After update, you will get in inserted table. In that case, you can fetch before update what was the value and after update what is the value. Both you can fetch. So that will give you more power now to compare what was previously there in the table on that particular cell and what is after the update going in. You can do that. Insert into orders new. What are the columns that I want? I want to add only two columns. I'll not add other columns. I'll not add other columns. Orders new column. Customer row ID I'll add, comma. I want order date, comma, customer ID. That's it. I'll pass this. Values. Row ID would be, for me, row ID is float. I'll just say a random number, comma. Order date is get date. Get date, comma. Customer ID is, what is the customer ID that I have inserted in the table? This one. So before that, I'll show you. Select this command. Select count of star where customer ID equals this. Do you see any records for that customer in the orders table? Okay, no records. Perfect. Now when I try to insert, based on this trigger, what message should get displayed? New customer booking order. I got it. I got the result. Okay, Arif, let's do some existing one. Okay. Select star from orders new. I'll take some existing customer ID, RD, copy and paste it here. Now what should be the message display? If my solution is correct, what should be the message that it should show? Existing customer booking order. Correct? I have, see, count of star. I have 19 orders booked by that customer. Okay, Arif, try. I have 90% of my solution is done. Only instead of printing, you have to write update command. That's it. Instead of print, just write update command. Your answer is done. Now you have automated. Whenever a new customer insert the data in the orders table, you will see the magic in the customer table. Isn't it actually nice? Just a trigger can create this magic for you. Now you guys got an idea how I get requirement and how I convert that into solutions. Now here, to give you an example, I am inserting only few rows in the data, but in the actual world, I have to write each and every column in the insert. Here, for inserting the data in that particular columns only will be around 50 lines for me. After that, designing the trigger will be around 20 lines. So if you see the full-fledged solution, At least 100 lines of code it will be to insert each and every value in the table. At least 100 lines of code it will be. Logic is important. I'll say update. Do I need to do anything else? Existing customer working an order. Do I need to do anything? No action. No action. I'll say less than 1. Less than or not equal to 1. Equal to 1. Remove this. I don't want this anything now. I want only this thing because no action you are telling. Equal to 1. Update. Customer. Set. Date of first purchase human. Directly date of first purchase human I'm editing. I'm not adding the epoch time. Guys, because in the orders table I have directly in the form of human time, right? Order date is already in human time. Okay. Date of first purchase set human equal to what? Order equal to select. Okay. What I'll do here, I'm doing select count of orders I'm doing. Similarly, I will create another 2 here also. Another variable at the rate customer ID, which is nothing but varchar of 20, comma, at the rate order date, which is date time. And rather, as I added this in here, I will add those 2 values also there. Count of at the rate customer ID is equal to select customer ID from inserted is equal to customer ID from inserted order date equal to, which is the order date from inserted. Now what I'll do? Update this at the rate order date where customer ID equals what? At the rate customer ID. Isn't it my solution? Execute. Done. Created. Now what I'll do? I'll do a little bit of testing. Delete from orders new where customer ID, this one ID, I'll just add delete from orders new where customer ID equals this. Orders new, this is one row affected. Add this here. Before updating the value here, I'll say select star from customer. So what is there here? Is there any value here, friends? Date of first purchase human, is there any value here? No, right? Fingers crossed. Fantastic. I got my solution. Okay, let's scale it. Update customer set date of first purchase human equals null. Done. Cleared everything. Truncate table orders new. There is no data in the table. Yeah, that is coming from system, right? That is coming from the system. I don't care about that field. That is coming from the system. I'm bypassing that now. If you want to populate that also, you add another update statement here. We have not automated that part. If you want to do that, you write another formula to insert the value in the form of epoch time also. But do I really care about the epoch time now? Now, as I'm building a solution, do I really care about the epoch time now? No, I don't care. If you want to add epoch time also, just add another update statement. That's it. Okay. So now I'll go to my insert script. Where is my? So table is there. I'll take some of these orders new records here. See, I'm taking these orders new record from here. These records I want to insert in the table and see the magic in my actual table. Before that, I'll show you I don't have anything in my orders new table. Select star from orders new. I don't have anything. No rows. That means any customer who is inserting an order in this table, that should be there in that table. Customer. My assumption was customer database is built beforehand, before taking the orders. Assumption is my setup as per the assumption. Now, initially when we built, we given an assumption. Is my setup as per the assumption, friends? Bring this here. From here, come down. Shift. Copy. Everything. Go to a database. Select this database. Tell new query. Paste these records here. Execute. Now, every customer who is booking an order now, which are the two tables should get updated now? Which are the two tables should get updated after this bulk load? It will take more time compared to the earlier now. Let it run. Meanwhile, you are executing your code, let it run. Then we will check the result. See, just one exercise will take more than an hour to do if you do these real world example. And tell me guys, any of the concept that you have not learned before, I have used that concept to solve this problem. Correct, friends? So this is how you should learn the things. This is how you should learn the thing. This is how you should implement. Let's see what we have built. Select star from customer. Isn't it cool? Every record in my customer table have got a value here in this now. And also you have so many nulls. What do you mean by nulls? Let's say no orders were placed by those customers. And now in future, if any new person comes and try to insert a record in my table, it will automatically update its first date of purchase. Currently, if you see in the orders table, select star from orders new, it is a combination of product table and the sales table, correct? Do you agree? Is it a denormalized table of product and the sales? If you closely observe the orders table, it is a denormalized table of product and sales. So if I say normalize it, what will you do? You will bring out the columns from the sales table or related to the product table and build a new table, correct? So now the task is simple. If you understand the question, it's only one query. It is only one query if you understand the question. Split the orders new table into in sales and product table. Product table should have following columns: product ID, name of the product, subcategory, category, and then unit price and discount. I want a new table. We'll have these columns in the new table. How will you design it? It's a one-time effort. It's a one-time effort. When I split this, then whatever changes we do in that table automatically it will take the calculation from the two separate tables. I don't want these columns in the orders table. I want these columns only in the product table. Basically, I am normalizing the table here. Basically, I'm normalizing the orders new table. That's it. And guys, after training program also, you should keep on thinking like these ideas. Just take the data from internet. Like this, start thinking on the ideas. Okay, what do I want to see? Can I do this? Then start building your codes. That's how you can do it. And the examples, most of the examples that I do in the sessions are on the fly comes to my mind. Some definitions, some basic codes I have already kept and written that I'll execute so that we can spend more time in explanation. Internet, you'll get many from the internet. So these troubleshootings you should learn. See, learning the code is not a big thing. Learning the coding, SQL is not difficult, guys. The way we took the approach, did anyone feel that learning SQL is difficult? Before starting the program, you were thinking learning SQL is difficult. But after learning, you are feeling that it's not difficult. But after learning, implementing is where it takes lots of efforts. This one you should have realized today. Implementing the bigger solutions is where it will take a lot of time. I don't say that also is difficult. Implementing also is not difficult. It will just take lots of time because you have to write functions, you have to write triggers, you have to write procedures and concentration also. Because if you divert from that code any point, then you'll get lost. And then to track that, it will take again 1 hour, 2 hours for you. Just last week only happened with me. I was trying to write a code for some of my requirements, and from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 3 days I worked on it. Some of the exceptions I was not able to handle properly. Some of the exceptions in the business scenario I was not able to handle. I have written 150 lines of codes. Then also it was not working. Saturday I sat and I did the same solution just in 50 lines. First attempt, what I did, it was 150 lines, but I was not able to handle some of the exceptions. I learned from the way I was writing the code, and I improvised it, and then I simplified and I've written the same code in just 50 to 60 lines. And that's common, especially in SQL. That is very common, because the more you write, the more you will learn the better methods. The more you write, the more you practice, the more you learn the efficient methods to write. The syntax will be same, but the way you handle the data will change. Okay, then.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL stored procedures, user defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Okay, so what method did we use to split these tables? Here we go. Select these columns. Now let me just execute this. Run B26 and then execute. See, one query that has created one table directly for me. Guys, I haven't created any table. I haven't created any table manually. So select into. Select into is a shortcut way to create the tables for you. Let me just refresh my table and see what's the data available there inside it. Now, I want to understand from you guys if this query is correct. Let me go and see in the tables. I can direct select star from products new. Can you see this? Now order by 2, I'll say. Order by 2. Do you see duplicates? So guys, do you see duplicates here? Duplicates are there. So how will we eliminate those duplicates? So let me just drop this table first. Drop tables product new. Product new. And I'll write a simple clause here. Select distinct. Correct? Distinct of these. Now then also you will see some records. See, now rather than 22,000 records, I have just 11,000 records. Let me try to write the query. Select star from product new. I'll get this order by. Still there will be a duplicate. What's the reason for getting duplicates here now? Example this. It's taking distinct of all column. Yes, but discount is given based on the order level here. Discount is not given at the product level. Correct? So the discount, how it is decided in the company, in the sales, is not based on the orders table. So can we keep, it's not based on the product. It's based on what? Based on a particular order. Because for different orders, different discount is being given. So I can't add discount column here in this table. If you want to keep unique values of the product names here, then you can't keep the discount value. So now see, I'll just say drop table product new, and I'll say discount, remove it, and then here 6,000. Now you'll not see any same product repeating twice. So see, it's here, different is there, product code is different, even though the name is same, but product ID is different. So in this way, what we do usually, this is used to create backup tables. Select star into, I wanted you to learn this select star into, many times we do. Where to find the unit price? So in the orders table, you have select star from orders new, you will see sales amount and quantity and discount is there. Sales amount, quantity and discount. So let's try to add additional column here. Select star comma sales divided by quantity So now I'm getting 150.384. Just hold on. Does the discount have effect on this number or no? We will check once. Order by product name. Order by product name or product ID. Order by product ID. Okay, have a look. Now, do you think the discount has effect on this number? If you want to get what is my unit price, this is the same product ID. If you see, you are seeing different unit price. Why? First one unit price is 21.192 and other two are 52.98 because the product first sales has the discount. 60% discount was given. So how will you give me the sales amount? How will you give me the sales amount before discount here? How should I modify my formula to get my sales amount before discount? Before discount, what is the unit price? Add discount to sales, remove discount given from sales. Okay, how? What is the formula for that? The values are calculated without discount? No. See here. These three orders are same product ID. These three orders are given for same product ID. And first order with discount, that's the reason I'm saying 21.192, but other unit prices are same. See, here also discount. This is same. For all these is same. This is this one. This all three is same. All this one is same. This one is same. See, I can see that. So wherever you see a discount, you'll see that 21, but divided by 10. Yeah, I did divide by 10 only, right? I got 21, but I want pre-discount. The number that you see here is post-discount. Unit price is post discount, guys. I want pre-discount. Now you're telling that in the sales amount, which is 60%, sale multiplied by 0.6, sale minus or sale plus? Sales plus this number, sales multiplied by discount. Why? But am I getting the value here anywhere for others? Other values are getting incorrect now. If I change that value, the other values will get incorrect now. This example, if you write this query and see, I have same products and the unit price for all these three should be the same, which is 52.98. Or I was missing brackets. It could be. No, I'm not. It's not because of the brackets. Then what am I missing there? So total discount amount here, the discount is in terms of percentage. If you are asked to calculate discount in amount, what will be your formula? Sales multiplied by discount. You'll write it. Let's see if this gives me the total discount amount. Okay, 127 is the discount. No, we are doing wrong math. What would be the right formula? Because the sales amount that you see here is post discount. That should be pre-discount. Sales plus sales multiplied by 0.6 divided by quantity. That will give me my discount. Okay, this will give me pre-discount. This formula will give me pre-discount. Let's see. Pre-discount sales I want. Sales plus sales multiplied by discount divided by 100. So are you following the BODMAS rule here? Must specify select from orders new order by this. So your number is 60. Before giving 60% discount, the amount was this much. On what amount, if I give 60% discount, I will get 211.92. On what amount if I give 60% discount? Let's see this. Okay. So that means on this amount, if I give 50% discount, I'll get this number. So wherever I don't see any discount, the amount should be same. Correct? And here I'm giving the discount. And here the amount is like 60% again. And the amount is this one. And the quantity is 1. It will be easy for you to identify this. Because this will be 40% and this will be 60%, 100%. That sounds good. And now for this complete number, if I divide it by quantity, if this whole number, if I divide it by quantity, will I get unit price? Will I get unit price? Execute. Here we go. Unit prices are same. Sometimes it's pure math, right? The solutions are pure math sometimes. Unit price, pre-discount. And now I want to move this column into this table. How will I move that? Bring this and add product name as unit price. Or just don't write the name. We can't write the names. Distinct of this into product new. Drop the table and then execute this. An object column name or missing query. Select into verify each column name has a name. Okay. As unit price. Nine 221. Select star from this table now. So basically I'm trying to denormalize. So did you get a realization now? Sometimes denormalizing the tables is not that straightforward with what data you get. Because the data sometimes in the denormalized table, it is manipulated or calculated. You can't bring out that value straightforward. Okay, so this is about taking the backup of the table and how to we split the data when the data is tangled or manipulated already. Just an example which should take. The query is small, guys. What you realized here? The query is small, but the effort that will take to solve that is more. Correct? The solution is only this much, but the effort that took is relatively more. Okay, now what are temporary tables in SQL? Okay, now guys, what do we mean by temporary tables in SQL? CTA also is on temporary table only. And if we have done temporary tables, then what else we are learning? It is not stored in the DB. They don't use memory, is it? Okay, I'll show you. I'll just refresh this. My product new will be available here. See, product new is available. Okay, let me write hash product new. That's it. I'm just adding hash. Create one table. Created. Refresh your tables. Refresh the tables again. Do I see anywhere here? You guys try and tell me. Do you see the table in the tables list? But it says 283 rows got affected. Now if I write select star from product, hash product new, I'm able to see the data. That means physically the table got stored. But where? Correct? See, if I go to system databases, tempdb and temporary tables, it is stored here. It is stored there. It is stored there. People will say, why it is getting stored there? What's the use of getting stored there? It's a physical table only. But why it is getting stored there? Can anyone? No, I didn't close this session still. Now I'll close the session. Guys, if you can see my screen, this table is available here. I'll close my SSMS and I will restart my SSMS. I just closed my session. That means closed my SSMS and I'm restarting my SSMS. My SSMS has opened now. Connect to database engine. Connect. The same server I have connected. Databases, system databases, tempdb, temporary tables, gone. The table is not there. That means what? The temporary tables will be there only till your session exists. And why do we need them? So many times when you are writing complex SQL codes, guys, you need to store the data intermittently for some time, temporarily for some time, so that your queries may run faster. Happens, right? Many times. People say that, Arif, my query is taking a lot of time to run because I have 4 joins, 5 joins condition. Correct? Everyone in the real world? The more joins you add, the more time your query will take. And that output you want to use in some other procedures or functions. At that time, what we do? We store the data into the temporary tables. Exactly. So that I need not worry about, when I exit, I need not worry about closing, deleting the table. I need not worry about deleting my table. Automatically, when you exit, your table will get deleted. When you come back again, you can create it. See? Invalid object name order is new because you are connecting to the master database. I do this mistake many times. I'll not connect to the right database. Okay. Table created. Refresh. Temporary tables. You have it again. So there are 3 types of temporary tables. 3 types of temporary tables. One is available till query execution, which are CDE. Available till my session ends is hash temp table. And one more is there. Available till all active sessions on the database. Hash temp table. What do you mean by that? In your company, when you go and you work on one database, multiple people will be working parallelly. Agree, everyone? Multiple people will be working parallelly. And hash temp tables will exist till all those connections are available on the database. If any given point of time, all those people will exit from the database, automatically that temp table will get deleted. Because it's a shared temp table. Hash temp table will get stored in the table till all the active connections are disconnected from the database. Make a note of this. Does it make sense? At query level, at one session level, and at multiple session level. At different levels, you have temporary tables that you can use. If you don't want to store the data only, we can find in the same location. Yes. Try creating that. You will find in the same location. Okay, I'll tell you once again. Hold on. This is one session that I have connected to this database. And let me create this. Please pay attention here. I'm creating hash table now. Execute. Created 2 tables. Refresh. Temporary tables. I have 2 tables now here. Now have a look. Right click. New query. New window. Let's try something now. Execute. Invalid object name. Orders new. Okay, let me just connect. So why am I forgetting? B26 is my database. Okay. It's already there. So what I'll do, I'll write this query. Incorrect query I have written. Hash. I have the data. Hash. I have the data. Single hash. I have the data. Why? The table which I created with double hash is accessible in the both the sessions. But why the table with the single hash is not accessible in both the sessions? Understood now? Double hash is accessible to multiple sessions for multiple users. But single hash is accessible to only one session. Yes. Nice, right? Isn't it nice? How we can use temporary tables? Now, let's go and create views. What do you mean by view, guys? Any idea? What do you mean by view? I'll say, have a look. The same columns I'll use here. And I say, create view product for details as from orders new. Why is it not working? Create view product details as incorrect syntax near product ID from orders new. See, silly mistake I do sometimes. I didn't write the select word only. Okay. Okay. Happens, guys. Even I do mistakes. And they do very, very silly mistakes. Okay. Guys. Now, have a look. I'll write select star from product underscore details. What had just happened? What is happening? You are seeing that you are just executing this, but internally this query is getting executed. And views are virtual tables. These doesn't occupy any space. Unlike the temporary tables, guys, unlike the temporary tables which occupy space and physically sit in the database table, but the views will not occupy any space and you will have a view now. See, it's a view. Now, what difference between CTE and a view? Yes, CTE is just within the query. within the query, but this you are storing this now. You are not storing CTE anywhere. View will be permanent. Tomorrow also you come and run this view, it will internally run that query. So views are permanent. And if what is the benefit of view then? So guys, I have written this query. Tomorrow, if you want the same query to write, will you write it again? Will you remember? Sometimes I have done 5 tables joins, 6 tables joins, and every day I have to run that query. Will you remember that query every day? Will you remember that query every day? So what if I say store that query inside SQL? Just store the query, don't store the data. Just store the query inside SQL. And rather than coming in tomorrow executing this query, you execute this query. It looks like you are executing this, but internally it is executing this for you. The query is still executed on the table only, but it looks like you are executing only select star from product details. Does it make sense? The benefit of views now? So that you need not remember the complex queries. Fair enough? What is the other benefit? Security. Security. Think you have your users across the world. Many users are there. And the data is very sensitive. Will you give access to everyone to see every data in your table? The data is sensitive based on the region based. Will you give access to everyone on the database table? No, right? If I can't afford giving that. So I will create views like this. Product details of category, where category equals furniture. Product details, furniture. Have a look. I'm doing that same thing. Create a view, execute this. The query got stored. Now tomorrow, you come and execute this. It will just give you the filtered data. It will not show the entire data in the table. It is just giving you 1,944. Arif, that's nice. Okay, let's create another view, which is another view for another category, office supplies. Create another view for office supplies. Execute. Select star from this. Now this query, if you execute, you'll get only that data. Let's say we created this view, so it is always have the same data or new data entries, other. Yes, views will get auto-updated because it's a query definition, right? It's not physically storing any data. When you run that select star from this view, it will go and get at that point what is the data in the table. Now, once you have this view created, give access to specific users. We can delete the view, drop view view name, same as table. And now, rather than giving access to the people on your base table, now what you can do, guys? Rather than giving them access to the base table, what you can do now? You can give access for them to these views. Everyone will feel that the data is only that much in the table. So that means you are not only reducing the complexity of the view by creating the views, reducing the complexity of the queries by creating the view, you are also enabling security by creating the views and giving access them to the relevant people. Agree, everyone, with this statement? So these are the two benefits of views. Okay, so let's go ahead and do some security part. Everyone, if you see on the right hand side, you will have multiple folders. Below the databases, do you see security? Do you see security part, everyone? There are multiple logins which are available here. Now you'll be seeing few or many. Now, first I need to create a new login for my new user. Guys, first we need to create a new login for my user. So how to create a login? Just right click on the logins. Do you see new login option there? Okay. Now I'll click on new login. It will give me a prompt. Give a username. Arif user. I'll give a name. You give your name or anything. And now I will say as SQL Server authentication. That user, he has to enter a password before he enters the database. I'll just give a password, random password I'll give. I'll just give user 1234. User 1234 I'll give. Whatever you want, you give. Don't do anything. Just give the username and give the password and tell me if it is done. And click on OK. Don't do anything. Just click on OK. Do you see your name showed there in the list of logins? The people who are working on the browser version, you may not be able to do this. People who have physical SQL Server installed on your machine, only those people can try this. Are you able to see Arif user there or your name, whatever username you have given? Okay, now I'll click on connect database one more time. Now this time, what is the username should I use to connect as a new user? The whatever name you have given. Arif user. Under the server security, see here, you have security under server also, not the database. First, to let user run the query on the database, you have to onboard him on the server first. Now, I'll add the username that I have given. Everyone, you are there with me? I'll add user 1234. I'll add the name, login, and password. If I try to connect, it will ask me change your password. Every time when a new login is created, first time your password will show like this only. Now give another password. I'll just give another password here now. I give another password and now I'll click on OK. My password has been changed and automatically a new connection has been established. Can you see this? This is for my owner and this is the new login. So two different people have connected to the same server now. Two different people have connected to the same server. Can you also see two different usernames there? If you guys are not able to do, then totally fine. In your company, you are not going to do this. This will be your admin people who will be dealing with this. SQL Server administrator will be dealing with all these things. For you to just have an understanding is important. If you guys are not able to do this, don't take stress, guys. Trust me, this is not SQL development. This is an administration part, which I'm showing you how to create logins and how to set up the security. That's it. Okay, so now have a look. I have this window. I'll just close this session. I don't want this session. I have one session for Muhammad Fahim here. See the name, Muhammad Fahim. And another session for this user, I'll create new query. SQL query 2 for Arif user. Now have a look. Databases. All the databases name will show. And if I write same query here, where is that? Select star from products new. See, if I execute this query here, I'll be able to see the data. If I execute this query here, because master database. Okay, change the database. B26. The database is not accessible. Why? Why not accessible? Come here back. On the database, come to my user, owner of this. On the database now, here, permission meaning permission to do something. Permission missing, yes. Security, users. I don't have any users now, correct? Now, can I add any users for this database? New user. What is my SQL server with login? Username Arif. User. Login name Arif. User. Default schema. Which schema I want him to connect? Okay, let it be default schema. I'll leave blank for now. Arif user. Login name as Arif user. I have given Arif user. In the database, I have created that user. Invalid object name. Still, I'll not be able to select. Now it allowed. Earlier it was showing permission missing. But after I created that user, why? It started showing me this. It allowed me to connect now, right? It allowed me to connect to the database now. Same login name should be used. Otherwise, it will not work. Now, on this database, if I try to execute this query, the select permission was denied on the object product new. Correct, friends? Everyone is getting this now? First server level, then the database level, then the object level. Now, if I try to give him access to this, select for this query, can he execute on this at least? No, for this also no. So what should I do now? Let's write a command. Grant select on this to whom? To Arif user. Done. Now, isn't it cool? This particular user, now he cannot execute query on here. He cannot execute query on the base table, but he can execute a query on this. Don't you think this is a really nice feature to implement if you want to set up security for different users to see their own data, not the other data? And now I have just granted him select. I have not granted him anything else. Now he can't do update, he can't do delete, he can't do truncate, he can't do anything. For every operation you should give create, alter, drop, truncate, delete, drop, truncate, delete, update. All these you have to give specifically to the user. Yes, you can control individually what he can do. For some people you can give update, but you can revoke them from delete. For some people you can give insert, but you cannot give them delete. So every command level you can control. Every command level you can control. Now you want to revoke from that user now. Revoke, select on from Arif user. Done. Run this query. Gone. Guys, understood what is grant and what is revoke? But as a developer, I will not be doing it. As a developer, I will not be doing it. This will be done by admin people of your company. This will be done by admin. And you are seeing that example right now here. My user is not able to execute the data on the base table. Can you see this? This is a base table. He can't execute, but he can execute on this. And he see only 1944. That gives us a clear idea. Why am I creating view? Even though it's not physically stored, but my user can access only the data what he is supposed to see. Select star from countries. Do you still have this table that we created in the beginning? Now, have a look. What am I doing? I'm running series of commands. Do you see any Bangkok record here? Line for any Bangkok? Country ID, country code, and Bangkok. In this table, I don't have any Bangkok line. Please pay attention. After that, I'll give you time to do at your end. But on my screen, do you see any Bangkok line here in this table? No, right? Okay. Now what I'm doing, I'm telling begin transaction. Begin transaction. Transaction is started. Insert into table. Okay. I'll just add null, comma, null. I'll just add this one line. One line affected. I'll execute this. Bangkok is there. Okay. Rollback transaction. Execute. Select star from countries again. Where did the Bangkok go? Where did Bangkok go now? It is rolled back. Correct? So when I do a rollback, it has removed that line from my table. It has removed that line from my table. Now, pay attention. Now I'll write commit transaction before rollback. Please pay attention. Now I will do begin transaction. Same. Every time you have to, if you want to use commit and rollback, always you have to write begin transaction. Begin transaction should be written. If you want to use commit and rollback, guys, ensure that you write before insert statement, there should be begin transaction. If you don't write begin transaction, commit transaction and rollback transaction will not work. Keep this in mind. If you don't write begin transaction, then commit and rollback will not work. If you don't start a transaction, then it is auto commit. There is no concept of commit, only auto commit it is. Now I'll write begin transaction. Now I'll insert it. Data will be available here. Select star from countries. Bangkok is there. Now I'll do commit transaction. The transaction is closed now. The transaction is closed. Now you can't do the rollback. It says the transaction was already closed. Till the time you don't write commit or rollback transaction, you can undo everything. You write 10 commands, you write 20 commands, you write 30 commands. Till the time you don't write commit or rollback, you can do it. And your session should be active. If your session is closed, the data will get auto committed. Either two scenarios. Either it should be till the session or the DML commands. Keep in mind, DDL commands are auto commit. DDL commands are auto commit. Keep this in mind. So in 3 scenarios, your transaction will get closed. Which are those? First, either commit or roll back, your transaction will close. Close the session, your transaction will close. What is the final scenario in which your transaction will get closed? Any DDL command, all the 5 rows will get removed. Commit means it's like writing with pencil and writing with pen. When you write with pencil, you have the flexibility to erase it, right? If you do some mistake. But if you write with pen, do you have flexibility to erase it? It's based on that concept only. You have the flexibility to roll back your data if you think you have done something mistake. So when you go to the companies, guys, we have update and alter for that, right? So can you give access to base table? Let's give access to the base table also to the user. Come here, write this. Grant select on this, granted. Come back to Arif user, write this query. He has access or no? To which user you have given? To which table you have given? Grant select on orders new. Oh, not orders new, products new. Products new, or write orders new, base table. Orders new. He has access over the base table now. He can do anything that he wants. Means he just can do select. So on which table, which column, you can control everything. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Okay. So what do you think indexes are? So suppose, guys, you have a textbook which has 10-12 chapters, and along with that, it's around 500 pages big. Now, if you are asked to open chapter number 5, how will you open that? Will you go page by page, or we will go to index, you'll find the page number and you'll open. So you'll go to index, and then from that, you will get that information of where that chapter starts from. Suppose what will happen if you will not have index? Definitely it will take a lot of time for you to go to that page from where that chapter starts, right? So indexes are helpful. Okay, here we go. Now, indexes are of 2 types. Usually there are 2 types of indexes. One is clustered index and another is unclustered index or non-clustered index, or you can tell as a primary index or secondary indexes. Now, why do we need index? To enhance my query execution time. Whenever you have huge data in the tables, guys, whenever you have huge data in the tables, at that time, what happens? To fetch the data based on a where clause, it will become difficult. So what index does? Index is an internal table that created with the help of key value pairs. Key value pairs. It will get created on the table. You have to create. Now, the index that you see at the beginning of the table is in the same order of the pages which are aligned in the sequence. Everyone agree with that? The sequence from top to bottom, how it is written, is in ascending order of the pages only. You'll never see it jumbled, so that it will be easy for you to directly jump onto that page. That is called primary index or clustered index, where the data in the table and the data in the index is in this order. data in the table and data in the index is in the same order. There are another kind of indexes. There are another kind of indexes which are non-clustered indexes. Have you seen in some books, at the end also there will be a index available? Have you seen? At the end of the book also there will be indexes available. That will be not based on the page numbers. It will be based on the alphabetical orders. Correct, guys? Have everyone seen that? The index at the end of the book also will be available. So what is the purpose of that index? To find the keywords or example, yes. Now, is it maintained in a sequential order? Now, A, B, C, D in the same order is mentioned, page number ascending order, and the names also in ascending order it is mentioned, or it will be like A character, it could be at the last page, Z character, it could be at the first page, or in between somewhere. So there is no order maintained for that. Why? Because the table is already sorted based on your front index, not so it's not possible for you to again sort it based on the final index. Only one index, based on only one index, you can sort your data in the table, right? Can you sort your data in the table based on both the indexes, first index and the last indexes? Will you tear your book and then again sort it based on the index that is at the end of the table? Is it possible? No, right? You can't do that. So both are indexes only. But the one which is available in the first page at the beginning of the book and based on which the data is arranged in the table is called primary index or clustered index. And the one which is available at the end of the book is called a non-clustered index. And now if you see here, pk emp dot, if you run this query, select star from sys dot indexes, you will see pk underscore emp, some code is given and it is given as a clustered index. So whenever you create a table which has a primary key in it, automatically SQL server will create an index based on that primary key. Automatically it will create. Check, run this query and check, guys. Even if you can see all the tables that I have created, see, salesperson, it is there. Customer, it is there. Orders, it is there. Come down. You have other tables, some are internal tables. For all those tables, the indexes will be available. Some are clustered, some are non-clustered, some are heap indexes. Now, why do we need the secondary indexes or non-clustered index? Indexes can be more than one in a table, guys. Indexes can be more than one, but there can be only one primary index. There can be only one clustered index in one table, and there can be n number of non-clustered indexes in any table. Make a note of this. You may be asked, how many clustered indexes will be there in one table, guys? Why? And the reason for that? And the reason for that is because the data in the table is sorted according to the index. Physically, the data in the table is sorted based on the index order to make the fetch much faster. If you have two shelves like this, and if the mapping is like this, don't you think it will be faster for you to access the data compared to mapping like this? Compared to mapping like second one, don't you think the first is much faster compared to the second one? That's the difference. Because once is physically the data is sorted in the table, then you can't resort it. So you have to create an index which is non-clustered index. But if clustered index is better and faster, then why we need? Because clustered index can be created only on primary key. What if you want to search the data based on the non-primary keys, based on the product name? It's possible, right? Or you'll search data only based on the primary key only in the table. When the table is created, when index is automatically, it has to create manually. So primary, if a table has a primary key in it, automatically a primary index will get created. Make sense? Whenever you have a table with a primary key, automatically you'll get a primary key created. See, here on the EMP table. Where is my, it's an object. Where did it go? Here we go. So it's getting created for PK only, primary key only, automatically. Now I'll create some additional on that. Select star from EMP. You have these many data now. And then I'll say create index non secondary index. I'll just give name secondary underscore ename on EMP dot ename. Statement specifying key list is missing when creating an index. Create an index with key list. It should be there. See, on what table you can drop. Try. Can you see this? I have created an index, and now I'll run the query. The same query system underscore indexes, and I'll show you that index will be available here for me, where name is equal to where name equals this. Will it show or it will not show? See, non-clustered index, it is showing. Okay, guys, I created this just now. Okay, let's drop this index. Drop index. Error. Specify the table name. Incorrect syntax. It should be on. Why? Check the syntax. Why the drop is not working? Just give the table name because it has already been created. So in one table, it cannot have dropped. Now run this query, you'll not find anything. There can be only one clustered and index, and n stands for n number of columns. Will this work, or it is an Oracle server? Show indexes. It's an Oracle command. It's not a SQL server command. Let's see. Show index from. I just want to see from one table. Select star from indexes. There is an object ID. I just want to pull in the table name. Execute sp help index. There is a procedure. @ job. Customer. The object customer does not have any indexes, or you do not have any permission. Oh, okay. EMP. Here we go. So this query you can use to find out all the indexes. So now I'll just create one index here. Created. Execute this. I'll see 2 indexes. Make sense? So you can write this command. Basically, it's a stored procedure, which is system stored procedures. I have not written it. SQL server has this inbuilt, which will take input as the table in this format only, and then it will give you all the indexes available on that table. So there can be two types of indexes. One is primary index and one is secondary index. Now people will ask that, can we write a select query on an index? Will it be possible to write? Answer is no. It's an internal key value pair table which is created by SQL Server, and it is used for internal purpose. You cannot see the data inside the index. You can use it, you can drop it, but you cannot see it. Primary index is always created by system only. No, you can create it by yourself. See, customer doesn't have any index now. Customer doesn't have any index. Correct? Now I'll write create clustered index on customer index customer pk underscore customer on customer table on customer ID. Now check. Got it? So by default, we know that if you don't specify a primary key on the table, no clustered index will get created automatically. If you want an index on that particular column, then you can create a primary index or cluster index by yourself. Now, if I create it another time, should it allow me to create a cluster index one more time? Example, if I try to create another pk customer name, and I will go and check the table, and then I'll just check the column name. Which are the column name? Okay, customer name. I'll copy. I'll paste it here. Should it allow or no? What I was explaining, the same definition is given as an error only for you. So I can create it as non-clustered index on this table. Done. Now execute. You'll see two indexes. So how to specify clustered or non-clustered? Like this you can do. What is the purpose of index? Any table which has huge data and the query is taking, it's not to search. It is used to improve your query performance or improve your query fetch timing. Whatever you want to search, only that data it will show, but it will enhance the speed of getting the result back. So now practical example of the index could be, you have 10 million rows and your query is taking 5 minutes to run. If you create on that particular table index on the where clause where you are adding whatever filters you are adding on that, if you add this index, it will improve the timing of your query execution. That's it. You don't have any control over how the indexes are stored and all things. No, I really don't care about it. It just improve my performance of my query. What it does, how it does, why should I care about it? Basically, it creates a key value pair. Long answer short, it created a key value pair. For your key value in the table, key and the position, it will create a list like this. Your key is 1, position is 5. Key is 2, position is 10. Now, if you have this stored somewhere, then definitely rather than directly going and searching line by line in your table, your query will go to this table and look for that key value here, what you are searching, and then find the position, directly go to that line. This is how it works internally. But you can't see that. You can't run a query and see that. It may store in only one cell. It may store in 2 cells. It will store in 10 cells. It may store any way it want. But ultimately the objective is it will fetch the result for us. See, customer name, non-cust. So there can be definitely a duplicate customer name, right? I have created a non-clustered index here. Definitely it can store. So drop index pk dropped non-clustered on yearly income. And I'll say income. It got created. I created a primary index on clustered index on which column? On which column did I create? Yearly income. Yearly income has duplicate values in that table. Now, how index is managing that duplicate values? Why should I care? Why should I care? Because internally SSMS is managing that. Okay. Okay. Now I want to create one table like this. Okay, let me just create this table and I will insert the data, insert this. Insert value invalid, table name, pivot sample 1. Pivot sample 1, pivot sample 1, pivot sample 1. Why? 1, 2, 0, 20, 21, 22. Okay. Select star from pivot sample 1. Okay. I have a data like this. Is the data wrong, incorrect? Data is correct. Data is correct. But the way it is stored is incorrect. Correct, guys? Is the statement correct? What I just told? Because if you store data like this, you cannot do aggregation on it. You cannot run any queries on it. Agree? Aggregation means sum of sales. What kind of aggregation? Sum of sales, average of sales, quarter-wise sales, sales for every quarter. I want to see quarter-wise sales. On this query, can you do that? If I ask you, show me quarter 1, what is the total sales per year? What query will you write here? See what I have written on my screen. I have used this table. I have written query like this, which will give me my input table. And I want output table in the form of unpivot this value, nothing but sales. I would say sales for month name. I'm telling all these values you consider as sales, and all these values you consider that as month name. I'm defining sales, month name in all these columns. This is like structure to unpivot your data. What value that I'm giving for the numbers here? sales. What name I'm giving to the column which will have numbers is sales. And what is the column name that I'm giving for Jan, Feb, March, April, May? What is the column name I'm giving? Month name. And how many columns I'm taking there? I'm taking all the 12. Now, if you run this entire query, it will unpivot your data for 2022, all the 12 lines, December 2021, all the 12 lines from Jan to December, from 2022, all the lines from December. This is how I'm doing unpivot. And now, whatever query you want to write, you type it here. You type it here. See? Whatever query you want to write, you type it here now. I'll write month name, and this is sales. Execute. I got my this value allocated as quarter. See, quarter Q1, Q2, Q3. Now, if you want to do summation of that, first you have to calculate the quarter, and then based on that quarter, you have to do summation. Correct? You can use here a with clause with temp as this, and you can close your temp, and then below you can write what? Guys, what you can write? Select sum of sales, comma, what? Year within the quotes, because year is a function, and then comma, quarter. Quarter is a function. I'll say from which table? Temp, which I've just now created here above. The table name temp here, and then group by year and quarter. Now, if I execute this everything, I don't need to add this. Execute. Column name, invalid column name in the temp. Why? Quarter. Come on, Arif. How can you miss that? Operand, data type, and varchar for sum of sales. Am I using the right column name? Sales. Okay. I'm using sal. Sum of sales. Because it's a character type, it is not converted into number. I can write this one to convert to a number. Say a cost. Sales to what? Integer. Can I do that? As sales. How did we convert yesterday? See, even I forget. How would you convert? So I always take the cost. Okay, cost of as, not to. As int. Remove this. And then try to execute this. Let's see. Conversion failed. Value of Jan. What is showing like this? First you try this, then I'll group it and I'll show it to you. Select star from temp. It should work. First we'll say pivoting and unpivoting, then I'll show you how to group it. It's just like changing in the formatting I have to do. So guys, is it possible to do like this? Sales it is showing as Jan, Feb, March. No. How can you show Jan, Feb, March? Where are my values? Where are my values coming? I'm not taking values only here anywhere. So this is for my all the months. Values are here, but sales in this, I'm not displaying my month name, comma, sales for this month name. Here we go. I got the sales. Now I can do sum of sales on top of it. I was missing just a column name. This is a part of the query. You can change it to anything. If you write star here, it will display everything after unpivoting. If you write whatever query you want here, it will show like that. First, type this much. Then we'll go to little bit complex. So I'll write this query here. I'll try whether I can do directly group by here or what. Okay, good. So I got the output like this. If you want to aggregate this, I'll tell with temp as this entire table. I'll use a temp. What I'm trying to do here, guys, CTEs. Correct? I'm trying to use CTE to get my result in an aggregated fashion. Select sum of sales, comma, year, comma, quarter from which table? What is the name of the table I should give here if I'm using CTE? Temp. Group by year, comma, quarter. It shouldn't add a comma here. Correct? I got the result grouped 2021 Q1, 2022 Q2, like that. It is grouped. So you can write any kind of query like this. So what I'll do now, I'll just take this query here. I'll come down. I'll just paste it here and run this query once again. I will insert select star into sample pivot. Sample pivot. Select star into sample pivot. This query I'm writing from this query. I'm creating the reverse. So I have unpivoted it and I'm storing the data in another table as T. Let me just execute this. Perfect. Now what did this query do? What did this query do now? It created a table, right, for me. It created a table which is nothing but select star from sample pivot. Now see, I have converted my pivot table into unpivot fashion now. With this, I converted that to an unpivot. Now think this is my table. How will you pivot this? How will you pivot this data now? Okay, have a look. I have a query like this, and I am taking the data from sample pivot. And now this I'll change to sales. Sales. This value I'm changing to sales. Okay, first let me run this part of the query. This is an unpivot table, which I want to convert into a pivot fashion like this. Select star from this. I have pivoted it now. Okay, now you want to do based on your other months also, May, June, July, August. Run this. As you increase, you'll get those additional columns. September, October, November, December. So input is what format? Here the input is in what format? Straight table or unpivot format. Unpivot format, and I have pivoted this now. Try. So first create this table. Sample pivot is created by select star into on your previous query. I'll just bring it down so that you can see from top to bottom. First create this, then check the data in the sample pivot, then do this part. So I'll just reduce the screen a little bit more so that people can see top to bottom every command. June I have missed. Okay, JVN. Execute. You will see June also here. Good. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Okay, fine. So, guys, you are having a hands-on session. Okay, and we are going to do some questions. So, I think you guys will be having the customer table, right? That has been created, like zip code, address, city, like this one table has been created for you, right? Now, you guys have to use the same database, okay, where you have created that customers table. And with the help of that table only, we are going to create one more table, and based on this, we are going to solve the questions. Okay, guys. So everyone create this table in your system and just check whether you are having the same values in customer ID or not. Okay. So you can give the values according to the customer ID you have in your customers table. Okay. So create this table and insert six or five or six record in that table as well. Okay. Please tell me what is inner join and what is full join. Okay. Inner join help us to get the common record from both the tables, or you can say it will join two rows from two tables wherever it will get the matching values. Another we have full join. So full join says that it is going to return the entire data from left table as well as from the right table, whether it is matching or it is not matching. It is going to give all the record as an output. Now, based on this, we have few questions. Simple question based on join. So you guys have to make an inner join on customers and orders table. So if I show you, we have two table over here. Select star from customer and we have another table orders. So if we have these two tables, now if we have to make an inner join over here, so what will be my query? We have to make an inner join on customers and orders table on the customer ID column. So if we see both the tables, what we have common in both the tables? Customer ID, right? So whenever we want to make a join, we must have to see for some matching data in both the tables. So if we see this table, what we have as a matching column, we have customer ID. So based on this, we are going to make the join. Now, what is the syntax for making the join? Give the answer for this. Okay, so if we see this question, so it is specifying that we have to make an inner join. So if we have to make an inner join, let's say select star from customer and let's give some alias name to it, customer C, inner join orders, and let's say orders O on. Now, whenever we make join, we give some condition over here. So, on which condition? On whenever customer ID will get matched by orders customer ID, then we have to make a join. So, now if we execute it, and we will get our output. Both the tables data has been combined together and we are getting our output. Now, next question, make left and right join. Now, what will be the query for this? Okay, so first of all, if we discuss about left join, so over here, if we write select and select star from customer, and over here, if we have to make left join, we have to specify left join orders O, and let's say I'm giving customer C on C dot customer ID equals to O dot customer ID. So now if I'm going to do this, we will be able to make a join over here. Same order, if we have to make a right join, we have to write select star from customer C, and over here we are going to make right join orders O on C dot customer ID equals to O dot customer ID. And over you can see one matching record is not present in the customers table. So we are getting null in my left table because right join says that we are going to get all those records that are common in both the table, but we are going to get entire record from the right table. So over here we are getting all the records from right table, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 30 as well. 30 data is not present in my customer table. So I'm getting null over there. Same if we see left join. So over here we are getting entire data from left table, but we are not getting the data in right table because from right table we are going to only get the matching record. Now, if we are doing update and in that update, if we are not going to give the where clause, in that case, what will happen? Yes, you have, if we want to reverse the changes, we can only reverse when we are initiated a transaction. Now, full join over here, first see. So full join says that we are going to get the entire data from both the tables, whether the data is matching or it is not matching. We are going to get the complete records from both the tables. So what I can write over here, select star from customer C and over here inner join orders O on C dot customer ID equals to, sorry, O dot customer ID, and over here we have to mention full, not inner, by mistake, full join. And once we're going to execute it, see, we are getting the entire data from both the tables, and it is irrespective whether the records are matching or not. Wherever the record is matching, we are getting the data from both the tables. And if the data is not matching, we are getting the record from that table, and from the other table, we are getting the null values. Now, over here, we have to update the orders table and we have to set the amount to be 100 wherever customer ID is 3. So over here, my amount value is already 100. So let's say I'm going to make it as 1, 2, 3. So update orders, and over here, we are going to write set amount equals to, let's say 1, 2, 3, where customer ID equals to 3. So for now, if I'm going to execute it, one row is getting effect. Means if I'm going to see the table, so over here we will be finding that one record has been updated. Or you can see, yeah, third, and we can see amount has been updated to 1, 2, 3. Now, over here, let's say if we have initiated a transaction, or right now, if I'm going to write rollback, it will not do anything. See, the rollback transaction request has no responding begin transaction. So basically, rollback we use to undo the changes, but we can only use rollback when we have initiated a transaction. For example, let's say I'm doing begin transaction, and over under this, what I'm doing, update orders and set amount equals to 1. Now I'm not giving the where condition over here. So if I'm not giving the where condition in update command, it will come, or you can say it will update the entire records of that particular table. So if I execute it for now, see, all the 8 rows has been affected. So for now, if I see the orders table, and you can see all the amount values has been updated as 1. So if I had to reverse this, what I can use, rollback. So once I'm going to execute it, see, command is completed. And again, if I'm going to see the table, you can see amount has been changed to their original state. If in the place of rollback, if I have committed it, so means the changes that has been done in this particular transaction will get committed, means the changes that has been done will get permanently fixed. Okay, so for changing them, we have to initiate the another transaction. Okay, so you can use transaction while using the update or delete command. It can help you a bit. Now, give the query for this first question. You have to use the inbuilt function and you have to find the minimum, maximum, and average amount from the orders table. You need to write a single query, and a single query you must get all the values. Okay. So over here, if we need to find out minimum, maximum, and average amount, so we have to use an aggregate functions over here. So we have three aggregate functions for solving this question, that is minimum, maximum, and average. We have two more, count and sum, but we don't need them over here. In this question, we need three, minimum, maximum, and average. So we'll be writing select. First of all, let's say if we need minimum amount, so minimum. So minimum amount as main amount, then maximum amount as max amount. Then if we need the average as well, so average and average of amount column as average amount from orders. Now if we execute it, we will get our minimum amount, maximum amount, and the average amount from the table. Now, user-defined functions. So now you have to create a user-defined function which will multiply the given value by 10. So over here, you have to just create a simple calculation-based function. So tell me which function you are going to create over here. Okay. So we can do this question by two ways. Either we can return the value directly in return statement, or what we can do, we can initialize a variable, and with the help of variable, we'll be returning the value. So if we just discuss the first way while declaring a variable. So let's say if we need to create a function, so create function multiply by 10. And over here, it is mentioned that this function is going to accept the value, means it will multiply the given number with 10. So if we need to pass the number inside this function, we need to give one variable over here, or you can say we have to pass one parameter. So at the rate, well, integer. So now, if we are going to multiply integer by integer, what we are going to get? Returns integer only, right? Whenever we are creating function, we have to specify that what type of data a function is going to return. Because function over here is always going to return some data. Okay. Now, as begin. Now, over here, first of all, let's declare one variable. Declare at the rate result, that is integer. And now, if we need to modify the value of this result variable, what I can do? Set at the rate result equals to at the rate number, sorry, not number, value multiplied by 10. And in the end, returns, so not returns, return at the rate van and end. Now, let's execute this code. So it has been executed successfully over here, right? Now, if I need to call it, I'll be writing select dvo dot function multiply by 10. And over here, let's say if I'm passing 20 over here, so I will must get 200 as an output. So we are getting 200 as an output over here, right? Same order if we have to do, and let's say if I want to call this function for a table, so what I can do, select, let's say, amount, comma, tbo dot, and let's pass this value over here. And at the place of 20, I am passing amount as updated amount from orders. So we can use this part to execute my function for the table. Sorry. You can see I got the updated amount from my table. Now, the same function I can create without declaring the variable as well. Let's say if we are having this function and let's say we are pasting over here and the place where we have declared a variable. So if we have a just one statement in this function, right, that is value multiplied by 10, that is doing the main work for us, right? So what I can do, I can remove this entire variable declaration thing and we can return the value directly multiplied by 10. So this is also will be the correct answer. Okay, you can give the value directly without declaring the variable. Okay, so you can use any of the approach while solving this question. Now, these type of functions are known as your scalar valued user defined function. Okay, so this part is clear to everyone. Now, third question, give the structure will be same, but you can give your own data in the tables. Okay, as the question was just to create the tables with some structure. The structure was mentioned and data you have to insert by yourself. Now over here, what we have to do, we have to use a case statement over here, right? So if I need to use a case statement, so the case statement is used to compare the multiple conditions at a time, right? So let's say select case. So over here, if you see the case has been defined in this question as well, that we have to check if 100 is less than 200, greater than 200 or equal to 200. And then we have to print the corresponding values, right? So what we can do, we have first case when 100 is greater than 200, then let's say 100 is greater than 200. Second case, when 100 is equal to 100, then 100 is equal to 200. So over here we have mentioned select, then we have given the case statement, and now over here we have defined our first case that whenever 100 is greater than 200, then what we have to do? Then 100 is greater than 200. This output is going to get displayed on the screen. Next, when 100 is equal to 200, then 100 is equal to 200. Now, if you want, you can give another when condition, but it's not necessary. So what we can do, we can give the else, that if all the conditions that we have given in when, if all the conditions are going to fail, then in the end, what we have to do? So else 100 is less than 200. And that's it. Now, end. Now, once I'm going to execute it, I will get my answer. 100 is less than 20 because first it will check the very first condition. If it is going to get failed, it will jump on the second condition. If this is also going to get failed, it will jump on the else part. Let's say if the very first condition is also only getting satisfied, that is 100 is less than 200. And over here, what we have given, 100 is greater than 200. So now if I execute it, I must get 100 is greater than 200. So if I execute it, see, my condition got satisfied on the very first line. So it will have just printed the very first line and has not checked the second or third and just simply printed the output on the screen. Okay. So now this is known as your case statement over here. Now, fourth question. So now give the answer for this fourth question. Using a case statement, you have to find the status of the amount and you have to set the status of amount as high amount, low amount, medium amount based upon the condition. So whichever table you have created, like whichever values you are having in amount column, based on that, create three conditions based on high amount, low amount, medium amount, and give the output. Now, what will be your query for this? So over here, if we see, we have this amount table, sorry, orders table, select star from orders. Now, if we see this, now in this we have amount column, right? So let's say I'm giving condition, let's say select, and I'm selecting amount column, and let's say give case, and first case is when amount, let's say I'm giving greater than 2500 or let's say greater than or equal to 2500, then high amount, and when amount between 1500 and 2500, then we have to give medium amount, and else we can give low amount. Now, and if we need some alias name for it, so end as status from orders. Now, once we're going to execute it, we are going to get one more column over here that is defining the category of the amount. Okay. Now, over here, create a user-defined function to fetch the amount greater than the given input. Means, let's say if I'm passing 200, so I must get all those amount values which are greater than 200. So now what will be the query? See, question over here depends is, let's say you have this orders table, right? Select star from orders. This is my orders table. Now in this, let's say if user is passing or we are passing the value 500 in the function, right? So I must get entire details, or you can say if you are only fetching amount, that is also correct, no issues. But if you are fetching all the details, that will be great. And you have to get all those details from orders table wherever amount is greater than 500. Means let's say 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, and yeah, this 3, 4, 5, 6. So total 4 rows as an output you must get over here. Okay. This is what you have to do. Okay. So over here, if we see, we have to create a user-defined function to fetch the amount greater than the given input. So let's say if I write a general query, and if we have to find out the orders wherever amount is greater than 500. So what I'll be writing? Select star from orders where amount is greater than 500, right? And if I'm going to execute this query, we are going to get all the data wherever the amount is greater than 500, right? Now the same query I have to enclose in the define function. So what this 500 is my parameter, means this value can get changed again and again, and based on that my output will also get changed, right? So this is my parameter that we got over here. So if I have to create a function for this, what I'll be writing? Create function fetch by amount, and over here we can pass at the rate input, that is integer. Now over here returns table, because this is your table valued user defined function. Table valued user defined function. Now over here returns table and begin. So over here, do we need begin? Yes, in table valued function, do we have begin? No. So what we have over here, we can directly write as return, and inside return we can give our query, that is select star from orders wherever amount is greater than the amount that we are passing, that is input. And that's it. Execute it. Function has been completed. Now if I have to write select star from, as it is a table valued function, so while calling it we write select star from, and we can write dbo dot fetch by amount, and let's say if I'm passing 500 and execute it. So we will get a table as an output. Now you can apply the where condition as well in this particular function. Let's say select star from this function where customer ID equals to, let's say, greater than 1. So we can query this particular output as well that we are getting from this function. See, so we are getting our condition wherever the customer ID is greater than 1. So if I give 2, I will get only those record wherever the customer ID is greater than 2. So you can apply your query analysis, so you can use this output that you are getting with the help of function as a proper table, and you can query that data as well. Okay, just like this. Let's say if I'm writing select star, and if I need to get on which date the order has been placed, so what I can do, date name over here, let's say I need a day, so weekday, and over here we can pass order date. So you can see I'll be also getting the weekday on which day the order was placed. See, this order placed on Friday, this order placed on Monday, and third order placed on Saturday as weekday. So you can treat that function as proper table. Okay. Okay. Now, one final question. We have two table over here, customer and orders. So over here, your task is that you have to create a user-defined function in such a way that you will get, you have to pass pass customer ID in function, and get entire detail of that customer with order details. Okay. Your function will just accept the customer ID, and based on that, it must give the entire detail from both the tables. Now, what will be your query? So over here, see guys. First of all, if we have to write a basic query, what will be my basic query? If we just forgot about creating a function, and if I be asked that you have to just create a query or you have to write a query that will give the entire detail of that customer with orders. Okay, yes, with inner join and customer ID equals to customer ID, correct, Dipendra? So we'll be writing select star from customer, let's say customer C, and we are going to make inner join as we have some unmatching data as well. So let's say give a full join or no worries. Let's give inner join from orders over here from customer table. Let's say we are making left join because we have six customer records, right? So start from orders where O on C dot customer ID equals to O dot customer ID, and where let's say C dot customer ID equals to 1. So what I will get? I will get the entire record of customer ID 1. Right? Now I have to enclose the same query in function, right? So what I have to write? Create function get by customer. And over here, let's say at the rate ID integer returns table as return. Now over here, I have to give my same query that I have written over here and replace this one with at the rate ID. Now, still if I'm going to execute it, see what will happen. I'm getting error, right? Now, why I am getting this error actually? If we see this output, what we have, customer ID, customer ID. It is repeated, right? So now if we are creating a table, so in a table, we can't have repetitive columns, right? And as I showed you earlier, if we are using creating a table valued function, so we can treat that output as a table, right? So and we are querying that table as well. So we can't have a duplicate columns, right? So if I see this particular output, so what I'll be needing? I'll be needing entire tail of customer and we already got customer ID. So we don't need customer ID again. So what I can do? C dot star means from customer table, I'm selecting the entire records, but from orders table, we are selecting order ID. Then we are selecting amount and then we are selecting order date. Now if I execute it, see command is completed successfully. Now if I write select star from dbo dot fetch by customer, and over here if I pass one, you can see I will get all the details of, okay, just a minute, spelling mistake, okay, it's get by. So execute it, see, we are going to get all the details of first customer. Okay. So this thing is clear, guys? Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a SQL developer and SQL DBA master's program. Through this course, you will gain complete expertise in SQL Server, relational database functionalities, writing advanced SQL query, managing and securing databases, automating SQL Server, and much more, all from the top 1% of industry experts around the world. With this training, thousands of professionals have already made successful career transition into high-paying SQL developer and database administrator role. You can even check out their success story and testimonials on our Achievers channel. The link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this program can take your careers to new height. So click the course page link given in the description and take your first step toward building a strong career in SQL development and database administration.
So as you can see on my screen, I'll be using the MySQL Workbench tool to perform all my queries. And I have already created a database, that is, I have already performed the queries to create the table and insert the values in the table so that we do not waste any time in implementing those queries, right? So I have a table sales over here, and this is my data. I have my sale ID, I have my sale date, and I have an amount column, right? So let us see how our database looks like. So as you can see over here, this is my database and I have my sale ID, sale date, and amount columns, right? So let's move on to our first question, which is write a query to find the total sales amount for each month of the year. All right. So in order to do that, first we need to understand the question, right? So the question is asking us to find the total sales amount. So intuitively, you should know that you will be using the sum function somewhere or the other in the query. And then we need for each month of the year, right? So somewhere we'll be using the month function as well. So let's go ahead and perform the query. But before you see the solution, do try to implement the solution by yourself. Alright, so whenever we write these reserved keywords, they should preferably be in capital letters. Although SQL is case insensitive, but it is usually preferred to, it makes the query look neater, right? So we select the month from the sale date. Now we do not need the entire sale date. We are only looking for the month of the year 2023. So we are going to give the condition 2023 later on, right? So let's call this month. And we also need the sum of our sales. So we're going to say sum of our amount. We'll call it total sales. So I'm giving alias names for each of my columns so that my database looks neater, right? And we are taking all these columns from table sales. Now comes my where clause, where my year of my sale date is equal to, you guys must have guessed it, 2023, right? And now we need it for each month. So we also need to group our result by month of sale date, and we should also order it to make our query look neater, right? We'll order by month because we have given an alias name month for this particular column, so we can just order it by month. So let's go ahead and run it. So as you can see over here, for month 1 I have 500.75 as my total sale. For month 10, I have 200.50, and for month 12, I have 150. So as you can see in the database, wherever my year is 2024, the month or that particular sale is not included, right? So this is how a basic query in SQL looks like. Now we'll be moving on to our second question, and this is the particular database or the tables created for the second question. One is customer and the second one is orders. So my customer column has customer ID, customer name, and the city. So these are the details of the customers. And then I have my order table, which contains the order ID, the customer ID, the order date, and the order amount, right? So now my question is to find the names of customers who have placed an order after January 1, 2023. Again, this is a very basic question and it is going to have a very simple query if you understand the logic, right? So in order to understand the logic more clearly, let me just show you the tables. And let me also give you a basic introduction to the concepts of joins, right? So now I have my customers table over here and my orders table over here. So whenever we have two separate tables and we want to get the answers from both the tables, we will not do it separately. Rather, we will perform something known as joins, where we join the two tables into one common table and then perform a query, right? So now over here, as you can see, I have customer ID and customer ID over here as my common column, right? So once I find the column which is common in both the tables, I can easily perform the join based on that column. So this is an example of that particular instance. I have taken my customer ID as a common column, and as you can see, I have 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, right? So my customer 1 is Alice, customer 2 is Bob, customer 4 is Robin, and customer 3 is Charlie, as you can see. So this is how the tables get joined, and it gets very easy to perform the queries later on, right? So now what we're going to do is we are going to perform the joins first. So we're going to select. Now we need to find the names of the customers. So now we're only going to select the customer name, that is C dot customer name. From my table customers, and I'll give an alias name for my customers table as C, so that I do not get confused whenever I'm accessing a customer ID column, which is both common in the customers and the orders table, right? So once I give the alias name, I can simply access the columns using the dot operation over here. So I'm going to select the customer name from my customers table, and I am going to join with my orders table. I'll call it O, and I'm going to join it on O dot customer ID equal to C dot customer ID. Right? Now my second condition is who have placed an order after January 1, 2023. So I'm simply going to give a where condition over here where my O dot order date is greater than 2023 01 01, right? So let's run it, and you can see I have my customers who have placed an order after January 1, 2023. Let's cross check with our tables. So let's check the order date over here. So this is January 1, 2023. So this is the year 2024, this is the year 2023, this is the year 2022. So this should not be included. This is the year 2024. So again, this order was placed on January 1, 2023. But our question says we need to find the orders placed after January 1, 2023. So again, Alice Smith will not be included. We will have Bob Johnson who placed the order in 2024. And then we'll have Robin Smith who placed the order somewhere in October in 2023. Charlie Davis placed the order in 2022, so we cannot include him. And then Tom placed his order in 2024. So again, he's a part of our answer. Right, so I hope this is clear. So you guys must have noticed through this second question, we covered two major concepts, that is join and condition, right? Whenever we want to apply these two concepts in the same query, this is how our syntax is going to look like. So moving on to the third question, we have our employees table, which contains columns employee ID, department ID, and the salary, right? So our question is, we need to find the second highest salary for department 101. Now, if we were to find the highest salary, we would simply use the function max. Now, but here we need to find the second highest salary. So again, this becomes a challenge, but again, it comes in easy questions because this is a very commonly asked interview question. So in order to solve this particular question, we will be using something known as subqueries. And do not worry, it is not that difficult. Once you get a hang of it, it will seem really easy. All you need to do is follow the right syntax and the right logic, right? So let's get started. So we will select. Now what do we need to find? The second highest salary for department 101. So we will only select salary, right? So let's target maximum salary as second highest salary. This is my alias name again. I'll be getting this from my employees table. Now this is only the first step. Now here I'm only getting the highest salary, but I need the second highest salary. Now if I were to run this particular query, I would get 7500, which is over here, as you can see in this particular database, the highest salary, right? But this is not what our question was about. So we need to give another condition that where my salary is less than, now comes my subquery. Now here I am going to fetch my highest salary using my max function again. So I need the maximum salary, but that maximum salary should be less than my highest salary. So this max salary is going to be my second highest salary, right? So I'm going to fetch my maximum salary from employees, right? And now my second condition is it should be for department 101. So now this maximum salary should be from department. Let me just check the column name, otherwise I will get an error. So department ID, where my department ID is equal to 101, right? So this particular subquery is going to return the maximum salary for the department ID 101. But I need the second highest salary for the department 101. So my logic basically over here is to give another where. Okay, I have already given one where condition. So in order to give two where conditions, we either use and or, right? But over here, both my conditions are necessary. So I'm going to use and I will give my second condition as same as this one. So let's run it. So now I have 5100. Now let's cross check this. So my department ID is 101, 101, 101. So it is 3 times, right? So I think the highest over here is 55000, and then we have 48, and then we have 51000. So as you can see, my second highest salary for the department 101 is 51000, which is our answer over here. So that means our logic is correct, and whatever syntax we have used, that is also correct because we did not get any error. So basically in MySQL Workbench, you get your action output over here. If your query runs successfully, you get a green tick, or if your query has some sort of error, you get a red cross over here, right? So I hope this question was very clear because this is a very commonly asked question. So moving on to our next question, we have our products table, we have our sales table, and in the products table, we have a product ID, product name, and the price. Clear? Then we have a sales table. It has a sales ID, product ID, and a quantity. Now you can see over here, we have product ID as a common column, right? You can see over here, product ID in sales and product ID in products. Now our question is to find the names of all the products that have never been sold. This is again a subquery based question. So now this should be very easy to implement because you guys have already got the logic. So I would suggest you pause the video and implement the solution yourselves and then come back and watch the solution here. So now this question can be performed in two ways. Either you can perform a join operation and then through the entire table you find whichever products have not been sold, or you can use the subquery method. So we will go ahead and look at the subquery method. So as you can see over here, I have my product IDs 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And over here, I have my product IDs as 1, 2, 1, 4 and 1. So as you can see, not all my product IDs have been included here. So it is pretty evident that there are some products that have not made a sale yet. So that is exactly what our fourth question is about, right? So what we need to do is, we need to find the names of all the products. So we will simply go ahead and select the product name from products, right? And simply give our where condition where our product ID is not in. So this question uses the not in operator. So not in is basically the opposite of in. So not in is pretty intuitive to understand. It is basically saying that the product ID should not be in our condition that we're going to specify after the in keyword, right? So it should not be in, And now we're going to select our distinct. Distinct is basically all the different product IDs that are available. Now where we're going to select it from? We're going to select it from our sales table. Select distinct product ID from sales, right? So now whichever product ID is not in our sales table, we are just going to return that. Simple enough, right? So let's go ahead and run it. Okay, there's some error. Okay, so it is just not in, not is not in, right? So that was the error in my query, and I'm sorry about that. So once we fixed it, all right, so we have a tablet and smartwatch. Let's go ahead and map their product IDs. So tablet has a product ID 3 and smartwatch has a product ID 4. 3 and 5 should not be included in our sales table, and as you can see, they are nowhere there. So this is how we know we've implemented the right logic. So every time you implement a query and you run it, you should always cross-check your output with the logic that you've implemented and the answer you find from the tables manually. So moving on with our fifth question, we have our table order, which basically contains the order ID, the customer ID, and the order amount. Now our question here is to find the IDs of the customers whose total order amount exceeds $1,000 or any currency per se. So mainly over here we'll be using group by and having, right? So since we need the total order amount, you can intuitively think that we'll be using a sort of aggregate function which will be sum over here, and we will also be using a condition where we'll be saying that our sum amount should be greater than $1,000. Now we need to find the IDs of the customers. So now for every individual customer, we need to find the total order amount. So in order to do that, we will go ahead and implement our select. We need the customer ID and we need the sum of the order amount. Sorry, just okay, order amount. And we'll give an alias name as total order amount. All right. Now we're selecting this from my table order, and since we need the IDs of all the customers separately, we are going to group our query by the customer ID. Now we need to give the condition that the total order amount or the sum of the order amount for each customer ID individually should be greater than 1,000. Alright, let's run it. Right, so as you can see, this is our output over here. So we have two customers respectively with 101 and 103 customer IDs, having the total order amount as 1100 and 1770. So as you can see, we have implemented the right logic and we did get our answer as well. So now let's move on to our sixth question. So for our sixth question, we have our table products and we have our table stores. And we have a third table over here, which is sales. So unlike our previous questions, in this question, we'll be dealing with three tables, right? So we will also learn how to join three tables together and get the queries respectively. So in our products table, we have our product ID, we have a product name and a category ID. Then in our stores table, we have a store ID, a store name and a city where the store is located. Then lastly, we have our sales table, which has a sale ID, product ID, store ID, quantity and the sale data. Right. So now our question is basically to find or to get the total quantity sold for each product in the laptop and table category from stores located in Los Angeles during the year 2023. So now in order to solve this particular question, let's break it down into simpler terms. So first let's look at the main terms over here, which is total quantity sold for each product. Right, so from these two terms, we know that we need to find the aggregate or the sum of the quantity column over here, and we also need to group by the product ID, right, because we need it for each product. Then we also need a condition where we segregate the laptop and tablet category. Then we need another condition specifying that these particular categories should have been sold only from the stores located in Los Angeles. Then our third condition is going to be the year 2023. So once that is clear, let us go ahead and understand this in a little more detail. Right? So as you can see over here, we have a products table having product ID, product name and category ID. Now you can see over here product ID is a common column in products and sales over here. Store ID is a common column in stores and sales table, right? So over here you can see sales table is our one table connecting these two other tables, right? Now in order to perform a join between these three tables, we're going to have our sales table as the common table between these two. So the order does not matter, but we will have to first either join the table sales and products or sales and stores, and then we can join the third table with these two tables, right? Or the first two tables. So after performing a join on these two particular common columns, this is what our table is going to look like. So we have our sale ID, product ID, basically all the data from the above three tables, right? So now that we have understood the basic join logic for the three tables, now let's go ahead and implement the query for the particular question. So we will not complicate things, rather we will just follow the order of the question given to us. So we need the product name first, product name, that is from table products, so we'll call it p.product name. Then we need the sum of our quantity. Quantity is from sales, so we'll call it s.quantity. Alright, and we'll give it an alias name, total quantity sold. Alright, now we are getting this from table products, giving an alias name p. Now we'll perform a join with our table sales, we'll call it S, and we are going to join our tables on s.product ID equal to p.product ID, right? So now we have connected a sales table and a products table. Now the next thing we need to do is connect a stores table as well, right? So moving ahead, we will perform a join on stores. I'll call it ST, and I'm going to join it on store ID, right? So s dot store ID equal to st dot store ID. So our joins are complete over here. We have joined the three tables and we have mentioned the total quantity sold for each product. Now to find each product, we need to give our group by condition, right? But before that, we also need to specify that the categories need to be laptop and the tablet category. And we also need to specify the stores and the year, right? So we will go ahead and give our where condition. So we need where our product dot. So now our product name is either going to be laptop or it is going to be tablet, right? So our first condition is satisfied over here. So now our next condition is that our stores need to be located in Los Angeles, right? So I'm going to give my second condition is my st.city is equal to Los Angeles. Moving on to my third condition, the year is supposed to be 2023, right? So my sale date, so my s.sale date is equal to, so my sale date needs to be 2023, but as you know, this is not the complete date format, right? I have my month and my day as well, but since I only need the year over here, so I'm going to use the year function over here to fetch the year from my sale date, and that year is supposed to be 2023. Alright. Now all these conditions have been implemented except for one. each product. So lastly, we are going to group by our P dot product name. Alright, so we have the total quantity, we have our each product, we have laptop and tablet, we have stores from Los Angeles, and we have the year 2023. So I think all the conditions have been implemented. Let's run our query. So the total quantity sold is 5 and we have laptop. But is this correct? So let's go ahead and check. So first let's look at all the sale dates containing the year 2023. It's 1, 2 and 3. Alright, so we are only going to look at these 3 particular rows. Alright, so now we need to find the city as well. So city over here is New York, so this is cancelled. So we are only going to look at these 2 particular rows. So as you can see, we have our output laptop and the quantity sold is 5. So basically we do not have any tablets being sold either from the stores in Los Angeles or the year 2023. Alright, we just have laptops and the total quantity sold is 5. So that is our answer. Moving on to our 7th question, we have our employees table over here. And in the employees table, we have employee ID, employee name and the manager ID. Alright, so now our question is, again, this is a very interesting question. So now you have to find the names of the employees along with the names of the direct managers. Now, this is a very interesting question, as you guys must have already realized. So now, basically, we have only one table. We have our employee ID, we have the name of the employee, and we have the manager ID. So basically, as you can see, the employee ID 1, Alice, is not having any manager. So maybe we can conclude that this particular employee is at the top position, or maybe he's the CEO of the company. So that is why he's not having any sort of manager above him. Then we have our second employee, Bob. He is reporting to Alice. Then we have Carol also reporting to Alice. So basically Bob and Carol have the same manager who is Alice. Right? Then we have fifth employee, again having the same manager ID. So basically David and Emma both report to Bob. Right? So similarly, we need to find the managers. Let's go back to our question. We need to find the names of the employees and the names of their managers. So now you guys must be wondering that we are not given any sort of manager name over here. But if you look at the table closely, we have the managers in the table itself. They are also employees over here. Right? So that is why we have created 2 tables of employee over here. So basically we're going to perform a left join over here, and this is what our table is going to look like. So we are going to perform the joins on manager ID of our table 1 and employee ID of our table 2. So basically whenever we have our manager ID equal to the employee ID, we are going to join the tables on those particular points. Right? So say for example over here I have my manager ID as 1 and over here I have my employee ID as 1. So basically over here I'm going to have my employee name as Alice. Right? Similarly over here I have my manager ID as 1 and my employee ID as 1. So I'm going to have my manager as Alice. Similarly, we're going to do that for the rest of the manager IDs or the rest of the rows as well. And this is going to be a final table. And as you can see, we have the name of our employees and we have the name of our direct managers as well. So we just have to retrieve the data from this particular table in order to answer our question. So let's go ahead and implement the query. I hope the logic is clear. So if you guys understood the logic, do try and implement this particular query by yourself before looking at the solution, so that you guys have a better idea of how these kind of queries can be implemented. Right? So let's go ahead and implement this particular query. So basically we're going to select our employee name. We'll call it e.employee name. And we are going to select our manager name from our manager table. We'll call it m.manager. employee name again, because we do not really have a manager name column. Rather, we are going to fetch our manager names from our employee name column itself. Right? Now we're going to do this and we'll call this manager or manager name. We'll fetch this from our table employees, giving the alias E, and we're going to perform a left join on employees, giving the alias M on E dot manager ID equal to M dot employee ID. So that is it. This is all that we have to do. And as you can see, Bob reports to Alice, Carol also reports to Alice, then we have David and Emma reporting to Bob, and moving on we have Frank and Grace reporting to Carol. So this is the exact logic that we wanted to implement, and as you can see, Alice over here does not have a manager like we discussed. So that means our query is syntactically plus logically correct, right? So on that note, let's move on to our 8th question, where we have a table customers and a table orders. And we have a third table again called payments. So our customers table is going to have customer ID and the customer name. So we have 3 customers over here. Then we have our orders table maintaining all the orders, that is the order ID, the customer ID, the order date and the order amount. Then we have a third table which is payments, which contains the payment ID, the order ID, the payment amount and the payment date. Right, so once you have understood the 3 tables, now let's go ahead and look at the question that we have at hand. So we need to write a query to list the customer name, the total order amount and the total payment amount for orders placed in 2023. So now the basic approach I would follow after looking this question and looking at the tables or the data set that I'm given, I will simply go ahead and list out all the things that are mentioned in the question before implementing any sort of logic. Right, so I will go ahead and select customer name, total order amount means the sum of order amount, and total payment amount is again the sum of payment amount. Right, for orders placed in 2023. Now I do not know which table these 3 particular columns come from. So now I'm going to go ahead and look at that. So I have my customer name from customers, order amount from orders and payment amount from payments. So I will go ahead and give the alias name for each of them, O dot order amount and P dot payment amount. Right. Now, in order to understand the very first table I'm going to access my columns from, I need to find the common table between the 3 particular tables that are given to us, right? So we have our customers, orders and payments. So as you can see, I have my customer ID over here and customer ID over here. I have my order ID over here and order ID over here. So basically orders table is our common table which is connecting the 3 particular tables together. Right, so basically I'm going to use my orders table to initiate the query from orders O, and I am going to join with, now I can join it with any table in any order. So since I have already accessed the common table in the very first go, I can now access any other table using this common table. Right, so I will go ahead and join my customer C on C dot customer ID equal to O dot customer ID. Then I'm going to join my payments. Yeah. Now I'm going to join my payments table, call it P, and I'm going to access on p dot payment id equal to o dot payment id, right? So these are basically your foreign keys that are connecting the tables. Now that I have joined the tables, I have accessed these particular columns that we want to display in our query. Now is the time to give the conditions. Now we need to give the condition that our orders should be placed in 2023. So I will just give my where condition. So now our payment table and order table are actually going to be joined with order ID and not payment ID. Alright, so this was an error on my end. I'm sorry about that. So now we need to give a condition where the year of our O dot order date is equal to 2023. Right? Now we missed one condition over here, a very important one, which is each customer's name. So we forgot to implement the group by condition over here. We are going to group by C dot customer name. Alright, so let's run it. So we have an error. Okay, we misspelled customer somewhere over here. It's CUST customers. Alright, let's run it. There. So basically we have the total order amount for Alice as 250, and this one has already paid the entire amount. Bob Johnson has also cleared his dues. So Charlie Davis has also cleared his dues. So as you can see, this is a very practical implementation of real world scenarios where a simple query can be used to find out all the customers who have their dues uncleared or are still left to pay, right? So this is how a simple SQL query can help you make really big analysis, right? Moving on to our 9th question, we have our books table and we have our borrowed table. So in our books table, we have our book ID, the title of the book and the author ID. Then in our borrow table, we have the borrow ID, the book ID and the borrow date. Alright, so the question here is basically write a query to find all the books that were not borrowed in the last 6 months. Again, this is a very practical and real world sort of question where we'll be using a really good logic and a really simple one per se and implement this. So first let's look at our tables here. So we have our books table and we have our borrow table, and we have our book ID common in the two tables. So we are going to join the tables, or you can say the borrowed table has a foreign key referencing to books, which is the book ID. Right, so this is another way of saying this. So this is what our joined table, or after joining the two tables, this is what it's going to look like, right? We're going to have, so as you can see, book 1 was borrowed twice, as you can see over here. Book 2 was borrowed once, and 3, 4 were also borrowed once, whereas 5 was not borrowed at all, so that is why it is null. So according to this table, we should have Moby Dick as a book that was not borrowed in the last 6 months. Then The Great Gatsby was last borrowed in 2022. So this should also be counted. Then we have Pride and Prejudice, which was borrowed in 2023. So this should also be counted. Then we have To Kill a Mockingbird, which was borrowed in 2023 as well. So this should be counted, but again we have To Kill a Mockingbird again, which was borrowed in 2024, and that is in the month November. So if we were to consider current date, it is 2024 11/8, and this book was borrowed just 3 days. So the previous entry should not be counted, you can say. So this book is not going to be included. Then we have 1984, which was again borrowed just a few months back in 2024. So this is again not going to be included, right? So now that you have understood the logic behind the query, let's go ahead and implement it. So we're going to have to display all the book titles. So we'll call it b dot title from books B, right? And then we are going to perform a left join because we want all the books, even the books that are not there in the borrow table, we want to include those books as well, right? So we are going to perform a left join so that all the books from our books table are included in our join table. So we're going to perform a left join on borrowed. We'll give an alias name BR. Alright. We're going to perform the join on B dot book ID equal to BR dot book ID. Alright. So now our condition is books that were not borrowed in the last 6 months. So now we need to give our where condition, where my book ID should not be in the subquery that I write now. So I am going to select all the book IDs from borrowed and give a condition that my borrow date should be greater than my current date minus the 6 months. Alright, so this is my condition over here. Current date is basically the current date. So minus interval 6 months is basically specifying that I want to subtract 6 months from my current date. Right? So I have given the condition that my borrow date should be greater than the 6 months back from today. Right? So if the current date or the current month is November, my borrow date should have the month greater than June. Right? So if the borrow date, that is basically the books were borrowed after June, that means they were borrowed in the 6 months period from today. Right? So they cannot be included in the not borrowed in the last 6 months category. Right? So that is why I am specifying a condition not in, and I am selecting all the books that were borrowed in the last 6 months. Right? So this will help me find all the books that were not there in the last 6 months. And then I'm simply going to give my other condition, or my second condition is going to be where my borrow date is null, right? So books that have never been borrowed will also be included in my query result. So br dot borrow date is null. Alright, so let's run it. Okay, so there is a spelling error over here. It is CURDAT, not CURR. So as you can see, we have Pride and Prejudice, The Great Gatsby and Moby Dick like we discussed, right? These 3 books have been included in our query result. So these kind of questions where you have to subtract the date, you have to use this kind of syntax, or another function you can use to subtract the date is add date, right? So you can either use add date or you can use the current date minus the interval of whatever interval you want to minus. It could be 6 months, it could be 1 year, or it could be 6 days as well. Right? Moving on to our 10th question, which has the table departments, employees and salaries. Right? So in our departments table, we have our department ID and the department name. In our employees table, we have employee ID, employee name and the department ID. Right? And then in salaries table, we have our employee ID, salary and the effective date. Right? So as you can see, our employees table is the common table connecting our department table and our salaries table. Right? So now our question is to find the total salary expense for each table for the latest salary records only. Right? So for each department, there are salary records. Now for the latest means the maximum date, right? Out of all the salary records, out of all the dates, we need to find only the maximum one or the latest one. And we need to find the total salary expense for each department regarding that particular date itself, right? So our query is going to be something like this. we need to find the total salary expense for each department. So let us also print or also include our department name in the query, and we will have our sum of our salary, right, as total expense. We'll get this from our salaries table. We'll call it S. We'll perform a join on employees E on S dot employee ID equal to E dot employee ID. Then we'll perform the other join on departments. Call it D on E dot department ID equal to D dot department ID. Alright, so the joins are clear. Now we need to find the total salary expense, which is over here. For each department, we also need to give a group by condition for each department, right? So let's look at the department table over here. So we'll group by department ID itself. Department ID. Alright. Now before this, we also need to give a where condition where we need to find the total salary expense for the latest records only. Latest salary records. Latest salary records is, say, for these two particular entries over here for department 101. I have the entry of 2023 and 2024. So over here, in this case, I'm only going to consider this particular entry, which is the latest salary record, right? So this is what the question is trying to say over here. So for this particular logic, we're simply going to give the condition where our S dot effective date is equal to, we're going to perform a subquery over here. We're going to select our maximum effective date from our salaries table, and we are going to give a condition where employee ID is equal to E dot employee ID. So now in order to understand this particular subquery that we have performed over here, we are going to look at the table in just a few more minutes, but before that, let's run our query. I'm sorry, the name of my table is employees underscore. Alright, so let's run it again here. So we have our human resources having 62,000 as we discussed over here. This being our latest salary record, right? So as we discussed, this is the logic that's been implemented. Now before moving on to the next question, let's quickly look at what was happening behind the scenes when we joined these two tables given based on the conditions, right? So we have our effective dates bifurcated over here. So now as you can see, for each department, we have a particular salary associated. So now our effective date over here is basically our latest salary record, right? So we have joined the table based on this condition. So now in order to get a better understanding, let's match our query result with our table over here that we get after performing all the joins and implementing all our conditions, right? So as you can see over here, for department name human resource, I have my salary as 62,000 and this is my latest salary records over here. Right, so after giving the conditions, my effective date over here is my latest salary records. For engineering, it is supposed to be 80,000. For marketing, it is supposed to be 55,000. And for finance, it is supposed to be 70,000. So now let's look at our records. We have 62,000, 15,500, 55,000 and 70,000. So apart from engineering, We have all the records matching over here. So let's go ahead and look at our query. So you can see engineering has the department ID 2, and this department ID 2 is being accessed by 102 and 104 employee IDs, right? So employee ID 102 and 104, as you can see over here, this and this, right? So these both are going to contribute to the engineering department. So that is why the sum of 75,000 and 80,000 has been displayed over here as 1550, right? So now I hope that was clear. Let's move on to our 11th question. And for that, I have created a separate database, as you can see over here. We have our two tables for 11th question, which is products and orders. So products table is going to have product ID, product name, and the price. And then the orders table is going to have order ID, product ID, and the quantity. Right, so our 11th question basically wants us to find the names of all the products that have been ordered more than 5 times across all the orders. Right, so now we have our orders table over here, which is keeping track of all the orders that are being placed by the customers. So what we need to do over here is we need to find the names of all the products that have been ordered more than 5 times across all the orders. Right, so now this question can be performed in two ways. It can either be performed using joins, which we have been doing till now, or it can also be done using subqueries. Right, so here we do not need to join the two tables and then find our particular answer. Rather, we can directly perform subqueries and apply all the conditions that are mentioned in the question. So I will show you the query approach. You can go ahead and implement the join condition yourself. So for the subquery method, we're going to use our product name from products table, where my product ID is in. Now here comes my subquery clause. So now I need to find the product name of all the products that have been ordered more than 5 times, right? So I need to find all my product IDs. Since product ID is a common column in both the tables, I can simply access my product IDs that have been mentioned more than 5 times over here. Sorry, the quantity needs to be more than 5, right, of all my products. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count the quantity, that is, I'm going to find the total quantity of all my products, and then I am going to return all the product IDs that have the quantity more than 5. Right, so in order to do that, we're simply going to use our select statement, and we need our product ID from orders. Now over here we need to group by our product IDs using product ID. So now our condition is that the sum for all the quantities should be greater than 5, right? So this particular query should give me the desired answer. Let's run it. And here we have smartphone, tablet, and headphones. So let's go ahead and cross check this. So I have my product ID 1 being ordered just once, right? So it is 2. My product ID 1 is laptop. So as you can see, laptop is ordered only twice, and hence its total quantity is less than 5. It is not included in our result. Then I have my product ID 2, which is ordered 20 and 3 times. So it is ordered 23 times. My product ID is 2, smartphone, which is included. Right, so you can cross check your answer like that, and you can be 100% sure whether the logic you have written or whether the syntax you have implemented is correct or not. Right, so in our case, it looks correct. You can cross check further and comment below if there is any error. Right, moving on to our 12th question, we have our table employee. And in our employee table, we have our employee ID, employee name, and department ID and salary. So now what we need to do is we need to find the names of the employees who earn more than the average salary of their respective department. Now over here, first we need to find the average salary of each department, and then we need to find the names of the employees who earn more than the entire average of that particular department that they belong, right? So this particular query can be implemented in a very easy manner. Employee's name. So we are finding all our employees' name from our table employees. We'll call it E1. Alright. And then we're going to use our subquery, and we're going to give a condition where our salary is greater than, and we'll implement a subquery over here. We'll select average salary from our employees table itself. We'll call this employees table as E2. Alright. Now the condition is either we can use group by, right? We can use the group by clause, or we can use this clause E2 dot department ID is equal to E1 dot department ID. So basically it acts like a group by clause, but instead of implementing it twice over and over, we just do it with this simple line. So this is basically going to find the average of the salaries department wise, and this is the condition that helps it do so, right? So if we implement it, it's employee name, right? Let's also print the salary. Okay, so let's also print the salary to get a better idea. Okay, right. Oh, what if I wanted to print the average salary over here? So I also will have to implement the group by clause. So I will have to group by my department ID, right? So these are the average salaries for these particular employees, right? So this is the other way of implementing it, but this is our solution over here, right? This is going to be our answer. David Brown, Emma Stone, and Rob Davidson. Alright, so this was all about our 12th question. So now let's move on to our 13th question, which contains the table sales. Now this sales table has a salesperson ID, it has a sale amount and a sale date, right? Now what we need to do is we need to write a query to find out the rank of each salesperson's sales for each product based on the amount, with the highest sale ranked as 1. Now what this question is basically saying is, so now we have the salesperson 1 and we have 2 entries. Okay, for now let's just consider these 3 rows, and we have 2 entries for salesperson ID 1. Right, now what the question is saying is that we need to rank the sale amount based on the highest sale. Now over here the highest sale over here is 5,000. So this is going to have rank 1, and then 4500 is going to have rank 2. Right, so this is a very good implementation, or a very good example of using the rank function. So let's go ahead and implement it. So let's display the sales person ID, and let's display the sale amount so that it is easier for us to cross check. And then let's implement our rank function, right? So now rank has a mandatory syntax where you need to use rank, or it could be row number or any sort of syntax like that. Wherever we use the window functions or the ranking functions, we need to use the over clause along with that. Like we need to have the over followed by the previous function. By our sales person ID, and we are going to order, basically sort, like we're going to rearrange in descending order. This is also supposed to be capital. So it needs to be ranked by the sale amount in descending order, right? We'll give an alliance as sale rank. And we're fetching all this data from our sales table. But as you can see over here, I'm getting an error. So this is mainly happening because my SQL is an older version and it does not basically support the rank function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run my entire query on an online compiler. Okay. Here, so as you can see, this is my result. I have all the salesperson ID 1 and I have given the rank 1, 2, 3, 4 based on their sale amount, right? 5,500 gets 1 because this is the highest. Then we have 5,000, then 4,500. So this is basically arranged in a descending order, right? So this was all about question 13. Okay, so this is also how you can check your SQL version minus 5.5. So basically rank functions are usually supported in SQL 8 and above. So if you are using an SQL version 8, you will easily be able to perform the rank functions and all the new window functions that are available. But if you're using an older version, you will have to use an online compiler or maybe update your SQL version. Alright, so moving on to question 14, we have a table daily sales. Alright, so now in our daily sales, we have a sale date and we have our amount. So now our question here is that we need to calculate a 7-day moving average of daily sales amounts. Now say instead of 7, we had a 3-day moving average. Alright, so first we would calculate the average of these 3 particular rows. Then we would go ahead and move to these 3 rows. And then we would go and calculate the average of these 3 rows and so on. So this is basically a window function, or you can say a moving average, right? So in order to implement this particular query, we'll be using our select statement. So we have our sale date and our amount. So we'll display that using star. Then we'll go ahead and display the average of our amount over. Now this is our window function over here. We'll be calculating our average over order by sale date. Now since we need a 7-day moving average, we are going to calculate our 6 preceding rows, right? So row 6 preceding means we are going to start from the 7th row, right? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is where we're going to start, and we are going to consider the 6 rows preceding our current row. Then we are going to go ahead and move to the next row and consider the 6 rows preceding it, right? So this is what it basically means. But as you can see over here, we have an error again. So we are going to have to implement this also on our online compiler. But let's complete our query. Let's give it an alias name. We'll call it moving average from our daily sales. I will just copy and paste this on my online compiler so that you guys are able to see the result. Okay, I'm sorry, it is rows. Right, so this is your moving average. You have the average for all these rows. You can also go ahead and cross-check the answers. Then lastly, we have our 15th question. That is the last question for this particular video. So you can see this is a somewhat different question than what we have been doing till now. So basically, we have to write a query to classify each student based on their score. Alright, so now the 3 categories are high if the score is 80 or above, medium if the score is between 50 and 79, and low if the score is below 50. Alright, so these are the 3 categories, and we have a table student where there is a student ID, there is a name, and there is a score. Alright, so I have already written the query for you guys over here. So basically we're going to implement the case statement. So whenever we're using the case statement, the most important thing to keep in mind is the syntax, right? If we have the right syntax, the logic is pretty much, in general, very easy to implement, right? So we are already given the condition. We just have to implement the case statement and we have to specify all our conditions over here. It's like using if-else. Alright, only the syntax is different because it's SQL. So where our score is more than 80, we are calling it high. When our score between 50 and 79, then medium, else low, end as score category. Now, as score category is our alias, and we are extracting all this data from students. So let's run it, and you can see we have a neat table indicating the categories of each student based on their scores. Alright, so this was it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed it and also understood the major concepts that we intended to deliver through this video. If you guys liked it, do hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you and see you in the next video.